Alright, so it's the weapon selection ceremony at the Cube Adventurers Academy, and every student has to pick their gear. This choice is going to stick with them for the next 6 months, and a massive wall of every weapon you can imagine just materializes right in front of them. The teacher is rushing everyone, telling them to choose fast but smart, so all the students start scrambling for something good. You got tonfas bows, knuckles spears, you name it. Everyone's just trying to snatch a weapon, but then this one dude completely steals the spotlight from everyone else. The entire class and even the teacher are absolutely floored when he reaches out and grabs a pistol. They all think he's completely off his rocker. The teacher even double checks, asking if he's dead serious about his choice. But when the kid confirms he's picking the gun, the students around him just lose it, laughing their heads off and straight up making fun of him. You gotta understand, in this world, guns are seen as the ultimate weapon for total losers. They're just packed with limitations and pretty much suck when most awakened fighters can literally punch bullets out of the air. But our MC, he chose it for a damn good reason. He's the only one who knows how to unlock the gun's hidden potential, because, plot twist, he's the author of this entire fantasy world, and now he's trapped inside it. The novel our MC spent his whole life writing kicked off like 1,000 others. Dungeons and monsters started popping up all over the planet, and everything was thrown into absolute chaos. Humanity was basically on the brink of getting wiped out. Korea turned into the most dangerous place on the globe. But like always, heroes with insane powers showed up and started clapping monsters. They cleared out the dungeons, hero guilds were formed, and thanks to them, Korea went from a wasteland to the safest place on Earth. To pump out the strongest heroes, an academy was founded, the Cube. In this tale, there was a hero and his rival. But our boy didn't get to be either one of them. So, for a little backstory on how he got here, the author got a wild email one day offering a remake of his novel. The book was called The Returned Hero, and it was a story Kim Ha-jin, our author, had barely touched. He'd been hit with a nasty case of writer's block for over 6 months. You ever start something huge, but just can't bring yourself to finish it? Yeah, that was this guy's entire life. Ha-jin had no clue what the email was about. He just figured his fans wanted a rewrite, especially since he'd ghosted the project. The very next day, he woke up inside his own book. And to top it off, he's just another student at the Cube. Back at the Cube, a first-year cadet has just taken first place. This blue-haired, cheerful-looking dude is Kim Soo-ho. And now, for the author's biggest headache, he's watching his own world play out right in front of him. No cap, his own creation literally yoinked him into its reality. The Cube, the cadet Soo-ho. It all proves this is his world, no doubt about it. Our author is bugging out. He's trying to figure out how in the world he got sucked into his own novel. The second he landed in this world, the author apparently unlocked some kind of super hearing ability. He can hear the entire crowd gossiping about Kim Soo-ho's victory, both the good and the bad takes. But what they think isn't our protagonist's main concern. It's the fact that he can hear every single word crystal clear. The name Kim Soo-ho is echoing in his mind. Soo-ho is the actual main character of this novel, the hero of the world the author built. He's the guy destined to save this broken world and bring about an age of peace and harmony. Since he's the classic hero type, he's got that hero's kindness and a relentless drive to do what's right. But what's really juicy is that Soo-ho is hiding a dark secret, something he guards with his life and keeps locked deep down inside. Putting him aside for a sec, our nameless author then spots Soo-ho's rival, the guy who's meant to be his opposition in the story. You know, the one who's supposed to give him a little competition. Stepping onto the stage, the second-place cadet is revealed to be Shin Jong-hak, and this dude is confident, or maybe just plain arrogant. He's your typical trust fund kid whose dad owns one of the biggest companies in the nation. The author notes that Jong-hak's talent is so off the charts, he could genuinely give the main character a serious run for his money. This gets even spicier because later in the story he's supposed to go full-on villain mode. The two central figures of his novel are standing right there in front of him. This confirms it for the author 100% that he's in his novel's world. Which brings up the million-dollar question. If those two are the main characters, then who the heck is he in this story? Is he even an important character? I mean, you'd think if you're gonna get isekai'd into your own book, you'd at least get a name, right? His train of thought gets totally derailed when some other student calls him Chun Dong, asking if he even slept last night. Bruh, the author's mind is just exploding with questions. He can't even process being called Chun Dong right now. The chubby dude confirms it, telling him that he's the only Kim Chun Dong he knows. Hearing the name Chun Dong just obliterates our boy's hopes. He was low-key, expecting to be some kind of major player. You know, maybe have an important role, just like in every single transmigration isekai story ever. But this Chun Dong guy is a total rando that he never even wrote into the novel. The author himself has zero memory of writing about such a nobody. So, my guy figures maybe seeing his own face will be different and jog his memory. He's hoping it'll spark something, but the biggest question burning in his brain is simple. Who the heck is this Chundong dude anyway? The funniest part of this whole messed up situation is when the author finally sees himself and realizes his face is literally just a question mark. He's so unimportant that the world didn't even bother to render him a face. Faced with this absolutely baffling sight, the author is completely shook and tries to get a grip on reality. Then the realization finally hits him. There's nothing that screams you're a nobody quite like having a question mark for a face. But get this, Chundong wasn't even a planned character in the novel. He has no unique look. He doesn't have a cool name, and he basically doesn't even register on the story's radar at all. He's literally been ghosted by the very world he created. Our author falls into despair realizing that no one in the crowd is even paying attention to his featureless face. He's just an NPC, a background character that nobody gives a second thought. Inside the cube, he's painfully average. He'll probably never even get to talk to the main characters, let alone have any impact on their story. If you've ever felt like a side character in your own life, just imagine this poor dude's situation for a second. He's not even a mob character, he's worse. He's basically just a placeholder to fill an empty seat. Totally defeated, the author just kind of deflates, accepting that he's nothing more than a worthless extra. A little while later, our faceless wonder starts getting used to his unique appearance. He's been putting up with it for 2 weeks. 14 days have gone by and absolutely nothing has changed. His face is still a blank slate, which has pretty much confirmed that this whole nightmare isn't just a dream. Instead, he has actually been isekai'd into his own novel. Every single word in this world is something Hajin himself created. Now he finds himself walking among the very characters he brought to life. The Kim Chun-dong persona is just one of many extras, and now Hajin is stuck inside this Rondo's body. As you'd expect, Hajin tried everything to piece together clues and figure out how he ended up in this dumpster fire. But all his digging led to a big fat zero. He has no clue how he got here or who's behind it. On top of that, he's got to figure out how he's going to, actually survive in this world, especially since going home seems completely off the table. Hajin estimates it'll be about a decade before the story reaches the point where he stopped writing. That thought alone is absolutely eating him alive. The horror of trying to survive for 10 years as a nobody in a foreign world is completely terrifying to Hajin, and his question mark face definitely isn't making things any better. Hajin is mourning the life he lost and really doesn't want to be trapped in a story that he never even finished. An exhausted Hajin decides to once again brainstorm ways to get out of this whole transmigration mess. The only potential loophole, his only possible escape route, is to see the main story through to the end. After all, there's a slim chance he might get freed. He thinks if he can just hang on until the plot he wrote is done, then he should be in the clear. It's not like he has any other brilliant ideas to fix his jacked up situation. So, our question mark faced NPC decides that's the game plan. But to pull it off, he's got to survive high school all over again. Now let's switch gears and talk about the Cube, because this place is built different. It's a man-made island where they train the absolute best hero cadets to lead the next generation, basically a mini society with 50,000 residents. This city is a living monument to insane innovation and progress, showing off humanity's top-tier magic and industrial power. In this novel, the Cube is the single reason Korea is considered a legit superpower. Standing in front of the Hero Training Center, Hajin realizes this is the main stage of his story, where all the important stuff is supposed to go down. The building itself is this massive, stunning blue structure. In the world of Hajin's novel, superpowers are called gifts, and this is the academy where heroes learn to master them. And you guessed it, every hero has one, but only the absolute cream of the crop get accepted as cadets into this elite facility, and that includes a guy named Chun-dong. The catch, Hajin is now stuck inside this dude's body, who's supposed to be a cadet, meaning he should be kinda cracked. But here's the problem, Hajin has zero clue what this guy's abilities even are. So, he's basically starting a new game on hard mode with a character he's never seen before. Still, our author is betting that Chun-dong's connection to the training center might give him some kind of an edge he can use to his advantage, because that's his only shot at surviving this terrifying school and its pack of alpha cadets. Hajin steps into Class Veritas, a classroom that's basically the nerve center of the whole Cube training facility. This place is a melting pot of future heroes, villains, and everything in between, including the novel's actual main character, Suho. He knows that soon every one of these faces will be caught up in their own drama and major plot events. As Hajin finds his seat, he's hit with the gross reality that he has to survive a whole decade, stuck with this exact same class. To make matters worse, he doesn't even have a real face to look them in the eye with. For the author, this is legit the worst-case scenario. After the bell rings, all the students head back to their dorms. Hajin is no different, and he's still trying to wrap his head around his insane first day. He can't even figure out how he managed to pay attention. In class, feeling like a freshman all over again. Suddenly, a delivery box sitting on his floor catches his eye. Even the author is thrown by this, because he never wrote a delivery service into his world. As he starts opening it, a million thoughts race through his head. He's wondering if these are just some of Chun Dong's personal belongings. But what's inside completely floors him. It's his own personal laptop. This makes absolutely no sense. A piece of his old world shouldn't even exist here. The laptop powers on by itself, and a system screen immediately starts syncing with him. Hajin, in a total panic, drops the laptop. He looks down and sees the system screen flashing an alert about his synchronization with Chun Dong. The system finishes downloading all the required settings, and then pulls up a full-on character sheet with stats for strength, intelligence, and even abstract stuff like luck. What's even wilder is that these are the exact settings Hajin himself wrote for his novel. His mind is racing with questions, but before he can even get his bearings, his entire body starts to morph. As the synchronization hits 100%, the screen flickers before notifying Hajin he's gained a new ability setting. Intervention. In an instant, the faceless body of Chun Dong transforms into Hajin's real one, completely resetting his stats. Hajin's world has been turned upside down yet again. This time, when he looks in the mirror, he sees his actual face. Not that joke of a question mark he had before, but this is where things get even more complicated. Dozens of system screens are now popping up all around him, and Hajin has no idea what any of them are for. The system then confirms the sync process is complete. He starts to wonder if this is tied to something he wrote called enlightenment. You see, enlightenment is a type of awakening that kicks in once someone shatters their own personal limits. That's the term for it in this world, and Hajin knows all about it because he literally invented the ability. After enlightenment hits, a person's gift, skills, and superpowers all get converted into a digital game-like format, making them way easier to manage. But the real game changer is the growth potential his body just unlocked. Now that he has had a taste of enlightenment, Hajin can get way stronger. To put it simply, Hajin can now pull up his own status window, which displays all his stat points and lists out his abilities. One of his powers is the observation skill, which is pretty much a starter pack ability. Same goes for his second skill, reading. He's also got stats on display, though honestly they're nothing to write home about. Hajin starts going through each status screen one by one. The most mind-blowing one is the synchronization tab, which confirms it was the cause of him changing from Chun Dong's body back to his original, triggering a full reset. What he reads on the screen is beyond anything he could have predicted. While he still doesn't get the how, Hajin is sure that this synchronization is what brought back his face and original appearance. There's also the fact that his personal stats are way lamer than Chun Dong's, who was supposed to be a cadet at this top-tier school. But instead of being stuck with terrible stats, the system gave him points to help make up for his weaknesses. Anyway, with that sorted, Hajin focuses on the unique authority screen. Apparently, he has the power to literally create new objects just by spending something called SP points, which will drain his SP bar. This skill could open up a whole universe of new strategies for him. The catch is that SP or story points are only awarded as the main plot of his novel moves forward, and his value starts to skyrocket. But the wildest part of this whole situation is that Hajin has zero memory of writing any of this stuff for his own character. The author quickly catches on that he needs to level up his own importance within the novel to actually steer the plot and farm some story points while he's at it. He's finally connecting the dots about his mission in this world and why he has access to his freaking laptop. Along with those status screens, it's because this dude is fated to go through a gauntlet battling monsters and ultimately meddling with the main storyline, which is not exactly what he signed up for. So, Hajin is already about to curse out his own literary masterpiece. Just as he's silently raging, another screen just pops into existence, catching the author completely off guard. It's supposed to hold some kind of classified info about his sticky situation. Hajin is so tilted that he has to get his hands dirty in this world just for a slim shot. At getting back to his real one, he hops up and starts typing away on his laptop, since it's not like he has any other option. Hajin figures it's way better to start making moves now, instead of just waiting for the plot to get to the part where he stopped writing. Plus, there's absolutely no guarantee he'll be sent back to his world, even if he makes it that far. The writer thinks that even if this secret intel is totally unrelated to his goal of going home, he could still dig up a critical clue to help him navigate this new reality and smooth things over, by making it easier for him to vibe with the main characters. To hit his target, Hajin's only path is to get strong and fight. He begins to pour his points into his stats, so he can outlive the story, and whatever craziness is about to pop off. Speaking of leveling up, Hajin explains that his novel is kinda built different and doesn't have that typical stat growth concept. That whole level up grind that's in every other story just isn't a thing in his world. The only way to improve is by spending points, which makes them unbelievably precious to their owners. The absolute best strategy for spending points is to dump every single one into luck. It's the only stat that has no cap, and it always delivers some kind of benefit. It helps with cash bonuses and even your love life. It's the kind of S-tier stat anyone would kill for. To make daily life a breeze, it's basically a real-life cheat code. But for a stat like luck, points can't be used to boost its power directly, which gets Hajin wondering if he can somehow game the system and manipulate his luck stat by turning his points into SP. To test out this theory, he decides to give it a go, confirming the transfer of 10 points. As a result, they're converted into 10,000 SP points. Hajin decides to invest 9,000 SP into his luck stat, giving it a 9-point boost, and then the mysterious luck ability activates and kicks in, bumping his luck stat by another point. This means his luck passive actually buffs itself, making it a completely cracked investment. Hajin then glances at the protagonist's stats. Suho's magic power is at a massive 9, but it's hard capped at that number. Well, Hajin just shattered that limit by getting his luck stat to 9.1. As for the rest of his story points, he chooses to focus on perseverance to help him endure the brutal training at the academy. Thanks to Hajin juicing up his luck stat, it also gives his perseverance a major boost. When he pumps it with points, he's already thanking his past self, because the investment is showing some insane results. Suddenly, the system has a meltdown and flashes a warning screen at him. His meddling with probability has triggered an error. Since Hajin was basically using an exploit, the system creates a new rule. To patch this loophole, he can no longer use story points to mess with his abstract stats, and the author is low-key salty that he got hit with a nerf like that, because otherwise he would have been too OP. Hajin knows he just ran into a wall with his little tricks, but still he did manage to get both luck and perseverance to a super high level, which should be plenty for him to handle whatever obstacles the story throws at him. A random thought crosses his mind. He snagged 10,000 story points just for being a beginner, and those points could be used very strategically. Hajin figures he should be smarter about where he sinks his points, so for now, he's just gonna sit on them. The next morning in class, their professor kicks things off with an introduction. And bruh, this isn't just some substitute teacher. Kim Soo-hyuk will be their instructor for the entire year, and he's a global sensation. This guy is known as one of the most cracked heroes out there, rocking a solid intermediate grade 5 rank in the association, which totally hits different. Once he's done with the intro, the man cuts straight to the chase, mentioning how this institution known as the Cube isn't some fancy resort for cadets to chill at. The most important metric here is the student's grade. This means if you can't hit those numbers and maintain a certain standard, you're getting kicked to the curb. It's not like you can just coast by and keep your grades up either. In fact, only about half of the cadets will actually make it through the program without dropping out. This place is all about grinding and leveling up the next wave of heroes, so their judgment is going to be harsh, no cap. The instructor then orders the butte students to get up and follow his lead, because the first order of business is deciding on a main weapon for every single cadet. The moment they walk into the weapons room, the students are left completely speechless, surrounded by all sorts of gorgeous but terrifying weapons. Their amazement is cut short by their hard-ass teacher, who has zero chill and reminds them that this isn't playtime. He tells them to quit sightseeing and commands them to pick a weapon right away. He also warns them that once they choose, they're locked in and won't be able to switch it for at least 6 months. That means if you screw up this choice now, you'll be stuck with a trash weapon for half a year. Kim Soo-ho, the original protagonist of the novel, feels an instant pull towards a sword. The second he holds it, he knows it's the one. One of the girls decides to grab a bow and arrow, confident that she's destined to be an archer. Then there's this girl with blonde hair who snags a rapier, clearly favoring those quick, precise strikes. The other students grab a mix of weapons from whips to other unique gear, while our boy Ha-jin is just thinking about how all these main characters are just grabbing weapons without even thinking twice. But instead of getting caught up in their choices, he knows he has to lock in one weapon for himself. As he starts sorting through his own options, Ha-jin knows he's got to be extremely careful, because one tiny mistake could snowball into a massive problem. His current stats are honestly pretty trash, so he can't hang with the other cadets when it comes to stuff like spears or swords. The same thing goes for trying to use defensive items like shields. To simplify his selection, Ha-jin decides to set a couple of hard conditions for his weapon. The first one is that the weapon had to have existed in his previous world, and the second condition is that it has to be something he can learn to use pretty easily. Once he filters his choices through those two factors, Hajin finally picks his weapon, and his selection immediately turns every head in the room, including the teacher's. His instructor looks totally bewildered and specifically calls out Hajin, asking him if the gun in his hand is really the weapon he's going with. It's kind of funny how this guy basically said, "I'll handle this the American way," and brought a Glock to a sword fight. Hajin gets a hard stare from his teacher, who's clearly confused because he remembers reading that this cadet listed himself as a sword user back in his old academy. Trying to cook up an excuse, Hajin just claims that he changed his mind. That's a pretty wild reason for his teacher to just accept who can't figure out why Hajin would choose to ditch his main weapon specialty right as he entered the academy. The teacher just confirms his choice, since every student forges their own destiny in the cube. With a sigh of frustration, he tells Hajin to remember that the responsibility for this path is on his shoulders alone. All of a sudden, the author's super hearing ability kicks into a whole new gear. He can hear the whispers of the other students totally making fun of him for picking a gun. None of them can get why. He'd use a firearm in a place that's meant to raise elite heroes. Some of them are even plotting to teach him a lesson. During combat practice, writing him off as nothing more than an attention seeker. Despite all these crybabies clowning on him, the author explains that guns are actually super reliable even in this fantasy world. They're basically the best weapon for any normal person who doesn't have access to crazy magical powers. On top of that, the bullets used in this world are a special type. Magic bullets are packed with mana, and when fired they release a shot that's way more destructive and powerful than any regular bullet could ever be. However, those are the only real advantages a gun has. The reason they're seen as a terrible choice and basically ignored for combat use, it's because their power level is totally hard capped. Just look at Kim Horak, who can literally swat a bullet out of the air with his bare hands. The author also points out that the real problem with magic bullets is that their damage output is completely static. It doesn't matter if a god or a goblin pulls the trigger, the boom is the same. Plus, they're built on a weak foundation with a trash-tier origin. See, this world isn't like ours. Here, myths and legends are 100% real. These ancient stories and artifacts are literally forged into insane weapons. This gives their user a massive edge in a fight. The more ancient the backstory, the more cracked the weapon's overall power. This directly juices up the weapon's rank, which is the single most important thing. That's why none of the cadets ever go for modern, freshly made weapons. Their origin points are just too weak. Since they were made in the modern era, old-school medieval gear is way more popular because no cap, it's just plain stronger. Instead of depending on some pea shooter's fixed damage, they lean on their own personal skills. They can even use a weapon's power to absolutely blast past their own limits and level up like crazy. But for our boy Hajin, all this info is pretty much useless. He's got zero to gain from any of it. And he's definitely not the main character of this story. Bruh doesn't even know which end of a sword to hold, and is pretty sure his melee skills are going to be way worse than every other cadet. Running through the logic in his head, Hajin thinks picking a gun was a big brain move for a solid reason. He actually knows how to use it, and he thinks it'll be his ticket to farming those sweet story points. Just by using a gun, he's guaranteed to stand out from the crowd of sword swingers. He's banking on the idea that the more relevant he becomes to the plot, the more points he'll rake in. Alright. So, with the weapon situation sorted, his next problem is getting a talent. Talents are basically this world's version of a superpower, and they're so special that most people only ever get one. But of course, there are always a few individuals who are an exception to that rule. Take the actual protagonist, Suho. The dude hasn't even unlocked his talent yet, but somehow already has the skills of a legendary sword master. The scene flips over to Suho, who finds Nayoon to get some training in, but his classic dense protagonist lines just manage to tick her off. She can't figure out how a guy like him scored the top spot in their class. Suho switches gears and mentions that there's another top ranker with them. Nayoon's confused for a sec, but then it clicks that he's talking about Hajin. Just hearing his name makes her face scrunch up in disgust. She thinks this Hajin guy is a total clown. To be called a top student in their class, Nayoon just can't wrap her head around how anyone takes him seriously when he's carrying a dinky little pistol that has pathetic range. She figures the guy probably gave up on the hero dream and just settled for some lame weapon. Nayoon even speculates that maybe it's Hajin's grand strategy to just quit halfway through the year. But hearing her say that Suho can't help but call her out for jumping to conclusions so fast. Nayoon has no idea what he's yapping about and just gives him a confused look. She snaps at him for wasting her training time with all this talk. And while they're over here gossiping, Hajin is just chilling and wondering if he gets SP when people trash talk him behind his back. That's a solid question, no cap. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Back with our boy Hajin reflects on how the protagonist Suho is destined to be the world's #1 hero with just a single gift. This makes Hajin realize that gifts are a huge deal for him too, and he's not about to sleep on this opportunity to buy one. Whipping out his manual, Hajin literally writes a dead-eye gift into existence for himself. It's a special power that will let him use long-range weapons with pinpoint accuracy. The moment he creates this new power, 10,000 SP points get zapped from his account. The system is so OP that it automatically edits everything on its own, handing him a bunch of perks for the skill he just created like bullet time and other cool stuff. This skill is clutch, not just for his gun, but for any ranged weapon, which means Hajin could even start rocking a bow. And the best part? It's a growth type skill, so even if it's kinda weak right now, he can totally level it up and make it insanely powerful over time. It's a seriously smart long-term investment. Hajin decides it's best to work with what he's got, and now that his prep is done, he feels totally ready for whatever comes next. With only one gift to his name, all that's left for him is to go all in, and just try to make it out alive until the novel's plot wraps up. The scene snaps back to their classroom. The instructor is droning on about the best strategies for cadets when they're tackling towers and dungeons. But the wildest part for Hajin is realizing the stuff he literally made up for his novel is now in their official textbooks. No cap, imagine taking a class where you wrote the curriculum. Hajin is just coasting, having a super easy time. Since he already knows all this stuff, he's got nothing new to learn, so he's actively using his observation and reading gift. To give you a better idea, the observation gift lets him see literally everything. He can scan through objects and even peep the text on his laptop without putting in any effort at all. The teacher tells them to hit the books and review the lecture notes because their written exam is coming up fast. This whole situation has Nayun fired up with pure frustration. She's bored out of her mind and absolutely cannot stand another second of this lecture. All of a sudden, someone interrupts Class Veritas, ordering all the cadets to report to the plaza. Hearing this, Nayun is totally hyped. She finally gets to bounce from the boring class. It's time for some hands-on practical training. That's a subject our boy Hajin is definitely not looking forward to. Once they get to the training arena, the instructor explains the deal. Everyone should already be familiar with the class syllabus. First up, they're making teams of 4 cadets each with 2 warriors. The teams also need a sharpshooter and 1 support warrior. On top of that, these squads are locked in until their mid-semester exams roll around. To keep things fair, all the teams are supposed to be a mix of high-ranking and low-ranking cadets. The instructor tells them to get a move on. He tells them to go find their teammates right now. Hajin takes a look at the status board and is completely shocked to see he isn't on Suho's team, and he's not on Nayun's team either. Worst of all, he's been thrown into a squad with the one person he really didn't want to get paired up with. That person is none other than Yeonha, which gets a pretty surprised look out of him. Things are playing out exactly as they did in his novel. A lot of the main characters were specifically designed to interact with the story's protagonist. This was meant to trigger certain events and push the plot forward. But among all those characters, Yeonha is built different. She rocks this gorgeous purple hair and is also the #1 favorite cadet from Korea's most elite guild, the essence of the straight. Plus, she's the heir to the Jinsung group, so her family background is seriously stacked. In the original story, Suho and Yeonha are supposed to butt heads at first, but down the line, he earns her trust. They become friends, and she eventually becomes the team's main supporter. For that very reason, it's super important for Hajin to get close to Yeonha because working with her will let him farm even more story points, which will boost his importance to the main plot. With a look of pure determination, Hajin is ready to do whatever it takes. He needs to grab Yeonha's attention and get tangled up in her business. Yeonha's other team members walk up and say hello. Besides her and Hajin, the team's got Hosung and Hazuki, which makes a full squad of 4 just as planned. Since Yeonha is a pretty sharp and calculating person, she thinks about whether she should even talk to them, but decides she has to since they're teammates. What's kind of funny is how she switches on this super cheerful and formal personality with her new teammates once she commits. Both of the other members are a little weirded out by it, but Yeonha quickly shifts her focus to the last member of their group. Hajin makes his way over to her, making his presence known. Even though he's low-key terrified, he knows that Yeonha will have a seriously bad relationship with him if he doesn't act confident and carry himself well. Hosung completely kills his vibe and immediately calls him out, recognizing him as the hotshot who actually chose a gun for his main weapon. This dude is just yapping away without a care in the world, having no idea their instructor is about to go off on him for talking trash. And just like that, Hosung gets a massive jump scare from their teacher, who roars at them to get moving on the monster hunting mission. The mission details have already been beamed to every team's smartwatch. Our squad finally gets going. They start making their way through a grain field. Yonha glances at her smartwatch and sees that they're getting close to the target. She tells her team to get their heads in the game and prepare for whatever's coming. More details about the monster will pop up once they actually reach the location. But while the rest of them are sprinting ahead like it's nothing, our poor boy is really struggling back there. He's gonna need some serious David Goggins level motivation, because this man has never run this much in his entire life, even with his stamina stat being above average. He can barely manage to keep up with his team. And to make things even worse, it's not like these guys are anything special. They're just hitting the average standard for any cube cadet. Suddenly, Yonha and the others pull up. They figured out they've finally reached the target's location. This area of the map is known as the 8th coast of the training zone. The scene is set on a boat, which is exactly where a monster is supposed to show up. And speaking of monsters, a gnarly black-humped octopus makes its grand entrance by absolutely shredding the boat. It just tears the whole thing apart with its massive tentacles. Before they jump in and face this thing, Yonha figures they should probably cook up a strategy. They need a game plan for this monster, which happens to be a low intermediate grade creature. The good news is that its physical attacks are basically pillow soft. The real problem, though, are the humps sticking out of the creature's head. Apparently, this black-humped octopus can sense danger and literally shoots out baby octopuses to swarm its enemies. And these little guys are no joke. They're vicious little suckers, and every single one of them is dangerous. They're strong enough to turn a full-grown human into a mummy. Hasung thinks they should just blitz the horde of baby octopuses the second the fight starts. But Hazuki points out they'll need a real sharpshooter to pick off all those tiny targets. You know, with a gun. So she figures Hajime would be perfect for it, but Yonha completely shuts that idea down. She declares that she'll be the one to take care of the baby octopuses and wants her team to save their energy. Yonha's logic is that they'll need to nuke the monster in a single massive attack after she's cleared the small fry. The thing apparently has insanely fast regeneration abilities. Yonha's instant dismissal of Hajin really rubs him the wrong way. He gets the message loud and clear that she's just ignoring him. It's obvious she doesn't even think he's good enough to be part of this training exercise. Yonha asks if everyone else is ready, then kicks off the operation, leaving our boy feeling pretty salty about her attitude. The black-humped octopus starts its rampage by demolishing the boat, while Hasung uses his battle axe to get the creature's attention. He makes a ton of noise, which is more than enough to lure the octopus closer to the shore. Totally enraged, the monster charges straight at Hasung and unleashes its fury. The poor guy is scared out of his mind by its sheer size and just bolts. Hazuki looks ready, but even our boy Hajin is visibly nervous. He's just holding a tiny Glock, while the only one looking completely locked in is Yonha, a whip user. She looks ready to take the monster down right then and there, just like they talked about the black-humped octopus senses danger, and immediately fires off a ton of baby octopuses from its head. This makes Hasung panic, realizing he's the primary target. The murderous little babies are heading right for him, but before they can turn him into a human Capri Sun, Yonha steps in like a queen, using her whip to slice them all to pieces. She stands there majestically in front of the beast. Her teammates are seriously impressed by this display of power. To put it in perspective, Yonha's combat skills alone make her the 7th strongest newbie cadet inside the cube. She's just built different. She gives Hasung a chance to escape while she holds the monster off by herself. Yonha masterfully wields her whip, striking the monster. This just makes the octopus go berserk, and it tries to crush her with its tentacles. Yonha dodges the attack with ease, but while she's mid-air, a baby octopus sneaks up to attack her. It comes from behind, and Hazuki screams a warning, but before Yonha can react, the creature is shot out of the sky by a long-range weapon. She's totally baffled, but there's only one explanation: Hajin's kid just saved her life, and seeing him be the one to save her just annoys Yonha. She finally acknowledges him by name, though. Now, let's take a quick detour to talk about what these SP points can do. Like we said before, you can trade them for stat points, but they also increase whenever Hojin becomes more important to the main characters and the overall story. Since he's supposed to just be a background extra, standing out and getting popular is a huge challenge. The main characters already dominate the narrative after all, so the only other way to gain importance is for Hajin to interact with and directly influence the main protagonist's story, which is exactly what he did by saving Yonha. His shot leaves the entire team speechless. A distracted Yonha tells him to know his place, since she never expected him to actually participate in the plan. But while she's giving him a piece of her mind, the giant octopus unleashes even more of its fun-sized minions. They have to deal with a whole new wave. Yonha prepares to fight them, but this time some of them are aiming straight for Hajin. This fight ain't even a challenge for our boy, who can read their attack patterns like an open book, so Hajin just closes his eyes. He's focusing all his energy to pop off in this critical moment, activating one of his special skills called Bullet Time. This was one of the custom-made gifts the system cooked up and tweaked just for him. It basically warps his perception of time for 3 whole seconds, letting Hajin go full John Wick and clap these ugly monsters with no sweat. After getting a lock on every single target, my man unleashes his inner Rambo and just lets the lead fly at these suckers. Before the 3 seconds are even up, Hajin's already tagged every last creature with his gun, including the ones that were about to jump Yanha. Once the skill ends, his bullets rip through the air, turning each of those octopuses into calamari paste. Now Yanha spots the perfect opening to nail the giant octopus's head. She whips out her whip ties up the creature's humps and shouts for her team to attack as Hassan and Hasuki dive in. They drop a massive magic liberation strike, absolutely destroying the monster in a sick joint attack, finally taking down the black-humped octopus. Its nasty brains go splattering all over the shoreline. After that epic display, an utterly exhausted Hajin collapses in classic dramatic anime fashion. The team's final results get calculated, and their clear time is just under 1 hour, which is far from the best record. But hey, it was still good enough to land them 16th place on the leaderboard, and with that the first monster round is officially over. The time it took them to kill the monster puts them in the 16th spot out of 100 teams, and Yanha is low-key shocked. Turns out their whole fight was being filmed by a drone for monitoring. They can use that footage to analyze their screw-ups and get better, and while 16th place is an accomplishment, to Yanha it's a trash score. She was aiming way higher, and what really grinds her gears is that Nayun casually snagged a better score than her in both the individual and team categories. Nayun's team ranked 4th out of 100 teams, and while Yanha's goal was to widen the gap between their family legacies, she can't believe she's this far behind. Then there's Jonghawk, that arrogant punk who seems to be crushing on Nayun. He just keeps staring at her from a distance, which makes Yanha even more pissed, so she stomps over to Nayun completely furious. But in a hilarious twist, she acts all sweet and friendly, like a total fake friend trying to dig for information. She's fishing for info on Nayun's team performance, but it turns out Nayun is also salty that her team only got 4th place. Nayun had been hoping to at least beat Yanghawk. That's when Yanha confesses that her team only managed to get 16th. She keeps a straight face on the outside, but inside she's absolutely losing her mind with rage. Nayun is actually kinda surprised they even got 16th place, especially with a loser like Hajin on the team. She figures he must be the dead weight that dragged them down, but Yanha knows the real story. The reason she was giving him so much grief earlier was because their travel time to the location took a whole 50 minutes. It was all because our boy's stamina is straight up garbage. If he'd been faster, they could have gotten there in 10 minutes. And that means they would have finished the mission way sooner. But other than that, she has to admit his performance was seriously impressive. He was a massive help during the monster fight, and Yanha remembers it vividly. She can't forget how he picked off every single one of those little freaks with his gun, before they could even get close, which makes her wonder, is a feat like that even possible with regular magic bullets? Hajin's skills just seem so effortless and powerful all of a sudden. She went from having absolutely no interest in him to being genuinely curious about who this guy really is. As for our boy Hajin, he just finished up a workout. I bet he's grinding like crazy to level up his stamina after that last fiasco. Our MC explains that he forgot to check his system notifications since he started training and is wondering how many points he's stacked up. Since his luck stat is permanently maxed out, his accuracy when taking down that monster shot up like crazy. His gift has also leveled up. Now every single shot he fires is pretty much a guaranteed bullseye. Hajin's senses, like his eyesight and hearing, have also gotten way sharper, and his overall story points went up by just 27. Looking back on his performance during the monster round, Hajin realizes his insane luck must be playing a major role. It's definitely helping him rack up SP points too. His master plan of getting involved with Yanha is going off without a hitch so far, netting him all the points he needs. His physical stats have also gotten a nice boost thanks to all his training. His strength, endurance, and health have all leveled up, which his insane luck stat just cranks up to 11. Now that Hajin's grinded his stats this much, he figures it's probably time to call it a day. He decides to wrap up the training session and bounce. Meanwhile, back in her dorm, Johanna is geeking out rewatching footage. She's analyzing their fight from the monster round, and she's low-key obsessed with Hajin's cracked shooting skills. My guy really unloaded 60 bullets in 3 seconds flat with just one handgun. For some perspective, Johanna tries to even imagine shooting 20 bullets a second, and the idea just doesn't compute for her. Trying to pull that off with a regular hand, it's got her wondering if he was secretly using some kind of automatic pistol. She also checks out his physical stats, and yeah, Hajin's agility is nuts. But his other stats, like his health and physical strength, are way below the other cadets. On top of all that, he just randomly swapped weapons right before the selection. Johanna's gut is screaming that something is seriously off here. She can't even remember seeing this dude at the military academy. While she's trying to connect the dots, Johanna gets a text from Jonghak, the guy she's totally crushing on. She hits him back saying she's busy breaking down the game film. Johanna's trying to see if she struck gold with her teammates, because she's got big plans to take over Korea's #1 guild. But Jonghak is kinda surprised and doesn't think anyone on her team is all that special. More importantly though, he wants to know who the mystery gunslinger is, since that's the only performance he actually cares about. A huge grin spreads across Johanna's face. She's hyped that her crush is actually showing interest in her for once. She plays it cool, telling him Hajin is doing just okay for his rank, which by the way is way down in the 900s. Jonghak is completely shocked and asks if Hajin just got lucky. He starts to wonder if that insane performance was just a total fluke. Like, was it all just a lucky break? The scene cuts there, so let's jump to a new spot. We're at the Holy Grace Guild Hall, where the vice captain is absolutely losing her mind over Suho's performance. His footage has totally captivated Sung-ah, the vice captain who can't stop gushing over his perfect and precise movements. And his swordsmanship, no cap, it's on another level, something nobody has ever seen before. Suho is so flawless, it almost looks like he's just cruising through everything in a gentle dance. But then you see his absolutely ferocious cutting power. The dude is literally tearing space in half with his slashes. So, of course, all three of Korea's top guilds have their eyes on this kid. They are all desperate to sign him for his insane powers. Sung-ah is definitely one of them, and she wants to recruit him as soon as humanly possible, especially since he's a free agent right now. But then her next person of interest is shockingly Hajin. She's pretty surprised that this kid uses a handgun of all things, and her assistant confirms it. He tells her that Hajin is creating a huge buzz in the guild community. A lot of people were watching the VODs since Johanna was on his team, and they just wanted to see what she could do. But now the forums are blowing up about how he shot 60 rounds in 3 seconds with a non-automatic pistol. It makes absolutely zero sense. Because even if you take his insane agility into account, there's just no way Hajin's gun could handle that much recoil that fast without exploding in his hand. Since his talent is wrapped in so much mystery and hype, people have started calling him the unorthodox. The vice captain also finds out that he ditched his main weapon. He apparently dropped his sword to start using a handgun right after getting into the academy. Sung-ah instantly knows what this is. He's achieved enlightenment, that super rare phenomenon. It's when a person's true talent or special ability awakens. Of course, it's impossible to know beforehand what kind of talent is going to manifest. Because of that, some cadets will switch their weapons right after their gifts pop, since their new power doesn't match their old weapon. Thing is, a move like that is basically a career ender for a cadet. It usually sets them back by at least 3 years performance-wise. That's exactly why the military academy drills it into students, to learn a bunch of different weapons instead of just maining one. But Sung-ah just can't process it. The fact that this kid managed to become an enlightened warrior at only 17 years old is just built different, but she feels like his talent is pretty one-dimensional if it's just about guns. Still, she thinks he's got enough potential to be considered a candidate, but then Sung-ah immediately backtracks. She figures it's probably better to let Hajin's real skills shine through before they try to bring him on board. She wants to see if he can actually live up to the hype and be the kind of unorthodox talent she's looking for. It's Wednesday, which means it's training time, and Suho is currently locked in a dead-even fight with another student. This part of their regimen is called anti-personnel training. Usually it's a 2-on-2 deal using training weapons, which makes it easy to score and keeps injuries to a minimum. Kim Hajin, however, is getting absolutely screamed at for being the worst performer. Poor guy has the worst luck on the planet. Even with his passive skill, he's the only cadet who got stuck fighting a teacher instead of another student. And because of that, he got his butt handed to him 18 times in a row. The main problem is that the training guns aren't available yet. This means using a real gun against another student is a surefire way to cause a serious injury. That's the reason the instructor himself stepped up to take on Hajin personally. Our boy is suffering and tries to surrender, but his teacher completely ignores his pathetic whining. The instructor winds up to plant a fist right in his face, but right before it connects, our warrior sidesteps it. That critical strike completely shatters the ground, and his teacher is totally shocked that he managed to dodge it. Hajin then proceeds to weave around another 2 punches, making the instructor realize that while he looks like a total scrub with garbage posture, he's actually got a god-tier set of eyes for tracking attacks. It's clairvoyance. This is another skill Hajin got as part of his Deadeye gift, and it seriously sharpens his senses. It lets him see an enemy's movement path, which helps him loosely dodge every single attack. The thing is, he can see them coming, but actually making his body move out of the way is the hardest part. The other students just see his performance and write it off as clumsy and lazy. Even though the whole squad is clowning on him for being a loser, it actually nets him a sweet 40 story points. So, in a weird way, he got exactly what he wanted, but he can't stand the fact that everyone's making fun of him after that brutal training session. Hajin is kicking back with a drink when he glances to his right and sees Yanha walking past. The look on her face is pure disgust, like she sees him as some worthless bug. Kinda funny, considering he's the author who literally created her personality. He's feeling a bit experimental today, so he decides to call out Yanha's name before casually tossing her a drink, which she catches with her insane reflexes. She's confused and asks if he's trying to pick a fight. Bro's riz is so non-existent that she thinks a simple gesture is a challenge. Hajin has to explain that he was just trying to say thanks to her for helping them get ahead in the training session. Inside his head, this little experiment is a huge deal. He's trying to figure out how many story points he can farm from a basic interaction with one of the story's main characters, since he usually pulls 40 points just from the side characters. Yona throws the drink right back at him and warns the idiot not to talk to her so casually, giving him a first warning he'd be smart not to ignore. As she walks off, Hajin has a huge grin on his face because he already got exactly what he was after. As Yonha carries her bag outside, she's confused because her bag feels way heavier than it should. Noticing the slight difference, she opens it up and finds another can inside. Our clever protagonist was slick enough to slip a second can into her bag, earning him nothing but Yanha's pure hatred. She's about to crush the can, but stops remembering that the innocent little can itself didn't do anything to deserve it. The thing about Yanha is she low-key loves basic food like burgers and Coke, but you'll never catch her buying it herself because of her family's high-class reputation. Hajin's whole experiment was based on exploiting this secret part of her personality, something that literally no one else is supposed to know. What's wild is that he didn't even earn that many points from their little chat, which just makes him more determined to get involved. He knows the main story inside and out, so he's aware of what's coming up next. Hagen believes the National Weapons Museum is about to get ambushed by a demonic human. These are nasty beings who've made a pact with a demon. In exchange for their souls, they get a massive power boost. This way, the demons basically use them as puppets to carry out their dirty work. The upcoming incident is going to be triggered by a demonic human who's currently laying low in the museum. Their goal is to take out a very specific target, but in the original story, Suho and the other main characters eventually defeat them, who was also conveniently at the same event, which is how Suho ends up getting a major cosign and respect from all the other main characters. Our main power couple is going to be Suho and Nae-yoon, and they're set to throw down with some demonic humans, but this first villain isn't going to be a huge problem. Since this all goes down in the tutorial level of the story, Suho's first real enemy is a total pushover, and our author knows exactly what's coming. Hajin is already brainstorming how he can jump in and manipulate the event. While he's trying to figure out how to get into the museum, an instructor starts yelling at him for just loitering outside the dorms. So, Hajin grabs his laptop to bounce, and right on cue he gets a super important system message. See, it hasn't been fully revealed yet, but this academy has a whole club system for extracurriculars. Inside the academy, cadets can sign up for different groups where they get to do their own independent stuff. These clubs cover everything from academics and martial arts to chill hobbies like painting and playing instruments. There are literally hundreds of clubs inside the cube, and maybe the biggest perk is that they don't just give you a place to grow your skills. They also let cadets connect, network, and really get to know one another. So, the day finally arrived when Hajin decided he was going to get in on the action and join a club himself. Over at the Cube Gate, Hajin joins the travel club and is met by Han Hyun. He's the club president and is seriously hyped to welcome a ton of first-year members. In fact, when Han Hyun first got the applications, he couldn't even believe his eyes. No cap, he'd been blessed with some absolutely cracked cadets. Han Hyun welcomes them one more time and breaks down the club's main goal, which is simply to rest. Yeah, sounds pretty sweet. They get portal access up to 2 times a month, letting them travel completely outside of the cube. For their very first orientation, Han Hyun says they'll be hitting up a spot nearby. And that spot is none other than Seoul, the capital of Korea. Our author processes this thinking a trip to Seoul should be a cakewalk. He figures if they just pair off, it'll be a smooth ride. So far, nothing has changed from the original novel, so Hajin does a quick mental review of his objective. His mission is to get involved in the first major story arc, which is called the Soul Weapon Museum. Once he's there with some of the main cast, Hajin is going to try and pull some strings to influence the story from his end. The club president tells them to go ahead and draw lots for partners, which low-key catches Hajin off guard, since that's not how he wrote it. In the original novel, the group formation was different, but it doesn't really faze him. This guy couldn't care less, and is perfectly happy to go solo. But when it's time to see his partner, you won't believe it. He actually gets paired up with Yanha of all people, and Yanha, being her usual self, says with a ton of caution that they should probably just do their own thing. Hajin is totally fine with that, and leaves her to her own devices. But before he leaves, Yanha whips around with a glare that could kill a look that basically screams, "I will end you if you ever speak to me casually again." This is apparently his second strike. Hajin gets his final warning because Yanha has zero chill and isn't planning to let him off the hook again. Our boy just accepts the L and moves on. The scene then cuts to the National Weapons Museum, which is set to be the main stage for the story's first arc. It's home to the largest exhibition of weapon replicas in the whole country. And while it's a pretty epic place, Hajin is just casually weaving through the crowd, looking totally uninterested. Then he spots Nayun to his left. She seems completely obsessed with a specific weapon, and since Nayun is so close, Hajin figures the main protagonist of the story has to be somewhere nearby. And what do you know, Suho is just up ahead looking at a weapon all by himself, just like a true MC. Hajin decides to spark a conversation with him, asking if he's checking out the seven-branched sword, and introducing himself at the same time. This jogs Suho's memory, and he immediately remembers him as that cracked-out sharpshooter who joined the travel club. Hajin thinks back on Suho's personality, how he was written to be strong, good-looking, and have a heart of gold. His own readers used to leave hate comments flaming him for making such a cheesy and unrealistic character. Bruh, I guess haters are always gonna hate. Then out of nowhere, Suho says there's a gun exhibition nearby, and that he's interested in going to see it with Hajin. While Hajin agrees to the idea, he knows their little trip to the gun show is never going to happen because of the chaos that's about to break loose. All of a sudden, the museum is flooded with red emergency lights as a transmission blares a warning about monsters, appearing literally right outside the building. The sight of these monsters immediately strikes pure terror into the hearts of all the civilians. The hype turns to straight-up horror as everyone starts freaking out, desperately looking for an exit. It's total chaos, with people shoving each other around, not even giving a thought to the kids, just acting on pure panic. Then one guy just decks the glass with his bare fist, grabbing everyone's attention. The raw power of it stops them all cold. Even Suho is shook when he realizes Nayun is the one who did it. She tells everyone to take a chill pill. Apparently, the museum's backup hero is on the way to deal with the threat, and using that small window of calm. She straight up yoinks a bow from a display case, reminding everyone that they'll be sitting ducks for the monsters if they bolt. But her reckless move totally backfires, setting off all the security alarms. Now they're all locked down inside. She tells everyone to grab a weapon because they need to defend themselves, at least until the real heroes get there. But then Nayun's spidey sense goes off. She feels a seriously dangerous dude in the distance. She gets ready for a fight as this guy emerges radiating a nasty dark red energy. His face and that violent vibe confirm it. He's a demonic human, and he's the one behind this whole messed up plan. Hajin immediately recognizes him. This demonic human is known as the Dog of Lucius. This guy is a major villain who's supposed to be crucial for Suho's character arc. The demon pops its claws. It's getting ready to slice Nayun to ribbons, but it's too focused on the target right in front of it. Suho sees his opening and jumps the guy from behind with his seven-branched sword, aiming to cut the demon clean in half. So far, the plot is on track. Suho is destined to clap this demon with no issues, but then for some insane reason, Suho gets absolutely bodied by a devastating counter. The villain lands a terrifying blow, and Suho just crumples to the ground right in front of Hajin. The author is just frozen, completely stunned. This was not supposed to happen. Suho is down for the count. He's just a few feet away from Hajin, who's having a full-on system error, trying to figure out what went wrong in the story he himself wrote. This isn't how it was supposed to go down. Suho was meant to win, and even if he struggled at the start, he's supposed to have the power to completely vaporize the demonic human. At least that's what was written. But it didn't play out that way. Seeing Suho get wrecked so easily sends Nyan into a full-blown panic. She screams his name as he's coughing up blood, barely able to stand. Hajin knows his boy is in critical condition and definitely doesn't have time to bounce back from a hit that massive. The demonic human walks towards Suho with some serious game-over energy, ready to finish the job, while Nayun desperately tries to think of a plan. She starts spamming arrows right at his face, but this guy is an absolute tank. He eats them for breakfast like they're nothing. A confused Nayun keeps trying to shoot him down, but it's no use. He seems totally invincible to her attacks. Realizing her arrows are having zero effect, Nayun's face just falls into despair. Her confidence is totally shot, and she just can't wrap her head around what's happening. And what's even crazier is, the demonic human isn't even using a special talent or some kind of skill to block her arrows. No, he's literally just taking every hit with his own body. His physical stats are just that cracked. Hajin senses the danger as the enemy starts closing in on Nayun. The demon pops its claws, aiming right for her face. It seriously looks like this is it for Nayun. Right until Suho dives back into the fight, landing a solid kick to its face. Thankfully, Nayun stalling for time was just what he needed. But before they can even regroup, Suho gets sent flying again, barely managing to block. A massive wave of dark energy with his sword. The demonic human then throws Suho for a loop by entering a transformation, shrouding himself in a shadowy aura. His power level skyrockets, becoming so overwhelming that Suho gets taken down almost instantly. To try and stop Suho from getting finished off, Nayun starts shooting the demon from behind, pulling its attention back to her. The monster unleashes a giant claw right at Nayun's face, smashing her into the wall. Everything Hajin is watching unfold is a complete and utter disaster. He's terrified by the fact that either of them could actually die right here. Now that he's seen his novel go off script twice, he's starting to panic. Hajin can't figure out what's causing the main story to derail this badly. He flips open his laptop, trying to salvage the situation, and gathers his bullets, his confidence completely shaken. He knows deep down there's no way his mana bullets are going to even scratch this demonic human. Even if he lands a critical hit, it's still going to be a tough fight, since he's the one who made this world. Hajin feels pretty sure that the most important settings haven't been changed, and with that confidence, he starts hammering away at his keyboard, tweaking his mana bullets attributes for the job at hand. He cranks the attack power to 6 points, and sinks a whole 100 story points just to make the mod possible. After slamming his magazine back into his gun, Hajin gets ready for the showdown, stressing how crucial it is for heroes to have more than one trick up their sleeve to get past just having good stats and affinity. This lets him punch way above his weight class, and with Suho and the demonic human locked in a stalemate, it gives Hajin the perfect window to take his shot, since he knows the demon is a dark attribute user. Hajin is about to use the one and only attribute that can totally snuff out darkness. He screams Suho's name, telling him to get the hell out of the way, as he commands the power of the light attribute. Hajin has created the white light bullet, and he fires a single shot that lands dead center on the demonic human's body. A massive blue beam of light erupts, and that one bullet completely disintegrates the demonic human's arm, leaving it in agony, and at the same time, freeing Nayun from its clutches as the dark energy just dissolves. Nayun slumps to the floor, and Hajin figures he's done his part now that the enemy is seriously messed up. This should give Suho more than enough time to finish the job, but his own body is shaking from using that power. As he puts all his faith in Suho to carry them to the finish line, trusting the protagonist to end it, Suho powers up his weapon, his entire body glowing with a blue aura. He unleashes the sword, Saint's magic and power so cracked it can literally obliterate anything in existence. The ultimate slash ends the fight for good as Suho absolutely erases the demonic human with a single move, its body dropping to the floor. A completely gassed Suho is barely staying on his feet, and Nayun is in the same boat. He checks on her and asks if she's all right. But she's furious and just swats his arm away, so Hajin suggests they just leave her alone for now, since her brother will show up any second to comfort her. He knows this little detail because it's straight out of the original story, but his carelessness just cost him big time, because he's suddenly getting a death glare from both of the main characters. After all, a nobody extra like him shouldn't have any clue about their personal lives. Nayun's voice is weak as she tries to question him, but she's in such bad shape she has to stop. Meanwhile, the monsters just outside the museum are getting sliced and diced by the vice captain and her sick dual blades. Luckily, the situation outside is under control, and all the monsters have been wiped out. She then asks about what happened inside the museum, and finds out about the demonic human that was instantly taken down by the Cube Cadets. She's eager to know more about these prodigies and asks for their names. The vice captain is completely floored to find out that Nayun, Suho, and Hajin were the ones involved in the whole mess. She immediately sprints towards the museum because all she can think about is meeting Suho. Her excitement is off the charts, as she wonders what she's going to talk to him about. Just as Hajin is leaving the museum, he runs straight into her. Being her curious self, she tries to ask about Suho, but Hajin is already ahead of the game and tells the vice captain he's still inside. She goes in but is immediately hit with a wave of shock. How on earth did this random cadet know she was looking for Suho? In the first place, yet another major screw-up by our brilliant author. Later, the dude is trying to take a breather at a park, and thinking about how he did not expect to run into Sunga like that. He's starting to wonder if the plot itself is changing. To get his head straight, Hajin tries to start from the beginning. He sees himself as nothing more than a random, background character basically insignificant to the grand scheme of things. The story has been chugging along smoothly, without any issues so far, so it's not possible that he's the one directly messing with its path. But then it hits him like a ton of bricks he forgot about. One crucial thing, and that one thing is that this novel also has a co-author. I bet you weren't expecting that plot twist, huh? Hajin explains that the current version of the story is actually a remake of his original novel. This new version is based on an email he got from a fan way back at the start of the story. And that's why all this unexpected stuff has been happening in the main plot. But if that's the case, then all the predictions he's been working with until now are basically useless, a thought that terrifies Hajin. Because now he has no clue what's going to happen next. He checks his laptop, and there's a new message about a critique waiting for him. The message basically says, the story had 0 real threats, letting the main character just breeze through everything. Any challenge was swatted away, leading to an easy win. But that kind of writing just makes readers get bored and dip. So the co-author decided that from now on, every single boss in the story is getting a massive buff. And they don't care if it makes the whole plot completely chaotic and unpredictable. After that whole mess, their instructor calls in both Hajin and Suho to get the details. He gives them the short version of what happened. He doesn't want to dig into the nitty-gritty just yet, since he's more concerned about making sure they're okay first. A super worried Suho immediately asks how Nayun is doing, and the instructor fills him in. He explains that she filed for medical leave, and her family already came to pick her up. The instructor tells them they should do the same, and head back to their dorms, giving them space, so Suho can finally talk to Heijin. He calls out his name, and the blue-haired MC wants some answers, demanding to know why he said that stuff to Nayun about her brother. For a hot second, Heijin looks totally lost, but then it clicks and he remembers what he said. He's about to say something, but then recalls that email from the co-author, and for whatever reason he clams up. Instead, he flips the question and asks Suho why he even cares so much. Bruh, our MC isn't dumb, and he's low-key getting pissed that Heijin is playing stupid. Annoyed, he just tells him they'll deal with it later. Now, let's take a closer look at Chai Nayun's whole deal. The author breaks it down for us. She was ranked 4th in her entire year at the military academy and is now at the Cube. She's not just known for her insane talent, but also for her family connections. She's the daughter of Shin Hyuk, and even more importantly, she's the younger sister of Jin Yun. Both of those names are huge red flags for Heijin, who's currently digging up info on her. What he can't figure out is this: why did she completely lose it the moment he brought up her brother? Just then, Heijin spots a news article. It's all about Jin Yun's condition, reporting that he's in critical condition after a monster operation went south. As a result, Jin Yun is now stuck in a coma, and the operation that took him down is one Heijin knows all too well. The Jin suppression operation, codenamed Firestorm, was supposed to be a major event that let Jin Yun build his rep by crushing the enemy. This was his ticket to getting even tighter with the main story's heroes. For young Nayun, nothing made her happier than watching her big brother become a legendary hero. But now that entire event has been flipped on its head, completely derailing from what the author ever imagined. Jin Yun is the one who ended up getting wrecked, which is what caused Nayun's trauma. Right on cue, another email from the system pops up. It's letting him know that from this point forward, any changes to the story will be revealed to him instantly. The system also mentions that as soon as he points out these differences, it'll confirm that Jin Yun's brother, Kim Suho's biggest supporter, has been changed in some major ways in this new version of the story. Then we get a flashback showing us exactly what went down. The seriously injured hero was barely conscious after taking a nasty hit. Apparently, the co-author decided that the protagonist had way too many people backing him up, so they made some necessary cuts. To make sure some of them were taken off the board, poor Jin Yun had to be one of the casualties. This all happened 4 years ago. Right after he became a hero for the first time, Jin Yun somehow turned into a demon seed. Yeah, no cap. It's way more terrifying than it sounds. Heijin is shook. He never could have seen a plot twist this dark coming. The scene switches over to Nayun's place, where a radio broadcast is talking about the monster attack at the National Museum. It's reporting 7 casualties and 50 people injured in the chaos. A heartbroken Nayun can't even listen to it, and just turns the radio off, burying herself in her bed. That's when her worried dad rushes in shouting her name. Nayun sees him and asks why he's not at work, but Shin Hyuk couldn't care less about his job right now. He's way more concerned about her, and since she's already at the hospital, he wants her to get a full checkup just in case. But Nayun just pretends she's perfectly fine. She's really trying not to make her dad worry, even thinking he went overboard by coming to see her. But of course, he's the dad, and he's going to worry about his daughter no matter what she says. Nayeon looks at her father and asks if she can please see Jin Yoon just one time before she leaves the hospital. Seeing how fragile and broken she is, her dad immediately agrees. Now let's get back to how Jin Yoon's life got completely ruined. So let's talk about demon seeds, because demons are no cap the most powerful beings in this world. They're built different, way more powerful than even fiends or humans. They've got this unique and absolutely terrifying power to target humans and infect them, turning them into what's known as demonic seeds. Anyone who gets marked as a demon seed goes through this incubation period, which is low-key a parasitic nightmare. The parasite just leeches off its host until eventually the demon seed completely hijacks their body. That poor soul then morphs into a full-on demon, which means Jin Yoon's situation is 1,000,000 times worse than anyone realizes. He's on a one-way track to becoming a demon himself, and this whole incubation thing usually takes about 5 years before the transformation kicks in. It's already been 4 years since the incident, meaning Jin Yoon is nearing the finish line, and he's going to turn into a demon any day now. While this is all going on, his little sister is on her way to his room, and as she steps inside, Hajin has a grim thought. In situations like this, there's really only one terrible solution. Before the demon inside someone fully awakens and takes control, the only way to stop that horrific fate is to take their life. And that's exactly what Nayeon plans to do, standing over her brother's unconscious body and steeling herself for what's next. At the same time, our MC is thinking this whole plan is basically impossible. It's not like there's a line of people waiting for the job of killing Jin Yoon before he becomes a monster, not even a top-tier mercenary. Nobody would agree to take on such a high-risk target, especially since Shin Hyuk is supposed to pass his title down to his heir, Jin Yoon. To make matters worse, the germination process is completely invisible, showing no physical changes at all. This effectively shuts down any chance of outside help. But the biggest problem is that the demon growing inside Jin Yoon will be on a whole other level of strong. It'll be way too overwhelming for the story's main protagonist, Kim Soo-ho, to even scratch. Hajin is sure of it. He also figures that if actual heroes tried to throw down with a demonic Jin Yoon, a whole lot of them would end up in body bags trying to deal with a powerhouse like that. To keep that dark future from becoming a reality, Hajin is willing to do whatever it takes to halt Jin Yoon's transformation, especially since the world is going to need those heroes for the crazy events coming up. As Nayeon sits beside her brother, Hajin is hit with a chilling realization and a crushing wave of defeat. It dawns on him what he needs to do in this scenario. He has to be the one to do the unthinkable and take a life. He knows it's the only way to prevent the even darker future from unfolding. Nayeon starts talking to her brother about the attack earlier. She tells him about her close call and how she'd never fought a fiend so powerful, convinced that any regular cadet would have been totally wiped out by that monster. And as much as it annoys her to admit it, Nayeon can't forget Hajin the sharpshooter, who jumped in and saved all their lives. Ultimately, she bites her tongue and decides not to mention him, then realizes her visiting hours are up and decides to leave. She hopes to come back to see her brother soon, but as she's walking away, Nayeon stops dead in her tracks, feeling an awful sense of dread. It's about her brother. She'd been trying to push the memory down, but it's impossible. There's just no way she could forget Hajin's words. He had such cold eyes when he said it, and she took it as him just trying to bully her while she was down. Nayeon's eyes flare up with pure rage. Remembering what Hajin said, let's switch scenes to the Tower of Heroes and see what Vice Captain Sunga's doing. Bruh, she's over here looking at unauthorized files all by herself, risking her position and about to get in some serious trouble. Sunga is obsessed with the records from the museum attack, which is exactly what's making her assistant freak out. Since she's already breaking the rules, Sunga finds out from the investigation that tons of light attribute magic traces were found on the defeated demonic human's body. This means the people who took him down must have been able to use that attribute. The thought of a light attribute mana user suddenly appearing out of the blue is super exciting for the vice captain, because a hero like that would make fighting fiends a walk in the park. Fiends are all dark attribute, so light mana is their one massive weakness. Sunga is dead set on recruiting this mystery hero and can't wait to snatch up this new talent. Looking at the footage, Sunga vividly recalls that there were only 3 cube cadets present at the museum. Logically, one of them has to be the light attribute user, and the obvious candidates in her mind are Suho and Nayeon, since they're already on the prowl trying to snag both of their talents. But the vice captain is low-key obsessed with a third cadet who's still a total mystery. Then to her absolute shock, she realizes the final cadet is our boy Kim Ha-jin. Yup, the very same guy who bumped into her back at the museum. Meanwhile, our MC is busy grinding away on his laptop. Kinda like me right now, lol. The author, our boy Hajin, has a huge realization. It turns out that literally no one else in this world can see the laptop he's working on. This is why he is able to casually scroll through the story's entire plot without worrying about other characters peeking over his shoulder. As soon as Hajin discovered his laptop was basically invisible, he immediately went all out and installed a new feature. His computer now alerts him anytime the plot changes. Back at the training center, Rachel is giving Damien a masterclass in getting wrecked. This girl has served him nearly 20 L's in a row, to the point where he's practically begging someone to switch partners with him. The new feature Hajin installed is all about detection and alteration. If anything changes, within 30 meters of what the original story planned, Hajin gets an immediate alert. This setup is a game changer that will help him catch any weird situations in the nick of time. He can't just be sitting around waiting on messages from the co-author or trying to spot every little detail by himself. He's now set up to stay ahead of any unexpected drama, but while our boy is feeling good about this upgrade, he definitely wasn't expecting this. A completely unhinged Nayeon pops up out of nowhere, looking like she wants all the smoke, and demands a sparring match against our boy. Hajin just gives her a deadpan stare, and says no, explaining that fighting her wouldn't do him any good. Nayeon immediately calls him a coward for bailing. She then blames him for bringing up her family out of the blue. All the other students are looking on, wondering if a brawl is about to go down. Hojin explains he's not fighting because of his bullets. He says they could cause her some serious damage in a simple training match, and he doesn't want any part of that. Nayeon takes this as him being condescending, which only makes her more heated. Just then, the training instructor shows up and breaks up their little argument. He goes off on Nayeon for trying to pick a fight with Hajin, especially since he's the only cadet without a proper training weapon. Considering the huge risks involved, Hajin is strictly forbidden from training with other students. Nayeon, fuming, just storms off. Hajin is left there thinking it's probably way too late to apologize at this point. What he did as the author was no cap. A pretty dumb move, but there's nothing he can do about it now. Hajin knows. He has a much bigger goal in mind, which is the real reason he's been training, like his life depends on it to get stronger. You can see it in the bruises covering his hand. That main priority is none other than killing Nayeon's older brother. And that's exactly why saying sorry to her seems like a waste of time. If he gets close to her now, it's just going to detonate everything between them down the line and make the eventual betrayal feel 1,000 times worse for Nayeon. The scene switches from there, and we cut to another club's orientation where tons of students have shown up. The president of this club is Yoon Hyun, and he's the head of the Verity Study Club. He lays out their main objective, which is to analyze monsters, and to get really good at tactical research. Their whole vibe is getting together to have intense discussions about monsters. While he's giving the orientation speech, a lot of the students are just mesmerized by his presence and charm. This dude has a special talent for capturing everyone's attention, but the whole thing is a complete facade. The only one who can see through the act is our MC Hajin. He knows for a fact that Hyun is using a demon's power. He thinks back to the first arc of the story, which all takes place at the Cube Institution. All sorts of events, from cadets going missing to full-blown monster invasions, are supposed to happen here. And this guy Hyun, the club president, is secretly a snake who's manipulating everything from behind the scenes. His good looks are just a mask. Hyun is the one responsible for making a pact with the demon known as Lilith. In exchange for her powers of enchantment, he basically sold his soul and became a fiend. Hajin explains that because of Hyun's shady agenda, he joined this specific study club for a very important reason. Among the other cadets, it seems like Yonghwa is also not falling for Hyun's charismatic act. The club president decides to show the students a slice of their usual routine and how they break down monsters. A hologram of a high-level monster called the Monster Tyrant appears on stage. This beast first showed up right after the cataclysmic event that unleashed all the towers and dungeons upon their world. To this day, that thing has a perfect win-loss record. Hyun points out that any intel on these higher-tier monsters is basically a golden ticket. It's beyond critical for the institution, because it lets them actually strategize on how to take these things down. In fact, just finding a single weak spot on a monster can be sold for billions of won. Feeling a little cheeky, Hyun decides to put someone on the spot and asks Yanhwa for her hot take. He wants to know what she thinks the creature's vital points are. Yanhwa immediately claps back, saying its weak spots haven't even been found yet, which is 100% true. But Hyun insists her opinion is still valuable, since spitballing theories is basically the whole point of their club. To wrap things up, the club president invites everyone to hit up the after party and trade their best guesses about the monster's Achilles heel. With the meeting done, Hajin slides over to Yona to ask if she's going, but he gets completely ghosted. My guy tries again this time, literally shouting to get her to look at him, and Yana finally stops. She confirms she'll be at the party because she might scoop up some useful information. Hajin, figuring out her game plan, just blurts out and asks if she's planning to use that intel to lead her guild's next assault team. That question definitely gets a reaction out of Yana. Her guild, the Straits of Essence, is a total powerhouse, with some serious history going back to when monsters first started pouring out of the gates. Yana's own family founded the guild 50 years ago, which is why it's one of the biggest names in the whole country. Hajin keeps going, dropping more insider knowledge about her guild's drama that leaves Yana totally shocked. He brings up how the current vice guildmaster is making some serious power moves, threatening to snatch the leadership spot right from under her. He's trying to cut in line ahead of Yana, the actual successor. Hajin then asks if that's her real mission to go to the party and dig up some dirt to get an edge. Fed up with him talking in circles, Yana demands to know what he actually wants. That's when Hajin hits her with the offer of a lifetime. He's willing to tell her the mountain tyrant's weakness. She's completely blindsided by his proposal, but from Hajin's perspective, it's a necessary move since Yana has to prove to her guild that she's for real. She needs to show everyone she's got what it takes to be a leader, and Hajin explains there's a small blue mark hidden away on the monster's heel. He tells her that if her team hammers that one spot, it'll paralyze the beast for a crucial few seconds. But he makes it clear this info isn't free. He's looking to get something from Yana's guild in return. He wants a specific high-tier weapon from their armory, a Desert Eagle. This man is about to go full-on Call of Duty mode. Yana, being no fool, asks him if he has any actual proof to back this up. She's looking for some kind of research or notes on this supposed weakness. He just grins at her and straight up admits that he has absolutely nothing. It's such a ridiculous claim to make with zero evidence. Yana's face just goes blank as she realizes something. She figures he's just full of it and is completely wasting her time, so she angrily turns and walks away. But Hajin calls after her, warning that she's going to regret it if she doesn't take his advice. The ball is in her court now. At the end of the day, if Yana actually trusts him, he just scored a powerful new ally. And the craziest part? The moment Yana gets outside, she immediately calls up one of her guild's handlers. She relays a new order for the assault team that's being sent to hunt the mountain tyrant. Stuttering a little from the sheer embarrassment, she tells her team to focus all their attacks on a blue mark on the creature's heel. She says it might be its vital point. No cap, she actually went with his advice on a whim, even without a shred of proof. Hajin thinks to himself that he probably just made a very smart investment because Yana is destined to become the king of souls someday. But then Kim Hajin comes up against his greatest enemy yet, a student loan payment invoice. Playtime is officially over. This dude just got hit with a bill for 300 million won. The look of pure terror on his face tells the whole story. My guy can't even wrap his head around how much money he's in the hole for. Turns out he's already hit the absolute max for student loans, which makes Hajin wonder, what kind of train wreck was the original Chundong's life that he needed to borrow that much cash? Well, Hajin's problems just got way bigger. He checks his bank account and sees that he has a grand total of 3 million won to his name. Bruh, that's barely a drop in the bucket compared to the mountain of cash he owes the institution. He has absolutely zero chance of ever getting back to his world. Instead, he's going to be trapped here grinding jobs for the rest of his life. And it's all just to pay off this ridiculously massive debt. Hajin scratches his head, realizing he desperately needs a job. A feeling that probably hits different for some of you watching. I hope not, but hey, in this world, there are basically two ways to make some serious bank fast. The author explains the first method is to play the stock market. My guy is out here trying to become the next Wolf of Wall Street. But here's the kicker: ever since towers and dungeons started popping up all over the planet, they're now being conquered by powerful guilds made up of heroes. The shares for those guilds get listed on the stock market, which lets people trade them like crazy. And Hajin has the ultimate cheat code. He knows every single guild that's about to go public. Since he's the author, he's got all this insider info. The real problem is he needs to get his hands on some startup cash. He needs some capital to invest, meaning stocks aren't a quick fix. That leaves his second option, the field. Hajin is pretty sure this is his only real path forward for now. Field hunting is a totally different way to earn cash, since the field itself is a certified danger zone. The whole place is just crawling with monsters. Unlike the usual tower and dungeon runs, fields offer a huge variety of creatures you can hunt down for a massive payday. Think of it like being a bounty hunter, but you sell the monster carcasses you collect. However, the biggest thing standing in Hajin's way is Loki himself. His personal stats are complete trash, barely better than an average dude, so his confidence is at an all-time low. He's not sure he can even survive a field hunt with his current skill set, and he's seriously sweating it. The author knows it would be a total waste to burn his precious story points just to upgrade a basic training pistol. He's determined to find another way to buff his stats or power up his weapon. Suddenly, his doorbell rings. A voice calls out his name, letting him know there's a package for him, from Cadet Yanha. Hajin is thrown for a loop, especially since Yanha is not the type of person to ever interact with him. He opens the door anyway to see what's up, and finds a small box waiting for him. He opens it only to be completely floored by what he finds inside. And with that, the scene zips over to the Wonju field zone in Gangwon province. Kim Ha-jin has used a portal to travel to his very first field hunting expedition. Looking pretty sharp in a clean outfit, Ha-jin gets a good luck from the receptionist and realizes just how much clout cadets have. No matter the location, they get respect. He walks out of the portal station and into the province. This particular area is known for being a low danger zone, and it blew up as a tourist spot. Adventurers from all over the world flock here, earning the province its new title, the International Metropolis. One guy is shouting, looking for a party member who specializes in magic to help him tackle Chiak Mountain. The place is packed with people just like this, and Hajin just casually weaves through the crowd, taking it all in. He notices one of the employees confirming that a team has successfully taken down 3 hobgoblins. Seeing this sparks an idea for Hajin. It could be way more profitable for him to sell his monster loot. If he uses an agency, the whole process would be a lot smoother. He's scanning the area for an agent when a man suddenly calls out to him from behind, seemingly knowing exactly what Hajin was thinking. He asks Hajin if he's there to hunt monsters. Our cadet says yes, and quickly learns that this nervous-looking guy is actually an agent who flashes a business card to prove it. Hajin was not expecting an agent to be so on edge, but then he glances at the name on the card. It's an agency led by Park Soo-hyuk. No cap, this is the same dude who will eventually become Suho's personal agent. So, while he seems like a mess right now, he's built different with the skills to recruit the best of the best. This guy is on track to become the CEO of Korea's top agency. It's seriously weird that Hajin is running into this major player so early in the story. Right now, he's just green and inexperienced, which explains his shaky demeanor. This whole situation has Hajin super curious about their agency. He shoots his hand forward, totally ready to get recruited into their agency. In his head, Hajin knows this is just the beginning of the story, with so many characters who haven't even hit their glow-up yet. They haven't bloomed into who they're meant to be, so he's basically investing in their potential by building these early connections. All of a sudden, a thought hits him. This guy is meant to be Suho's agent down the line. Hajin starts to wonder if poaching him is actually the right move here. A little while later, as they're trekking over to the monster zone, Hajin asks the agent if he's doing all right on his own, and we see that the dude is just completely wiped. It looks like he hasn't done this much cardio in his entire life, and is on the verge of collapsing, which low-key makes sense. Cadets are just built different physically, while agents usually just trail them in vehicles. As they get closer to the danger zone, the agent spots some hobgoblin tracks. These guys aren't the hardest to take down, and a couple of them can net you almost 400,000 won. The agent thinks it's a pretty good deal, but for Hajin, that kind of cash just doesn't cut it. He's thinking about how just one of his mana bullets costs a crazy 200,000 won, way more than he's comfortable with, so he's looking for a bigger payday. He needs way more than what he'd get from just taking down a few goblins. Locking his eyes on a new target, Hajin points to a boar monster chilling below the cliff and asks if it's cool to hunt that instead. The agent immediately starts stressing because that's a steel boar. That's a monster famous for being immune to bullets, since they're not strong enough to get through its tough hide. Hajin just brushes off his warning and happily strolls ahead with zero chill, leaving the agent completely speechless. From the agent's point of view, on this point of view, this kid is basically asking to get turned into a pancake. Hajin makes it clear that the gun he's carrying is more than enough to handle it. Bruh is basically saying his new strap can solve any problem. And he isn't just bluffing. Hajin got a brand new gift from Yonha for that information he traded. And what does he pull out? My guy whips out the Desert Eagle in all its glory. This beautiful piece of hardware is also juiced up with a new feature he bought. All it took was spending a couple of extra story points to get that sweet upgrade. The agent is dead set against messing with the boar and tells our boy to be careful, but Hajin is feeling reckless and doesn't give a damn. He locks onto his target and lets loose a single explosive shot that zips past the monster. It was like a precision laser beam, putting it down in one clean hit. The insane kill shot leaves the agent completely stunned. He's so shocked that he just stumbles and falls to the ground in total. The system then gives Hajin a reminder about that special feature he installed every time he scores a kill with this weapon. Its destructive power gets a 2x amplification. No cap, that is absolutely cracked. This man is on his way to becoming a complete menace with that kind of ability. Hajin is pretty happy with what he just pulled off with his new toy. Seeing Hajin's insane weapon and his incredible shooting skills, the agent is left seriously impressed. But our boy has no time to soak in the compliments. He's already finding his next target. Before another powerful shot rings out, The agent asks him what he possibly could have killed this time. Hajin explains that he spotted a black pelican in the distance. So, he just decided to shoot it down. The agent can't believe he can see that far with such pinpoint accuracy. To be able to snipe something out of the air like that is next level. Kim Hajin confidently confirms his skills, joking that he's got eagle eyes. After that, he tells the agent he's heading down the cliff to take care of the dead monsters. The agent scrambles after him in a rush, with a black pelican and a steel boar taken down. They've scored 2 high-value monsters back to back. Hajin then asks if he's able to get them transported back safely. Soo-hyuk says it'll be easy enough. They'll just pay the dispatch fee and call in a logistics team. He even starts crunching the numbers for how much they'll make after taxes. Hajin is genuinely impressed by his sharp attention to detail, which is the very thing that will make this agent famous across the country. He shakes Hajin's hand with confidence, and they both agree they want to extend this partnership into the future. The agent remembers Hajin mentioning that this was his first ever field hunting experience. Acting like a true businessman, he asks the boy how he plans on spending all the money he's about to get. Hajin tells him he's just going to buy stocks. His answer completely shatters the man's expectations, especially when he names the fledgling guild called Packhorse Masters, which was actually started by a demonic human or fiend in the original novel. These guys are a huge deal, and our boy is just chilling at his laptop. Hajin starts thinking that the guild isn't what he should be stressed about. It's the upcoming dungeon assault that's the real problem. In the original plot, the Packhorse Masters Guild is set to raid the Devil's Lair dungeon, and immediately after their stock prices just explode. They skyrocket by nearly 1,000%. That's why he's confidently dumping his cash and snagging their stocks before anyone else. This way he can ride the wave and cash in big time later. It's low-key the easiest way to stack paper when you know the future. After dropping 3 million won, he finalizes the purchase and starts wondering where else he can get some insider info on stocks. The usual internet forums aren't giving Hajin much, so he figures a shadier site like the Violet Haze might actually be more useful. Then something clicks in Hajin's memory. He remembers the Mask Syndicate, a group that becomes a major pain. They're basically the main villains for the second half of the story. True to their name, they're a criminal organization shrouded in mystery. But since he's literally the author, he knows every single one of their identities. Not just that, but he also knows their secret hideout. Hajin realizes he's probably the only person on the planet with this intel. These guys are all grade A scumbags. But even though they're criminals, they have zero chill for fiendish humans who they see as even worse. Hajin wonders if he can get in good with their leader. If he could build a connection with the Masked Syndicate's boss, it might just help him take down Chai Jin-yoon when he eventually revives as a demonic human. As he weighs his options, Hajin thinks there's gotta be an open spot in their organization. This means he's got a window to make his move, but while he's deep in his search, his laptop screen just blacks out. Kim Hajin is shook, leaning in closer to the screen worried. This is a complete disaster for him. That laptop was his only link back to his old world. If he loses it, he's totally screwed. Luckily, the screen flickers back on, and he can finally breathe again. It's already been a whole month since he got isekai'd into this world. Turns out, the laptop is just getting a random update. Bruh got hit with a forced Windows update and almost fainted. He thought he was about to lose everything. Anyway, let's cut to a different scene. Over at a fancy restaurant, a couple is dining alone. They're grabbing everyone's attention. It's the totally uninterested Jong-hak and the super cheerful Yeon-ha. Jong-hak breaks the silence, making it clear how annoyed he is. He says he can't stand these stuffy high society meetings. Yeon-ha just teases him about it. She points out that he's the one benefiting from this whole thing. After all, he's chatting with her. You know, the girl who's destined to be a major player in society. She asks about his grades and finds out he's doing just okay. Yeon-ha throws some shade asking why he isn't aiming for first place. But here's the thing, Jong-hak thinks his grades are only okay because he's in second place. My dude is winning, but his standards for himself are just built different. But their little chat gets crashed by an unexpected visitor. It's the drop-dead gorgeous Na-yoon, Jong-hak's crush. This man literally shoots up from his seat, completely breaking character. He's just trying to get her to notice him. Seeing him act so thirsty is a major turnoff for Yeon-ha since she's totally into him. Yeon-ha asks Na-yoon if she's feeling alright, and Na-yoon says she was doing fine. But while they're bickering back and forth, Yeon-ha is getting super ticked off about being ignored. Then out of nowhere, Na-yoon mentions Kim Hajin's name. That immediately gets Yeon-ha's attention. She turns to Na-yoon and starts asking about him. Na-yoon explains that during that whole demonic human mess at the National Museum, there were only 3 cadets on site, and one of them just happened to be Haejin. The fiend was absolutely wrecking them, and it took down both Suho and Na-yoon. They were so beat up, They couldn't do a thing until some guy just jumped into the fight out of the blue. Kim Ha-jin completely obliterated the fiend's hand with a single shot, and Na-yoon saw the whole impossible thing happen. She couldn't wrap her head around it. I mean, how could he pull off a shot like that with a basic training pistol? It makes her seriously question what his deal is. Yeon-ha is lost in thought when Na-yoon decides to dig for more info. She really wants to know what Yeon-ha thinks about the guy, especially since they were partners during their very first training exercise. The question makes Yeon-ha flinch a little. Turns out, she actually ran a full background check on Kim Ha-jin because she was suspicious of him too. All she found out was that he's an orphan who got into Cube and is stuck with a crazy 300 million won debt. But besides that surface level stuff, she doesn't actually know anything special about him. What really bugs her is how he knew about the Mountain Tyrant's weak spot. That was something that not even the smartest researchers or analysts had figured out back then. Yeon-ha remembers trying to ask him about it, but my guy was being a total brick wall and wouldn't spill the beans, which is exactly why she's dead set on digging up his secrets. See, Yeon-ha's got a feeling he's going to be a heavy hitter for the guild down the line. She admits that at first he seemed like a total nobody, but then she starts connecting the dots about his performance in training. His attacks were way too weak to just snap a fiend's arm clean off. So, with that in mind, she figures he's got to have some secret weapon he's keeping under wraps. That's when Na-yoon drops a wild theory in a whisper. What if Kim Ha-jin is low-key a monster in disguise? This idea coming from her absolutely shakes Yang-hak and Yeon-ha to their core. Even the purple-haired girl can't wrap her head around one fiend just icing another one like it's nothing. Na-yoon knows she's missing something, but she can feel in her gut that something is way off with Kim Ha-jin. Speaking of weird, Ha-jin's laptop starts bugging out, and the update bar is about to hit 100%. All of a sudden, his wrist starts heating up like crazy. The feeling cranks up to a sharp pain, and blood starts soaking through his sleeve. Ha-jin totally freaks out as this burning agony shoots through his wrist. Turns out this new update is forging a stigma, a symbol of the creator's power. Every single time his influence grows, and the story's progression levels up, his mark is gonna level up with it. The magic packed inside this thing can be unleashed whenever he needs it, and it'll recharge on a 24-hour cooldown. Meanwhile, Ha-jin's head feels like it's gonna split open, and his whole body aches. It's like a tidal wave of data is getting force-fed into his brain, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to stop it. Back at the restaurant, Young-hak slams his hand on the table, pissed off that Na-yoon is still so bent out of shape over what Ha-jin did. At the exact same moment, Ha-jin can't even stay on his feet and just crashes to the floor. Flipping back to Na-yoon's perspective, she's stuck replaying those ice-cold words Kim Ha-jin threw at her. Na-yeon doubles down, saying she straight up can't stand the guy. Meanwhile, Ha-jin's out cold, his body totally giving out, and we get a clear look at that new stigma mark. The update wasn't just for show. His laptop pings with a notification. A new power-up has just been added to his observation and reading gift, juicing up its abilities even more. Alright, scene change to the Association Tower in Seoul. So, right after that whole mess at the National Museum, Suho Na-yoon and Hae-jin, who were all in the thick of it, are getting some serious props for their heroism. Their badassery didn't go unnoticed, since they basically saved a chunk of the city. Kim Ha-jin's wrist is still absolutely killing him from the day before. He's not dying anymore, but the ache is for real. Plus, he still has zero clue what this new mark actually does. To make things worse, Ha-jin has the bad luck of sitting right next to Na-yoon, who's giving him the death stare and tells him to zip it before he even breathes a word. Just him being there is enough to set her off. She just can't stand him being in her personal space. Ha-jin, a bit confused, asks if she's already forgotten what went down. He's quick to remind her that, he also kinda saved her life that day. Na-yoon is fuming hearing this from him, but low-key she knows he's spitting facts. She snaps back at him, which forces Suho to jump in and stop them from beefing. He even offers to swap seats with Na-yoon to chill things out. But nope, her stubborn self doesn't want that either. After a bunch of back and forth, she finally agrees to trade spots with Suho, who now sits next to Ha-jin and gets straight to the point. He genuinely thanks Ha-jin for saving all their necks, something our MC is honestly shocked to hear. Suho makes it clear that if he hadn't stepped in, they would have been toast. He was basically their knight in shining armor, and they're damn grateful for it. But our boy is humble about it, thinking they probably would have figured out a way to win even without him. I mean, no cap if Ha-jin wasn't there. Suho would have just hit him with that classic protagonist power spike and evolved to a whole new level, just to crush the threat. That's just how main characters are built different, right? Every time they get knocked down, they just come back stronger. The scene then cuts over to the main auditorium, where one of the literal goats of the hero world is about to walk in. He's rocking long hair and a seriously extra outfit covered in dragon designs. The guy strolls in with an aura of pure confidence, but he also looks like he couldn't care less about being there, even muttering about what a waste of time this all is. This dude is Yoon Shi-hyuk, a top-tier hero ranked 37th in the entire association. His presence is so overwhelming that the whole crowd goes dead silent. You can literally feel the power radiating off him. And with that, the award ceremony kicks off, where Nayoon Suho and our boy Hajin are all waiting in the wings. The awardees are called up to the stage, and surprise, it's our 3 cadets. So a few cadets are getting honored for their heroic actions in serving the city, with the awards being presented by none other than Shi-hyuk. This dude is one of the biggest names in the Hero Association, and he's here to give these rookies props for their awesome performance. They basically took down a major demonic threat, saving tons of innocent lives in the process. First up to the plate is Suho, and Shi-hyuk hands him his award personally. He can totally see the potential in Suho's power, commenting that he's a real talent worth snatching up. Suho gets his official certificate of honor. That's when Shi-hyuk hits him with a wild offer. He wants the kid to completely forget the association and come work directly for him. He wants Suho as a hunter in his Forsaken Plains guild, telling him the whole hero gig is just lame and boring. Shi-hyuk makes it clear he has zero respect for the mountains of responsibility involved, but our confident boy isn't having it and shuts the offer down. He's perfectly happy with his choice to be a hero, and you can see Shi-hyuk's mood totally deflate after being rejected. With his vibe killed, he just moves on to the next cadet. When Nayeon gets called up, she's visibly flustered because it seems like Shi-hyuk recognizes her. Turns out this guy is supposed to be her master, or at least that's what she wants everyone to think. But Shi-hyuk, with absolutely zero chill, clarifies that he doesn't see her as a student at all. Her father just begged him to train her, and that's the whole story. Hearing that blunt, disappointing truth totally crushes her ego, which low-key makes our boy Hajin crack a smile, because she definitely needed to be humbled. And then it's the final cadet's turn. Shi-hyuk seems genuinely interested in Hajin for a second, but only because he has absolutely no idea who this plain-looking kid is. The first thing he asks is literally, "Who are you?" because that's how insignificant Hajin appears. Our MC takes it all in. He compares the feeling to pure indifference, as if his very presence was being ignored because Shi-hyuk wasn't giving him any attention. It just hits different from how the others were treated. The award ceremony ends just like that, which sounds pretty boring. Cadet Nayoon is immediately surrounded by people asking for her thoughts. After the ceremony, our boy is happier than he's ever been. He just scored a whopping 15 million as prize money for taking out that fiend, which is awesome because he's gonna need every penny. He's still got that 300 million debt to cover. He sits down alone and starts planning how he's going to invest the cash. His main goal is to buy more stocks from the guild, but in the meantime he's dying to check out the new features his laptop got after that painful update. As soon as he opens his laptop, he gets a message telling him about the updated functions. The first is the stigma mark he received, the second is internet activation, and the last is the Tome of Truth. This last one got added to his observation and reading skill. The stigma mark is definitely related to what happened to his arm, but there's barely any description for it. The system just says he can use magic whenever he wants. Even with that info, Hajin is struggling to figure out how to actually activate the ability. Just as he's thinking about how to turn it on, the mark forms a glowing crest, signaling it's about to pop off. Scared he might accidentally blow something up, Hajin decides to take this experiment back to his dorm where nobody can see him. It would be a huge pain if someone spotted him doing this after all. The second update is all about activating the internet. Hajin moves his cursor over the button and clicks. After a short pause, the screen changes. It redirects him to a ton of different websites, with names like Law Abiding Spirit and Violent Haze. Not only is he getting free access to normal websites, but this is some next-level stuff. He's also getting into restricted sites for free. Of all the websites he sees, the most important one is definitely Violet Haze. That site has literally everything he could ever need. It's the most infamous members-only website out there, a place where people can trade critical information, weapons rewards, quests, and so much more. There are only a few heroes who don't use this site. Because of its popularity, the government has basically decided to look the other way. They just ignore the underground trading that happens there. There's usually a ridiculously high access fee just to get into the website. But for our boy, all he needs to do is spend 200 of his valuable story points. He immediately makes the purchase. He sets up his account for now, and the moment he starts thinking about which page to check out first, someone calls his name. It's the beautiful Sung Ah. The vice captain has caught him. She knows that Hajin is aware of her identity, and she also remembers something else. She noticed he was the only person who vanished from the ceremony a little while ago, and she came over to find out why. Especially when she hands him the business card for her guild, the Holy Grace of God. This ain't just some casual exchange. Even Hajin knows that getting this card is a major league accomplishment. Sungha has a ton of questions for him, so she takes a seat ready to grill him. Of course, Hajin is already one step ahead, guessing that she's probably feeling him out for a potential recruitment offer. So she settles in and asks if he's ready to answer a few things for her. Now the media always paints Sungha as this super sweet, kind-hearted person, but in reality, she's built completely different. She's known for chewing up even the most elite talents and spitting them out. If you're not the absolute pinnacle of skill, she doesn't care. The woman deals in nothing but absolutes. She has no problem leaving anyone she deems unnecessary or unimportant in the dust. That's the real Vice Guildmaster Sunga, and forging a bond with her right now is going to be a game changer for Hajin's future success. That's exactly why before she can even start her pitch, my guy just straight up shuts her down. He hits her with a stone-cold "I have nothing to say to you" after she just got rejected. Sungha, a bit taken aback, tries to smooth things over, making it clear that she's the one who's super interested in him. She makes sure to drop the fact that she's the Vice Guildmaster of the #1 guild in all of Korea. Hajin gives a little nod to her rank and title, but he's totally dismissive because he knows her real motives are personal. He knows no cap that the only reason Sungha is here is because she saw the video of him pulling off that light attribute shot. It's not like she's genuinely trying to scout him this second. Nah, she's just trying to satisfy her own curiosity. She's just armed with a whole bunch of nosy questions. That's why our dude is playing hard to get, making it seem like he's the one holding all the cards. This tactic is designed to play with her emotions, turning that fleeting curiosity she feels now into some real genuine interest down the line. Then this man pulls off a massive power move announcing that he's about to dip, which leaves Sunga completely shook. Back to his stigma, we get more info on how it works now that his total story points have passed a certain level. The attention score will jump up a level, and another stroke gets added to his mark. It's also spelled out that Hajin can pop this power whenever he feels like it, and after one use it'll recharge over a 24-hour period. To test out his latest skill, Hajin focuses his mind on creating a dagger with his magic, and then suddenly, the mark conjures a legit mythical brain out of thin air. This dagger isn't some illusion. Hajin can feel its weight as he moves it around. He can tell it's ready for action. The whole deal with magic is that it's a stat that's tied to your natural talent and knowledge. Since Hajin just got isekai'd into this world with zero backstory, he naturally figured he'd be useless when it came to magic. But he's actually hyped that he's found a workaround, a way to use magic on his own terms, thanks to his stigma's power. The last thing on his checklist is the Tome of Truth, an item that's meant to juice up his already existing skills for observation and reading. Hajin thinks about it for a sec before deciding to call out the ability's name, which once again triggers his stigma. A book containing the truth materializes before him. The book's mystical aura gives Hajin the power to get an answer to any question, as long as the question falls within the item's magical limits. How absolutely cracked is that? Even the author has to pause for a second to process what he just read, to see if it's capping. He asks the book about his own height. And it turns out our boy is a certified short king, standing at 174 centimeters, or just a little over 5'8" in freedom units. But there's a catch: using the Tome of Truth costs 1 story point for every single question asked. All of a sudden, Hajin's smartwatch starts blowing up, signaling an emergency alert from the school. A group message pops up from someone, trying to get a student's location. Seeing this big red emergency notification, our boy immediately starts wondering what's going on. He figures this might be the trigger for the second huge event that's supposed to happen in the main plot. The case of the serial disappearances of cadets at the Cube. This particular arc involves 6 cadets vanishing into thin air. The person behind it all is a ghost meticulously covering their tracks. They don't leave a single shred of evidence, making all the investigations useless as the number of missing students just keeps climbing. It's like they're all stuck in some twisted, never-ending game. Hajin notes that this whole episode is critical because the culprit's final target is none other than Yu Yun-ha herself. Now even Hajin gets that things could get real messy for him if the co-author decided to step in and meddle with this part of the story, especially if they went and edited in a few changes, because they could literally just delete a main character from the story, just like that museum incident. Our MC wants to take charge and catch the perp himself, but he figures it's probably a waste of time. His meddling would just mess up the story's flow for good, so for now all he can really do is just chill and watch things play out. The scene flips to the training center the next day where Suho is grabbing some water. That's when one of his buddies points out a scene unfolding right in front of them, where Hajin is trying to get a workout in and level up his stats. A crew of grade A jerks rolls up to mess with him and totally kill his vibe, calling him a loser because he can't even lift a basic weight. They're throwing shade saying there's no way he got into this top-tier academy without bribing someone. Suho, being the good guy he is, tries to step in. I mean, the dude's got a hero complex, what can you do? But his friend snags him and yanks him back with Suho just staring in disbelief that the class rep Johan is doing absolutely nothing to stop them. But Johan breaks it down for him. It's obvious these punks are on a mission, because Hajin clearly ticked off Jonghak. So getting involved would just put a giant target on Suho's back too. Plus, there's always the chance these guys are just fronting, trying to get a reaction out of him. Suho is floored by what he's hearing, but Young-hoon chimes in saying, a guy who literally shattered a demonic human's arm shouldn't be sweating a couple of amateur bullies. He's convinced Hajin is low-key, hiding his true power level. But that whole theory gets debunked real quick when our boy, for the life of him, absolutely cannot move that barbell. He's seriously struggling out here before finally tapping out. Even the bullies think he's just plain pathetic, and Johan is starting to think, maybe Hajin just got insanely lucky that one time. Bruh switched sides so fast. Anyway, Suho tunes him out and dashes in to save Hajin regardless. The other cadets immediately pick up on the vibe shift, realizing a fight's about to go down, and of course Na-yoon is listening in. And once again, their instructor storms out with some serious angry dad energy, absolutely pissed that they're turning his training session into a total clown show. The instructor tells everyone to circle up because the quiz scores are about to be posted. The list is going up on the wall for the whole world to see. All the cadets crowd around the board, and it doesn't take long to see that a huge chunk of them got completely wrecked by this quiz. But at the very top of the list, there's only one name sitting. Pretty. None other than Kim Ha-jin, the same dude, who couldn't even bench the bar a few minutes ago. Rachel and Jonghak snagged second and third place respectively. I mean, Ha-jin isn't even shocked by this. No cap, he basically knows everything about this world since he's the one who wrote it. Seeing his name up there causes a girl's rapier to clatter to the floor. This is Rachel, and she is absolutely speechless. She's the princess from Britain who ranked third during admissions. The one thing you need to know about this girl is that she has never ever placed second on any written exam in her life. So, the fact that she just got beat has completely thrown her for a loop. She's staring at Hajin like she just saw a ghost, and Hajin is just as stunned, not having a clue what to say. So, let's rewind a bit. Back when Rachel first got into Cube with her insane scores, her attendants were all stressing for her. After all, she was about to be standing shoulder to shoulder with some of the world's most promising hero candidates. On top of that, she'd have no one she could really connect with since everyone else in her class was Korean. But Rachel was totally cool with it. She wasn't anxious at all, and just wanted to meet everyone's expectations for the sake of the royal family. But today she felt a type of dread defeat and disappointment she'd never known. She feels like she let her entire country down. Later in class, the teacher is going over Hajin's notes specifically, pointing out how brilliant the kid was for coming up with a fresh take on phenomenological analysis. He's basically held up as the new academic standard to beat. Now Rachel knows that phenomenology is not some easy topic you can just master overnight. She seriously doubts it's even possible for her to close the skill gap between them before midterms. This quiet, zoned-out kid Kim Ha-jin is straight up finessing her without even looking like he's paying attention in class. Now burning with a mix of inspiration and a desperate need to know his secret, Rachel starts taking a much deeper interest in him. Over at the information office, our boy is digging through a mountain of his old queries. He's finally got his hands on the Tome of Truth, which should be the answer to all his problems. Thanks to this OP new ability, he can now learn pretty much anything about this world and fill in any gaps in his author knowledge, even if it means blowing through a ton of his story points, especially since he's kinda down bad right now with no real way to get ahead. So Hajin's just banking on a future payout. He eventually heads over to complete his agent registration planning to use his hard-earned story points to smooth things over. And he's gonna need them, cause let's get into the second major event that's about to shake things up. The moment this next event drops, the entire Academy's rep as a safe space gets absolutely torched by the public. It's no longer seen as a sanctuary, it's a straight-up danger zone. The thing is, even with his current loadout, Hajin knows he's way too weak to 1v1 a fiend by himself. But he's been accidentally farming a massive amount of story points every time Jonghak gets ticked off and sends his goons after him. What was meant to be a punishment is low-key turning into his biggest advantage, and Hajin is ready to cash in. To make sure he doesn't get clapped by what's coming, his first priority is a major weapon upgrade. Specifically, he's looking to juice up his weapons buffs. He's rocking a Desert Eagle, and he wants to add a feature that lets it transform into a sniper rifle on the fly. I don't know about you, but a handgun that morphs into a sniper rifle, that just hits different no cap. Hajin has a brief moment where he wonders if this is a little overkill. But he says screw it and drops 250 story points for the upgrade, and right then and there it happens. His pistol warps into this insane golden sniper rifle, and even Hajin is floored by how sick it looks. But he immediately realizes it's way too flashy, and is basically a giant shoot me sign, so he switches it back to handgun mode for now. With his weapon sorted, his next move is to create a new technique, and he's got 3 open slots to work with. So there's a difference between abilities, which are your innate supernatural powers, and techniques. Techniques are physical skills you have to grind and learn instead of just being born with them. For any ranged fighter, the most critical skill for survival is all about dominating the field. It all comes down to positioning, so the technique Hajin is hunting for needs to get him into the perfect spot to avoid getting wrecked. He starts typing away on his laptop, browsing through the available skills. After a bit of searching, he finds exactly what he needs, and the technique's stats pop up for him to check out. He decides to call the new skill Parkour, and it's designed to make him a hyper-agile monster on the battlefield. This new mobility will keep him from ever being a sitting duck, ensuring he can't be easily pinned down. It costs him 350 points. But weirdly, after the points are spent, our guy feels absolutely no different physically. He doesn't feel any changes, but he's confident the system processed the upgrade correctly. All of a sudden, his smartwatch pings with a notification from a group chat. People are looking for a girl named Sungyeon. She's just become the second victim of a predator lurking inside the institution itself. Hajin knows the grim truth: the students who vanished before her weren't just missing. They were eliminated in cold blood by the culprit. This means that the instant someone disappears from campus, they're already gone for good. As the author, he's fully aware of the dangerous villain pulling the strings from the shadows. He even knows the exact people who are fated to be involved in the disappearances. This puts him in a seriously tough spot, morally speaking. Hajin has to ask himself if he should just look the other way, letting the story play out for his own benefit. That's a heavy question for real. What would you guys do? Let me know down in the comments. Would you be a pragmatist or a hero? These are the thoughts weighing on our MC. He's caught in a classic no-win situation with 0 good answers. The scene then switches over to the outdoor training area on the Cube's campus. An instructor is making an announcement telling the cadets they're about to take part in a very special practical training exercise. A practical training session. The massive cave up ahead of them is actually an artificial dungeon created through the wonders of magic technology. This place is filled with hyper-realistic illusions of actual monsters, so in a way, it's the ultimate training simulation to prepare the cadets for fighting real threats in the future. That's why they're all here. So the cadets are about to jump into a mock dungeon assault mission, but the instructor ain't playing. He makes it crystal clear that even though it's just training, they better not sleep on this exercise. If they do, it's going to cost them big time. The thing is, this artificial dungeon is absolutely massive. That's why 2 separate groups, Veritas and Cultural, have to join forces to even have a chance of taking it down. The plan is for 1 squad from each unit to merge, creating a specialized assault team to crack the dungeon. The instructor tells them to squad up on their own, and just like that, the whole room erupts into a mess of chatter as students scramble to find their teammates. In the middle of all this is Team 8, featuring our boy Hajin and his usual crew, Yonghua, Hazuki, and Hosung. They're teamed up with Jaden, Jingyu, Sujung, and Jin Sha from the Cultural unit. This brings their squad to a total of 8 cadets ready to face an artificial dungeon filled with terrifying traps. Hajin has a gut feeling that some of these traps weren't part of the training. He suspects fiends planted them. To deal with the possibility of fighting demon-possessed humans, he's already packed a bunch of custom-made bullets just for the occasion. But even with this unexpected twist, Hajin is feeling pretty confident in his own abilities. He's low-key, wondering if he's actually built to survive this so-called practical training event. Then bam! The system starts blaring a warning, telling him the story has gone off script. For our author MC, this is a major problem. The worst part is, he has no clue what's been changed. On top of that, 3 different story elements have been altered in this one event alone. So, yeah, the system is basically screaming at Hajin to be on high alert. He's completely in the dark about who or what is causing these wild changes, while the teams are still getting organized. Hajin's biggest fear right now is the fact that he's flying blind, totally unaware of the plot twists. While he's lost in his own head, Kim Suho's teammate, a girl named Yuna from the Cultural unit, starts flaming him for being a dumbass. She roasts him for not paying attention to the instructor, and right on cue, the system alerts him that Yuna's temper is flaring. Meanwhile, Yonghua meets Jaden from the Cultural team, but she's not feeling his enthusiastic vibe at all, giving him a stone-cold look. The system then notifies Hajin that Jaden's growth potential just shot up from this one interaction. Lastly, there's Nayun. She bumps into a cadet she's seen at the hunting club before. The guy introduces himself as Sven, rocking some seriously pretty blue eyes and a killer smile. He's her partner for the raid, but there's a huge catch: his mental state is apparently nosediving hard. That means he's a prime target to get turned into a demon puppet during the mission. Hajin is just baffled. Listening to all these story changes pop up out of nowhere has him seriously stressing out. He knows these alterations are going to have a huge impact on the story, so he starts focusing on two specific characters. The first person he needs to watch like a hawk is Jaden from his own team. Jaden was supposed to be a standard delinquent character. You know, the bully type. And while he's a decent cadet skill-wise, what's really throwing Hajin for a loop are the random growth potential points he's getting out of thin air. Jaden politely introduces his part of the team. He points out Jingyu, Sujun, and Jin Sha. When it's Yonghwa's turn, she does the same, but conveniently messes up our boy's name, which no cap really gets under his skin. It's kind of funny she probably called him Li Hai Jin just to get a rise out of him. Anyway, back to the important stuff. Hajin starts planning what to do. This leads him to his second person of interest, Sven. This dude is an elite hero candidate from Germany, here on a government scholarship and everything. But there's only one thing you really need to know about this guy: he is down bad for Nayun. Is it just me, or does literally every guy in this story have a crush on Nayun? Someone seriously needs to check if she made a pact with a demon of seduction. But just like the other international students, Sven came to the academy to chase glory and hit the big time. But that's turned into a pipe dream for him, especially with absolute monsters like Nayun Suho and Yonghwa hogging the spotlight. After all, they're the main characters of this world. Seeing their insane, almost godlike abilities completely wrecked him. Sven became lost and mentally shattered. Before coming to this academy, he'd never tasted true defeat or felt so inferior. His insecurities totally consumed him, which is why in a desperate grab for power, Sven makes a deal with the devil for more strength. Now our author is confident about those details because he wrote them himself. The real problem is what he didn't write. Yo, get this, Hajin's big transformation is about to go down during the raid way earlier than he expected, and he's just hoping it doesn't completely wreck everything. But of course, Hajin's still stressing when Jaden just walks up and shatters his focus with a tight squeeze on his shoulder. He tells him to get his head out of the clouds and pay attention. Hajin ain't having it and shoves his arm off, but Jaden immediately starts running his mouth, calling him a scumbag and saying the rumors are probably no cap. Hearing that Hajin knows his reputation has officially hit rock bottom. A nasty rumor has been spreading through the Orbis unit, making a lot of people target him. The story goes that he's flexing his cadet status to bully others. But it's totally fake, just some drama manufactured out of thin air by haters to talk trash. It's pretty obvious who started it though. Hajin knows for a fact it traces back to Jonghak and his crew of clowns. Looking at his so-called friends, Hajin's low-key salty that Hazuki and Hosung aren't even trying to back him up, even though they're a team whatever. The entry order gets sorted out, and they'll be going in starting with Team 1. In the meantime, Jaden tries to spit game at Yanha, gassing up their team, and going on about how they're totally cracked. They even start dissing Hajin, calling him a dead weight who can't pull his own. It's actually hilarious. It feels like the hater convention is all on one team, and poor Hajin is their main event. Finally, it's Team 8's turn to dive into the dungeon. They step inside this massive artificial cave and start pushing forward to explore the area. Jaden's out front acting all cocky when they hit a fork in the road with a ton of different paths, and a curious Yanha wonders what to do. She asks which route would be best, and Jaden says they can always count on Jingyu, their ranged user, to scout ahead. But then Hajin, who's been quiet this whole time, speaks up out of the blue and suggests they check out Route 6. Jaden gets super annoyed by the random interruption, but weirdly enough, Yanha seems to vibe with Hajin's gut feeling and actually goes with his suggestion. Hajin is completely floored by her sudden approval. Even though she calls him useless in front of everyone, she can't deny the guy has sharp eyes. Hajin's a little annoyed that she has to roast him just to give him a compliment. But hey, he's fine with it as long as this is the path that leads them to Nayun. The whole deal with Sven is that there's a real chance he'll make a pact with the demon lurking inside this dungeon. That means all the pressure's gonna fall on Nayun, and she'll have a hell of a time fighting him solo if she gets taken out now. The rest of the story will totally fall apart because her character is essential for moving the plot forward. She's an irreplaceable part of the puzzle that can't be lost. So, they head down path 6, but Jaden is still being a jealous hater, calling Hajin a clout chaser. Our boy doesn't give a damn about his insults though. He just focuses on the monsters up ahead. The other cadets can't see anything in the dark, but Hajin is built different, easily spotting a salamander in the distance. He also thinks it might be a kind of dungeon trigger that could reveal some of its hidden mechanics. A worried Jingyu pipes up, suggesting he could shoot a light arrow to check things out for them. With Yanha's nod of approval, he preps a shot, and lets it fly, carving a bright line of light ahead of them. Everyone is completely shook. There really is a salamander monster right there. Jaden can't believe his eyes. While Yanha tells everyone to get into formation to take this thing down, Hajin, on the other hand, hesitates. He's anticipating something before he makes his move. Yanha busts out her signature whip weapon, and she charges straight into the fight, unleashing a powerful crack of her whip that smacks the beast and interrupts it from charging an attack. I'm not gonna lie, this thing looks like a Pokemon that just had its mouth clamped shut. Hazuki and the other melee fighters dive in to smash the monster with some heavy-hitting attacks. Since it's just a hologram, they clap it pretty easily and barely take a scratch. Yanha hears a deep rumbling and realizes that with the monster gone, the dungeon itself is starting to transform. Hajin catches sight of the electric energy crackling around her whip. He's seriously impressed that she's already unlocked her pre-awakening power. Just as they're about to press on, Hajin trips on a freaking pebble and crashes right into Yanha from behind. In that exact same moment, a sharp projectile zips right past where she would have been. If he hadn't stumbled, she'd be dead. They both slam into the ground hard. Hajin's life flashes before his eyes because he knows he's about to die. Yanha tries to brush off his clumsy act. She ignores him for a hot second, but then the rage kicks in and she gets ready to absolutely beat him down. But just as she's preparing to demolish him, the rest of the team points to the arrow that almost took her out a second ago. It's right then that it all clicks for Hajin, that little stumble from earlier. Yeah, that was no accident. They literally just sidestepped a deadly poison arrow. The scene then flips over to Sven, who actually caught one of those arrows and is now begging Nayeon to just ditch him and save herself. But Nayeon is not having any of it. While lugging his heavy butt, she screams at him to shut his trap. If he can't run, then she'll run for the both of them, still reeling from what just went down. An arrow just materialized out of the blue and tags Sven from behind, and she just can't process it. She's floored that this could be part of their training, so she just books it, especially since this is supposed to be a controlled artificial dungeon. Situations like these aren't supposed to happen in here, and now we get a look at the massive demon she's trying to escape from. This thing is a walking volcano with some serious anger issues, and it's hot on Nayeon's trail. So you can't blame her for being pissed at Sven for yapping while he's injured and slowing her down. Back in the artificial cave, the other cadets are in the middle of their training exercise, fighting off a swarm of fire salamanders that are set shooting beams from their mouths. Hajin's squad is holding the line like champs, especially the support unit who are defending and countering with long-range weapons. Same goes for Hajin and Yanha. They're in their element cleaning house without even breaking a sweat. And then you've got Jaden, who's having the time of his life just dicing up monsters all by himself. This entire battle is looking like a total cakewalk. To be fair, our heroes haven't faced a real challenge yet, since these monsters are nothing more than low-level mobs. Other than that one sketchy poison arrow, they don't think they've run into any other traps to worry about. So they're feeling pretty good about pushing forward to explore deeper, but something about that poison arrow just doesn't sit right with Hajin. He even got a special notification about it from the system, which definitely hits different. He's low-key losing his mind that these idiots still think the arrow was just a training mechanic and not a legitimate attempt on their lives. Hajin's brain is doing gymnastics trying to figure this out when all of a sudden a powerful creeping presence behind him makes his skin crawl. A fully charged salamander is getting ready to unleash its devastating fire beam. It's ready to fire at any second, and Hajin is absolutely stunned that one of the salamanders managed to survive. He was sure they'd cleared them all out, but as it lets loose a massive fire blast, Yanha and the others are standing right in the line of fire, totally defenseless. This single attack is powerful enough to annihilate their entire team, which is why Hajin has no choice but to jump into the fight with his stigma magic. He pops his one-time use ability, instantly casting a water barrier. The stigma magic activates, throwing up the shield. It protects them from the full force of the beam. The attack is insanely powerful, but it eventually fizzles out. Against the powerful defense of the water barrier protecting his team, the salamander collapses, having used the last of its strength in that final attack. But what Hajin just pulled off has left his teammates completely shook their jaws on the floor. Azuki and Hosung just stare, unable to process what they just saw. They also can't believe that an attack that strong came from a salamander, especially if this is all supposed to be a part of their training. No cap, that was a real full-strength flame breath, and even though it didn't hit them head-on, it was still dangerously lethal. Jaden is the only one who's straight up enraged by this. He immediately gets in Hajin's face, demanding to know why he was hiding his water attribute powers. He's pissed because they really could have used that ability a while ago. Hajin tries to play it cool and explains it away. He claims he was just using a magic item's effect, but Jaden isn't buying that weak excuse for a second. Yanha steps in to break them up. The bigger issue here is the fact that they just fought a real-deal monster, inside an artificial dungeon no less. Manhwa reasons that the place is probably designed to mimic a real dungeon, which means it's possible that one of the salamanders evolved, or something else caused it to appear unexpectedly. She doesn't want to get bogged down in the details right now, though, because she's pretty damn sure they'll get a ton of points for taking down a genuine monster. Later on, Manhwa takes the lead, and acts like she couldn't care less about what just happened. But in her head, she's 100% certain Hajin is bullshitting with that magic item excuse. The fact that the dude couldn't even afford a desert eagle is all the proof she needs that he couldn't just get his hands on a magic item like that, especially a water attribute one out of nowhere. I mean, while Jong, Hak and Suho seem like the type of guys to pull off that kind of stunt, a nobody like Hajin is just completely out of the question. Manhwa starts connecting all the weird coincidences surrounding him, like how he knew the mountain tyrant's vital point, and now the fact that he's capable of using magic. She can't wrap her head around why he's going to such great lengths to hide his powers, which reminds her of what Naeun first assumed. That maybe he's actually a fiendish human, because she's so puzzled and just can't bring herself to trust Hajin. Manhwa has decided to keep a very close eye on him. Now let's run it back to our girl Naeun and see how she's dealing with her own giant monster problem. Okay, so this Manga megalith is a certified menace. We're talking an intermediate grade monster that looks completely unstoppable, and everyone's pretty sure it's the dungeon boss. They're low-key wondering how they're even supposed to handle a beast this huge, especially with just a normal team. Their big idea is to squad up with the other teams and launch one massive coordinated attack. But there's a major wrench in the works. Sven is in bad shape. On top of that, Naeun is totally clueless about where that poison arrow came from. She's seriously starting to think this dungeon's difficulty is cranked way too high for a cadet training exercise. And it turns out Sven's condition is way worse than anybody knows. He feels like he's nothing but dead weight for the team. He's just spiraling, thinking he let everyone down, and his mental state is taking a nosedive. The negative thoughts are piling up. It gets so bad that he starts doubting his own abilities, and that doubt is just eating him alive from the inside. And right when he's at his absolute lowest, a mysterious voice decides to slide in and exploit. The voice basically asks if he's desperate for power, especially after all the suffering he's been through. This voice promises to give him exactly what he's craving, offering him a level of strength he's only ever dreamed about. The catch: this demonic voice demands he surrender everything else in return. Faced with this deal in his pathetic condition, Sven just accepts without a second thought. The moment he agrees, the demonic entity immediately snags his soul, plunging him into a vortex of unimaginable pain. He's screaming his lungs out as his body gives in to the agony. Naeun rushes over to him, yelling for her teammates to help. But all that screaming just acted like a dinner bell, drawing that ugly Goliath right to their location. It stares them down for a hot second before just nuking the area with lava. The monster then swings its colossal fist. It's trying to smash all the structures, and you better believe the cadets are sprinting like they're in the Olympics. They're terrified that one of those fists will turn them into a pancake if they're not quick enough. The monster slams the ground hard. The impact sends a few cadets flying. They're completely boxed in with no escape route. Even Naeun has hit a dead end. She's struggling just to carry Sven and can't see any way out. Before she can even catch her breath, the horrifying beast pops up, its scary eyes locked on her. Now that's some pure nightmare fuel. No cap, you would not want to be Naeun right now. The girl can't even believe what they're up against. She's now 100% convinced this is no training dummy. Facing its insane power, Naeun is terrified to admit that they might actually die. And of all places, in a fake artificial dungeon. Just as the monster rears back to unleash its final attack, a single mana bullet flies out of nowhere and smacks it down. It pierces right through the top of its head. Naeun's attention snaps to the direction of the shooter, who attacked from a distance. And of course, it's our boy Hajin saving her hide for the second time. If she's still ungrateful after this one, I swear he should just let her get wrecked next time. Anyway, let's rewind a few minutes and check in on Manhwa's team. They had just run smack into a massive wall. This seriously ticked off Jaden, because this path was supposed to lead them straight to the boss. Hajin, however, confirms that they're in the right spot. He says they've actually never been closer, but admits even he didn't expect a literal wall to be in their way. Not wanting to get stuck on the details, Hajin claims the monster is lurking just on the other side. He told the group to try and break through the wall for him. Jaden was super salty that Hajin was suddenly the one calling all the shots and running the whole operation. Regardless, he still attacks with all his might, swinging his sword with full force. The result? The poor guy gets a nasty shock sent right back at him because the wall is infused with some seriously strong defensive magic. So even a magic-powered attack is completely useless against it. That's when Hazuki spots something and points to a gap way up above the wall. Hajin figures they can use that gap to climb over, but Jaden thinks that's a completely ridiculous idea. He says Hajin's crazy if he thinks he can make a 10-meter climb. Realizing Jaden's just a hater, who probably couldn't dream of pulling off this move, Hajin decides to go first. He activates his parkour technique. His grip strengthens and he becomes unbelievably agile, flipping and launching his way up the wall like a seasoned pro until he reaches the very top. From there, he ditches the group and just bolts. A second later, the entire party hears a huge boom coming from the other side. The dungeon is glitching out again with another unexpected event. Jaden is totally confused, but what they don't know is that the giant lava golem has been on an absolute rampage inside. Hajin arrives just in time to rescue Nayun. He's honestly a bit surprised that the stun effect from his bullet already wore off. It barely lasted against a creature of this bulldozing size. He's yelling at Nyan to get the heck out of there while she still can. But things take a nosedive for our boy when the massive monster decides he's its new favorite chew toy. Bruh, his face goes white as a sheet as he starts begging Nayun to save him instead of making a run for it. Without missing a beat, the team jumps into formation and starts hammering the lava golem from all sides. But even with their all-out assault, none of their attacks even scratch this beast. It's tanking their hits like they're nothing. Seeing her squad pull up is a huge relief for Nayun, and she decides it's time to get serious as she starts charging up a beast of an arrow. She needs them to keep the monster's attention while she powers up her shot. A few seconds tick by, and just in the nick of time, Sven pops up out of nowhere, making one hell of an entrance. He keeps the golem busy and distracted, giving Nyan the chance to pour even more power into her shot, all while remembering how badly things went with the demonic human. She makes a promise to herself that this time is going to be different, and with a final roar, Nayun unleashes her devastating arrow. The shot completely vaporizes the monster's face on impact, and the golem's body slams into the ground as lava pours out of its head. The cadets can't even process what just happened. They actually managed to take down that absolute unit with their combined power. Some of them are already daydreaming about the fat stack of points they're probably going to get for this win. Nayun and Sven rejoin the group, but everyone's still stunned by her insane attack, which she casually calls her finishing move. Hajin couldn't care less about the celebration, though. His focus is locked entirely on Sven. At this point in the timeline, he hasn't turned into a fiend yet, which is a huge departure from the original story, and is guaranteed to shake things up later. That transformation is definitely still coming, especially now that he's made a pact with the demon lurking in this cave. The whole situation is a ticking time bomb because there's no telling when he's finally going to snap and throw the entire plot into total chaos. Nayun's gaze eventually shifts to the boy in the distance who's still trying to catch his breath. For a moment, she pushes aside her usual irritation with him and walks over for a private chat, feeling like she owes him big time. Looking incredibly awkward, Nayun manages to choke out the words "thank you," clearly embarrassed to even say them. Getting this kind of nod from her is a legit mind-blowing experience. For our boy, it's so surreal, he doesn't know what the heck is going on. He completely spaces out and just asks her what she said. This annoys her, and she snaps that he's not getting a repeat performance. But what Hajin really can't wrap his head around is that she actually went and thanked him. Her whole life has been a non-stop train of absolute misery, with the first major disaster hitting her when she was only 6 years old. It was a brutal experience for the poor girl losing her mom at the hands of a fiend. This tragedy fueled her drive to one day become a hero. While most kids were taught to have fun, Nayun's childhood was filled with pure rage. She pushed her body past its breaking point from a young age, completely shutting herself off and never forming any real connections. Getting close to people meant she'd have to be vulnerable and open up about her past, and that was a risk she just wasn't willing to take. As a result, the list of people who've earned her gratitude is incredibly short, and there are almost none who can truly call themselves her friend. That's exactly why this moment is such a huge deal to Hajin. The character he wrote to only ever apologize has finally said something that completely goes against her own programming. As the author of the freaking novel, he knew her better than anyone. Nayun suddenly changes the subject and starts questioning why he lets Jong-hak's lackeys walk all over him, especially when he's so clearly powerful and effective in a real crisis. I mean, come on. A single shot from his gun was enough to freeze that monster in its tracks. There's just no shot that those clowns are any match for a guy like him, so she just doesn't understand his game. Hajin just says that he doesn't really have a solid way to put them in their place, which sounds super suspicious to Nayun. She literally just witnessed him take down a monster with that same weapon. Our boy shows off his new toy, the Desert Eagle, and explains that it's just a custom piece he made. It helps him handle business when things get rough. At the end of the day, he's just trying to fly under the radar and not seem like a big shot. Nayun completely freaks out when she hears him openly admit to committing a crime. Modified weapons are super illegal at the academy, and getting caught with one means an automatic suspension. Hajin admits that's the only reason he uses the weapon, and only when he absolutely has to. Thankfully, he's found a loophole to hide the gun inside his stigma, which lets him keep much stronger weapons tucked away in his personal inventory. This way, he doesn't get busted every time he uses it. Still, Nayun isn't buying his whole weak guy act. She can tell he's just built different, which makes her wonder, and she straight up asks him if he has some kind of special gift. You know, one that's specifically related to his insane firearm abilities. Hajin basically blows her off, but weirdly enough, she seems pretty satisfied and just walks away. She says she won't snitch about the gun, but suggests he should probably stop using it. But before she dips, she brings up another topic. It's the one thing that made her despise him in the first place. Hajin goes dead silent, still refusing to apologize or clear the air. He can't say sorry because that would build a bridge between them, and she'd forgive him, which would seriously mess up his plans. Because, bruh, my guy is literally plotting to put her older brother on a t-shirt in the future. No cap, he's not about to start playing nice and messing with her head when he's got his sights set on her family. His one goal is to take out Cha Jin-yun down the line, no matter what it takes. When Nayun gets back to her crew, they're all dying for the tea. They want to know if she's somehow friends with Hajin now, but she shuts that down real quick. Sven, though, is giving off some seriously creepy vibes, like he knows something's up. A sudden announcement interrupts everything, telling the cadets the dungeon training exercise has been immediately suspended. They want everyone out of there right now. I mean, talk about being late to the party. If Hajin hadn't stepped in, they'd probably be collecting body parts right now. But a whole bunch of other problems came to light. You know, during that absolute train wreck of an exercise. The first issue was that every single surveillance camera mysteriously went offline the moment the exercise began. Next, real-life monsters started popping up instead of the training dummies. And to top it all off, the staff had zero chill and waited until the last possible second to react. It was a massive incident, but since there were no casualties, the Cube decided to keep things quiet. They launched their own internal investigation to handle the mess, instead of getting the actual authorities involved. Hajin explains that the Jinns secretly working inside Cube's executive staff probably managed to sweep the whole thing under the rug. He knows a proper investigation isn't going to happen until much later in the story. What's really bugging him right now is the co-author's true objective and whatever he's planning with Sven. Turns out making a pact with a demon comes with a pretty nasty side effect. It completely messes with a person's emotions and can lead to a dangerous obsession. The absolute worst-case scenario playing out in Hajin's head is Sven going completely ballistic and taking out Nayun. He's dead set on making sure that future never ever happens. That's why he started to secretly keep an eye on them, you know, tracking both of their movements. Hajin opens his messenger app, apologizing in his head for the sketchy stuff he's about to do to get the info he needs. The system patches him directly into Nayun's messenger account. He can see a ton of chats with Suho Sven and Young-han, but the only person he's interested in is Sven himself. He sees Sven texting her an invite to the hunting club's event this week. In the original story, this is the exact moment Sven's dark side completely erupts. Just to make damn sure nothing goes wrong, Hajin plans to shadow them and do whatever it takes to neutralize the threat. Besides, he's boosted his stats now, so he thinks it's finally time to go hunt in the garrison dungeon. While he's in class, Hajin gets a random message on his smartwatch. He has no clue why Suho is hitting him up. Out of the blue, Suho asks if our boy is free on Friday because there's something he's been wanting to talk to him about. Now, let's talk about the garrison. It's a mountain in the Gangwon-do province pretty well known for its spiritual power. It's often called a training paradise by martial artists who travel from all over the country just to get stronger there. But it's not just them. The garrison is also a hot spot for vagabonds who prefer to scour the mountains for buried treasure. You know, instead of risking their lives fighting monsters. Well, one of these vagabonds is a ginseng digger named Kim Yoon Jin, and he's going to be our boy's guide for this little trip. Hajin is not the least bit hyped or moved by Yoon Jin's enthusiasm. Yoon Jin is super confident that Hajin will never find any ginseng with his clumsy technique, but Hajin sets him straight. He tells him his goal isn't ginseng but something else entirely. The old guy just keeps rambling on, which really starts to get on our boy's nerves. So he just chooses to ignore him. Yoon Jin smugly assumes that this kid is just an inexperienced rookie, and to be fair, he's kinda right. Because Hajin immediately trips and falls flat on his face, multiple times on his way up. But right then, he spots some dazzlingly bright ginseng. He can't even believe his eyes. My guy ends up just straight up munching on the 7-year-old ginseng root. Thanks to his modification function, This will let him double his stats by 2 points for a short period of time. But the truly insane thing about this specific ginseng is that if he had sold it, he could have made a cool 700 million from it. But it's low-key wild. He didn't use that cash to pay off his debts, you know? Instead, Hoojin's struggling big time just to make the climb. The journey is so brutal, he figures it makes total sense that no one stumbled upon the dungeon he's hunting for yet. Tucked away inside this washed-up old garrison is the legendary spot he's after, the undead dungeon. Our boy is now standing at the entrance to this cave of terror, where the final boss is a death knight, a seriously tough customer. We're talking an upper intermediate level monster here, and even though the ginseng gave Hoojin a decent stat boost, this dude should still absolutely smoke him. But stepping inside Hoojin couldn't care less about the odds. He's not playing the same game as everyone else and has completely different goals. Then out of nowhere, a creepy hand shoots out of the ground, and a whole swarm of undead monsters starts crawling out to say hello to our boy. At the dungeon's entrance, Hoojin gets ready for a throwdown, powering up his stigma magic to fight them all off. But he's not really trying to beat the main boss today. His actual goal is to get into the dungeon's secret stage. All at once, the whole skeleton crew rushes forward to attack the kid who looks like an easy target, but they're about to have a very bad day. Bro whips out his piece and just deletes one of the undead ghouls at point-blank range. Talk about a clean kill shot. The rest of the undead mob gets the exact same treatment, getting easily clapped with every bullet, as Hoojin flips on his eagle-eye precision skill. This lets him perfectly track the path of every shot, before he uses his insane agility to leap clean over the monsters. He does this just to attack them from the sky and rack up even more kills, and after dropping enough of them, Hoojin finally stops shooting. He realizes he's completely wiped them out, but he knows the number of these undead freaks is only going to grow as he gets closer to the hidden stage. This is a dead giveaway that he's heading straight for Evangel's location. And by the way, this Evangel person is actually a witch. She's meant to be the final boss of the Garrison Dungeon's secret level. This witch is a huge deal for the future, because she's the one who will eventually create the Castle of Evangel. It's the single most terrifying undead fortress in human history, and she's going to build it inside an abandoned school. She'll unleash total chaos and will be an absolute nightmare to handle once she matures and gets way more powerful. That's precisely why our boy wants to take her down while he still has the chance. And after he beats her, he is aiming to get 2 specific drop items as a reward. The first piece of loot is an upgradable piece of gear known as the Ether. The second one is called the Seed of Evangel, and in the original story, both of these items were key to helping the Fiend Tamer. He became so OP that he was basically the main enforcer for the forces of evil, which means if Hoojin wants to get stronger, at a crazy fast pace, then getting the Ether is his absolute best bet. He walks up to the door of the hidden dungeon stage where pure darkness is all that's waiting for him, so he activates his eagle eye skill again. It lets him peer deep into the cave so he doesn't have to stress about any potential jump scares. Inside, he spots a glowing dead tree with crystals sprouting from it, and right there is his target, the young witch. She hasn't fully powered up yet, so she's incredibly vulnerable in her current state, and since beating a mature witch is almost impossible, his only real opportunity to defeat her is right now, while she's physically weak and can't put up a serious fight. The little witch is just messing around with her spells, and the whole scene feels way too innocent for Hoojin. He literally traveled here with the sole purpose of stopping the future apocalypse she's destined to cause. His emotions are trying to get to him, but as her creator, he accepts full responsibility and steels his resolve to kill her. I mean, the future top villain, the Fiend Tamer, did the exact same thing. As Hoojin moves closer, he tells himself that this little witch is really just a piece of his own creation, when you get right down to it. He's the only reason she even exists, and he's about to be the reason she dies. You see, a normal witch in her spirit form can't be taken down with bullets, not even if they're packed with mana, so for this job, Hoojin has to tap into his stigma magic's power. He creates a magical spear that's infused with light attribute magic, which should be more than enough to one-shot the witch. He's also seriously impressed by the effects of that aged ginseng since it gave his stats a massive boost. Believe it or not, this man just yeets the spear with everything he's got at the kid witch, completely wiping out her spiritual form with a perfect headshot. I wasn't expecting him to have 0 chill, but damn. Anyway, Hoojin figured that one attack would have been enough to finish her off completely. But for some reason, she's just built different. Even as a kid, she somehow tanked that insane attack. The witch starts pulling her spiritual body back together with what little power she has left, and the whole dungeon begins to rumble from a massive earthquake. The baby witch finally can't sustain her form any longer, and just explodes in a cloud of dust right before Hoojin's eyes. At last, the 2 items he was searching for have both dropped. the seed of Evangel actually holds the soul of the witch. This allows Evangel to be resurrected once the germination process is all done. The ether, on the other hand, lets its owner reinforce their weapon and upgrade their powers. Just by getting the ether, all of Hajin's stats get a 0.6 buff. The system also lets him know that this item can't be traded. Back at his dorm, Hajin is really feeling the effects of the new item. His mission turned out to be a complete success. The effects of the ether are just going to amplify his skills even more every time he levels up on top of all the other abilities he's gained so far. Hajin's feeling pretty confident that he can hang with the Cube Cadets now, and on top of that, he's stacked nearly 50 story points. Plus, he's still feeling the buff from that ginseng he snagged. But honestly, the best thing he got from that raid was the Seed of Evangel, which is basically a get-out-of-jail-free card to bring a witch back to life anytime. The title Witch of Despair might sound like a major villain flag, but for real, if Hajin plays his cards right, this could be his ticket to a super powerful ally. And the whole growing the seed thing isn't even that hard. The author just made it sound way more complicated than it actually is. Turns out all it needs is a steady diet of blood to grow, and the witch's personality is totally shaped by whose blood it is. This means Hajin has to be super careful about who he picks as a blood donor. Bruh is already scheming to ask Suho and Rachel, hoping their good guy vibes will rub off and make the witch a little less despairy. He knows he absolutely can't ask Yonha or Naeun, since they'd just cause a massive scene and probably make the witch a total drama queen. That's a huge red flag he's trying to avoid. But the real question is, how in the world is he going to get the blood in the first place? Hajin shelves that thought for later, figuring he needs to crash since tomorrow is the main event. That whole hunting club ordeal, where Sven is destined to go ballistic on Naeun, is going to take everything he's got. And yeah, that's happening literally the next day at the Byakba Mineral Springs. A bunch of Cube Cadets are all hyped up for their first official outing, and some girl is giving the orientation speech. She decides to run through the club's activities one last time, with Hajin listening in from the crowd paying super close attention. She explains that the Leonidas Hunting Club will be doing its usual hunt, but she warns everyone not to treat it like some casual hobby. This is a serious gig since their work actually helps protect the public and all the citizens in the province. While all this is going on, Hajin is sweating bullets. He has no idea what's about to go down. He's clueless about how badly things are about to go off script. All he knows is the bare-bones version from his original novel, Sven, loses it on Naeun, leaving her seriously hurt. Sven himself ends up getting killed in the chaos, a plot point Hajin wrote specifically, so Suho could get closer to Naeun by taking care of her. But here's the crazy part. While everyone is hyper-focused on Naeun being the target, it's actually Yeonha who gets taken out when she's defenseless. Hajin is on high alert and low-key terrified of what's coming, because this is way different from the story arc he wrote for Sven. In the novel, Sven has a little bit of demonic power at this stage, sure, but he's nowhere near strong enough to pull off a full-blown transformation yet. Hajin is kinda hoping Sven throws his tantrum right here, since it's his best chance to take him down with backup from everyone else. But while he's fixated on Sven, something else is happening. Naeun is getting really bothered by our boy just constantly staring at her. She can't figure out why he's looking at her so intensely, having no idea he's just watching Sven's every move like a hawk. What's even funnier is that Naeun is starting to get scared that this dude might have a secret crush on her. Sven is also getting suspicious and tells her to be careful, but Naeun just brushes him off, thinking Hajin is no threat to her at all. But Sven clarifies he's talking about the strange disappearances that have been happening lately. He's basically implying Hajin is involved, but Naeun has actually started to trust our MC and thinks he's just a good guy. She just can't imagine him being the type to do something like that, so the hunt begins with Sven and Naeun heading out first. Hajin follows behind them, keeping a safe distance, but his eyes peeled for any trouble. After a while, they're deep in the woods. That's when an innocent deer gets absolutely obliterated by a savage demon, and that demon is none other than that bastard Sven. He's just taking his newly acquired demonic abilities for a spin. Sven ditches the animal when he hears Naeun calling for him. Turns out she caught something too. But what really blows her mind is seeing that Sven somehow managed to hunt down way more animals than she did. And he did it so damn fast too. Bro is just standing there playing innocent while she has zero clue what's really going on. Sven declares himself the winner of their little hunting competition, and according to their deal, he can ask for anything he wants. But when the moment comes, my guy completely fumbles his words, tripping over his feelings and trying to ask her out on a date. While this is all happening, Hajin is watching them like a hawk, because he knows this situation is a ticking time bomb. The demon that Sven made a pact with is called the Cardinal of Desire, and as its puppet, a person becomes completely consumed by their own twisted wants. And that's exactly why Sven has zero chill right now. He just goes for it and lays it all out. He tells Nayeon he wants her to be his girlfriend. Hearing this, she just freezes up, completely unsure how to respond. Her confused and shocked look makes him think she's about to turn him down flat. Nayeon admits she doesn't know what to think about dating a guy she's barely known for 5 minutes. Those cold words hit him like a ton of bricks, and Hajin figures this is the trigger that's going to activate Sven's psycho-obsessive mode. And to really drive the point home, Nayeon adds that she's only into guys who are way stronger than her. Oof, if his ego wasn't bruised before, it's definitely shattered now, my guy. He looks completely devastated, and they say the worst she can say is no. Anyway, Nayeon makes her point and tries to bounce, but Sven isn't getting the hint at all, and asks if he just needs to prove he's more powerful than she is. At this point, she's officially annoyed and super creeped out by his whole vibe. Then out of nowhere, a demonic hand lunges right at her. Sven completely obliterates the ground where she was standing, looking like he just went full-on demon mode with this freaky new form of his. The only reason our girl isn't a puddle on the floor is because Hajin jumped in, juicing up his defense shield with his ether gear. But just as he's turning to ask if she's okay, Sven skewers him with a powerful strike. Nayeon desperately tries to grab her weapon, while Hajin is literally fighting for his life. As the monster starts to strangle him, Nayeon instantly activates magic condensation and slices off one of the tentacles. She screams at the beast to let Hajin go. This dude has gone completely off the deep end, rambling on about how much he loves Nayeon and is obsessed with her. His creepy obsession just makes his demonic form even stronger. Nayeon is furious and keeps pouring power into her magic condensation. While Hajin is completely helpless, a brilliant green light explodes around Nayeon. She's managing to tap into the true peak of her potential. The author notes that some characters in this world are using the completely wrong weapons for their natural gifts. And at the top of that list is Nayeon, because her true calling isn't a long-range weapon, it's pure magic. She channels all her strength to create a massive sword of light, and demands Sven release Hajin immediately. Then Nayeon unleashes a truly cataclysmic attack against the fiend. The aftermath is just pure destruction, tearing the very ground apart. Even Nayeon is stunned by her own incredible power. Hajin can't believe what he just witnessed. He thinks she just pulled out a damn lightsaber like she's the last Jedi or something. She's just as confused as he is about what just happened. More importantly, though, Nayeon is worried about him. Hajin tells her he's fine, but she's the one who's a total wreck, since that final attack completely drained her battery. Her vision goes blurry, and she collapses onto the ground. Hajin rushes to her side. After a bit, the unconscious girl finally comes to flinching, when she realizes he's carrying her piggyback style. She's so mortified that she immediately demands he put her down. Hajin tells her that's probably not a great idea. He's just trying to help, but she's way too embarrassed to accept it. He lets her down and her legs instantly give out from under her. As she hits the dirt again, Nayeon is terrified, because she doesn't even have the strength to stand up. It's like her legs have been totally disconnected. He looks at her completely baffled and asks if this is the first time she's ever experienced this. Her exhausted and shocked expression is all the confirmation Hajin needs. She's probably never even heard of mana burnout before. He explains it's what happens when someone drains every single drop of their mana, which leaves them totally powerless. This means walking on her own is going to be a serious challenge for the next 2 days, minimum. Hajin teases her a bit, asking if he should just ditch her there. Left with zero choice, Nayeon is forced to swallow her pride, accept his help, and climb back on. As they head back, Hajin asks if she's really going to stick with her bow after the insane power-up she just displayed. Nayeon has no idea what he's talking about, but Hajin insists that she must have felt something different, deep inside her. She unlocked a brand new skill that was hidden away, all thanks to her true magical talent. In an all-out war, she could wipe out hundreds of monsters and fiends with just one of those slashes. With the kind of potential she just showed, Nayeon's power is low-key unstoppable, and that's exactly why she's known as the Supreme. She's destined to become a total beast on the battlefield, but to get there, she's gotta say goodbye to her beloved weapon. Nayeon is low-key salty, because he knows so much about what's best for her, even though she's been using that weapon since she was a kid. Hajin figures she'll probably cling to the bow for a bit longer, so he just helps her get a little closer to the portal. Then he tells her she's on her own from here, leaving a completely stunned Nayeon to even beg him not to go. But this dude is built different, and just walks away. He's definitely not trying to be a simp. The very next day, word about Cha Nayeon's attack spreads like wildfire through the cube, reaching every cadet's eyes and ears. They even find out the identity of the fiend Sven, but Hajin just strolls right through the gossiping cadets without a care in the world. He gets to a door and swings it open only to find a room packed with all the story's heavy hitters. You've got Horak Jonghak Yonghua and of course the class rep Yonghwan. All the main players are finally in one spot, and Hajin is now officially part of the squad. Now, let's rewind to the day before. The whole fiasco with Chae Na-yoon went down. Suho had hit up our MC asking if he could spare some time on Friday because he needed a little favor from him. When Hajin asked for the deets, Suho told him he's trying to solve the case of the disappearing students and the academy put him in charge. He's leading a team of cadets because the school wants to keep this whole thing under wraps and avoid getting outsiders involved. So, they decided to form an internal investigation team with cadets from every grade to track down the culprit. The first-year investigation team is a who's who of notable characters like Suho Jonghak and Na-yoon. Suho also mentioned that the academy could have just used its own professional team, but they came to a conclusion. The sharpest way to catch a perp hiding among the students is to well use the students themselves. Hajin got the logic, but what he couldn't wrap his head around was why they were asking him to join. The plot twist, he learns that Na-yoon personally put in a request to get him on the team. That was the final push Suho needed to invite him, and that's how Hajin ended up in this meeting. Plus, it was a golden opportunity to rack up more story points. On the side, which is a total win for him, Suho kicks off the meeting, explaining they need to brainstorm to crack the case. He also wants everyone to share any theories they have come up with so far. Right off the bat, no one thinks Sven's incident with Na-yoon is connected to the disappearances at all. But the second Suho says this, Jonghak absolutely loses it, questioning if they're even talking about the same Na-yoon, the one from their own class. Suho is confused by his over-the-top reaction, but Jonghak is convinced that she's going to be the next target from their grade. He backs this up by pointing out that fiends get their marching orders directly from demons. That means the demon who had a pact with Sven will probably keep sending its other puppets to hunt down Na-yoon. Suho then asks if anyone else in the room has a person of interest they think should be on their suspect list, saying any lead would be huge. Now Hajin actually knows exactly who's responsible for making these students vanish. But he's really trying hard not to mess with the original storyline, which is why he doesn't want to just name the guy. That was Hajin's plan anyway, since in the original novel, 6 students disappeared over 2 months out of the blue. But what's really wild is that in this current reality, 3 students have already vanished in just 2 weeks. In the current timeline, this means the plot is moving way faster than it's supposed to, and a lot more students are about to become victims. Faced with this messed up situation and thinking about how he helped, Na-yoon Hajin is stuck between a rock and a hard place. While he wants the story to play out naturally, that would also mean putting the people he's grown to care about in serious danger. He's sick of being the guy who just stands by and lets bad things happen. So without a second thought, Hajin shoots his hand up, claiming he knows someone who should be their #1 suspect. He drops the name of this person, that slimy bastard Hyun, the super charming president of the study club. His sudden accusation makes the whole room go so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suho is the first to argue, saying it can't possibly be him. He claims they already looked into the guy and came up with absolutely nothing. Jonghak especially clowns this idea, saying that would mean Hyun is using some kind of psychic powers to kidnap his victims. Hajin claps back. He admits he doesn't know if it's typical psychic magic, but he's still super suspicious of the guy. Then out of nowhere, Jonghak jumps into the conversation, throwing a seriously sharp jab right at our boy Hajin. She finds it pretty damn weird that he's pointing fingers at actual people instead of the club president. Yoon-ha is low-key convinced he's the most likely fiend of the bunch, and Ha-jin is just floored by what she's saying. But let's rewind to the very start of the novel. Back when it was just an idea, Ha-jin realized he needed a key character. He had to add an assistant for the main hero, someone essential to give Suho the support he'd need. This character would have a powerhouse personality and some pretty deep interests to help move the story. So back then, the author Kim Ha-jin happily created this character, naming her Yu Yeon-ha. And now, we're back in the present. Yeon-ha doubles down, flipping the script and claiming Ha-jin is the real fiend they should be worried about. Suho jumps in to defend our guy. He points out that Ha-jin has a solid alibi since he was using a portal when all the incidents went down. But Yeon-ha just claps back, saying she's just throwing out wild accusations, same as our boy. She thinks it's a total waste of time to even mention the club president when Hyun's alibi is way more solid than Ha-jin's. The author tries to get a grip on the chaos, but it's already spiraling as another character gets heated. He yells that they should all just jump him and see if he transforms. The whole mess starts tilting in Young-hak's favor. This is exactly what he wanted to happen the entire time. Ha-jin is just stunned, totally confused why he's the one taking all the heat. He has to bear the weight of all their crazy suspicions. He lets out a small, almost insane laugh, and instead of cowering, he roars at the cadet, telling him to bring it if he wants to get clapped. If the dude is really trying to catch a headshot, then step up. No cap, this side of Ha-jin is absolutely fire. Suho tries to break up the fight. Hajin argues they should just go ask Nayoon to clear his name. He's just about to mention that they were together at the portal when Jonghak, absolutely enraged that he said her name, smashes a basketball at him with full force. Jonghak demands to know why he's even bringing her into this mess. Ha-jin fires back that when she got attacked by the fiend, they teamed up to take that monster down. He even roasts Jonghak and his crew for just messing around. They were totally clueless about what actually went down. Jonghak completely loses his temper while the class rep tries to calm him. All hell is breaking loose between these main characters. After clearing his name, Ha-jin decides he's out. But just as his hand touches the doorknob, the cadet rushes in, throwing a punch with some serious power behind it. Ha-jin feels that overwhelming energy and instantly ducks under the punch, which completely obliterates the door into splinters. Even young Hawk is shocked by the sudden attack, and the guy who threw the punch can't believe Ha-jin dodged his lightning-fast strike. At this point, Ha-jin is officially pissed. He pulls out his gun, ready to put him down. The cadet lunges at him again. Just as Ha-jin lines up his shot, a sword slash from the main character Suho stops them both in their tracks. He thinks Horak has seriously crossed a line, and even says Yonghua is doing way too much. She should have just asked Nayoon about her suspicions first. She hesitates for a second before grabbing her smartwatch while Ha-jin just storms out. As Yoon-ha learns from Nayoon over the call, it's physically impossible for Ha-jin to be the fiend. Now that Nayoon herself has cleared his name, everyone left in the room isn't just embarrassed. They feel like total trash for how they treated him. These clowns don't deserve his help, honestly. Ha-jin walks off to clear his head in a field stuck in a genuine rut. He just doesn't get why his current life has become such a massive struggle to deal with. First, he got sucked into the plot of the very novel that he wrote. And now he's literally fighting the characters he poured his heart into creating, feeling like he can't go on. Ha-jin just collapses in defeat, admitting he's so tired of this world. He misses his real family back in his own home. He expresses this deep need to just go back to his world. Little things like his apartment lease, probably expiring, are starting to get to him. He starts to wonder if he's already been officially listed as a missing person in the real world. And then there are his parents. He worries if they're okay if they're out there looking for him. There's just so much he has to process. He was trying to shove all these feelings down, but now they're all... In this moment, he feels completely helpless and vulnerable, like he's trapped in a box with no way out yet. He can't stop himself from letting out this desperate wish to return home. And right as the dude is whining, the system pops up. It reveals his resilience stat just went up because of everything that happened today. Ha-jin thinks it's kind of a joke, but he's still a little bit glad his resilience got a boost. He figures that any other person who got dropped into this world probably would have given up by now if they didn't have the stats to keep pushing forward. After wallowing in his feels for a bit, our boy pulls himself together, and that slumped, defeated posture, gone. Replaced by a hero who's ready to clap back at life. But while our MC gets his mojo back, let's check in on Suho and the rest of the clowns who absolutely fumbled the bag. Yeonha is wondering where Ha-jin dipped, and Suho just figures the guy needed some time to himself to cool off. But Yeonha knows that Moron Jonghak just used his ability, and she's low-key sues about the whole situation. I mean, how does a range fighter like Ha-jin just casually sidestep a full-on attack from a close combat specialist? The math ain't mathing, putting Ha-jin even higher on her radar. Just then her phone buzzes. It's Hyun asking her to meet up in the study room. This meeting is set for the very next day, just like Ha-jin predicted, but even with all her so-called suspicion, this girl completely drops the ball and agrees to meet the one dude who's literally just finished getting his hands dirty. Meanwhile, Ha-jin's starting to get that whole "an idle mind is the devil's playground" thing when you're feeling down. Ever since getting isekai'd, he's been grinding so hard on leveling up and hunting that he hasn't had a second to actually process what he's lost from his old life. So now he's just sitting there completely zoned out, while his creations Suho and the others are clearly worried sick about him after that absolute train wreck of a situation. It's finally hitting Ha-jin just how frustrating it is to be trapped in the very novel he created. He decides it's about damn time he started looking for an exit strategy. On another note, Nayoon rejoins the class, finally recovered. Even though Jonghak is already fussing over her, Suho offers her a hand, since she's obviously not at 100%. Jonghak gets super possessive and doesn't even try to hide it, but Ha-jin couldn't care less. His eyes are locked on Yeonha, who is just sitting there vibing with absolutely zero chill about what went down yesterday. Class kicks off with the instructor dropping the bomb about the upcoming midterm starting with a written exam. After that, they're diving into the practicals, which will be judged based on 2 different evaluations. The first part is a straight-up duel between cadets, while the second is a monster battle. But with a twist, they'll be fighting beasts summoned by mages. The instructor makes it crystal clear this isn't going to be one of their usual cakewalk practices. The difficulty is getting cranked up to 11 pers. Hearing this, Hajin isn't even sweating the written test. The duel, though, that's what's got him bugging. Every cadet is getting 3 nomination cards, which they'll use to pick who they're gonna fight. At first glance, you'd think the top-tier students would just steamroll the low rankers by choosing them as easy targets. But the academy is way ahead of them, which is why they put in a special reward system. This means if a high ranker stomps a low ranker, they get next to no points. In fact, they might even get negative points depending on the rank gap. This rule doesn't faze everyone though, especially not a brawler like Jonghak, who thinks with his fists first. He's dead set on using this as an excuse to beat the crap out of Hajin. But that's not the only thing on Hajin's mind. Rachel's been acting super weird around him, staying oddly close. Hajin explains that he's caught her low-key, watching him all the time, which is bizarre since she usually just studies by herself. He has no clue what her game is. Is she trying to copy his homework or something? As if on cue, Rachel darts a look at his notes, just as he's casually writing down his parents' names. This random act just throws the poor girl for an even bigger loop. The scene flips over to Yonha's side of the story where Hyun is waiting for her to show up. She has no idea what this is about and heads to the study room, where this so-called Prince Charming is waiting with a smile. Yeah, she's not impressed, and immediately clocks that none of the other club members are around. Hyun just insists she take a seat, promising they'll be there any minute. That's when Yonha spots a strange scented candle just sitting out in the open. Hyun makes up some excuse about using it to improve his focus when he's studying. He then switches topics, mentioning how she's part of the team investigating the fiends responsible for the missing students. Hyun says he's on one of the teams too, but he claims his side hasn't made any progress, so he casually asks if Yonha has any promising leads of her own. She tries to play it cool, saying nobody specific comes to mind, but low-key, she can't shake the memory of some idiot spouting what she thought were totally baseless accusations. Well, Hyun's interest is officially piqued, so with a quick snap of his fingers, he basically hijacks Yunha's body. Instantly, she's overcome with this crazy wave of relaxation, like she's been hypnotized, and starts spilling all the tea, admitting one of her classmates is absolutely convinced that Hyun is the secret fiend. The classmate even claims he's using psychic powers on the victims. That's when Hyun leans in way too eagerly and asks if there's any evidence to back that up. And that right there is where this psycho totally messed up. You see, Yunha immediately clocks his use of the word evidence. He tries to play it off saying it was a slip of the tongue, but he's already neck deep in her suspicions, and there's no climbing out. That's all the confirmation Yunha needs. She gets her weapon ready, pointing out that innocent people never ever ask about evidence. Why would they? They're innocent. With that, Yunha cracks her whip. She lashes out at Hyun, demanding he reveal his true self. The jig is finally up, and this sinister fiend lets his true colors fly, telling Yunha that her turn is coming, so she really shouldn't be in such a hurry. And that's where the scene cuts. We're suddenly switched over to the second-year student dorms. It's here that Yunha finally wakes up, her head pounding, as she slowly regains consciousness, only to find out she is completely stuck. She's all tied up, and as her eyes dart around the empty room, she spots a few familiar objects. It doesn't take her long to figure it out. No cap. These are the second-year dorm rooms. That means Hyun captured her, which also means he's the hidden fiend behind all the students who have gone missing. And here's the kicker. The poor girl finally realizes Haejin wasn't just talking crazy, but instead of blaming herself, she immediately shifts focus to getting the heck out of there. She pulls and twists against the ropes binding her hands desperately, hoping someone will come and save her. But it's totally useless. Hyun is already there telling her she'd be better off staying quiet and doing exactly as he says. The scene then flips over to our boy Hajin, who just got a super random message in the dead of night. It's from Yunha of all people, which makes zero sense to him. Yunha sent a single-digit 9. That message is way too cryptic for anyone to understand what's going on. Back in the dorm, the bastard Hyun smashes her smartwatch, mocking Yunha for trying to send a desperate coded message while tied up. He also notices the name of the person she sent it to, Kim Haejin, the very guy Yunha had been beefing with. Hyun just scoffs, figuring it's a done deal, that Hajin will have to die now too. Yunha roars back at him, swearing he won't get away with any of this. She warns him that the investigation team is going to be on his tail, hunting him down relentlessly. But Hyun, with absolutely zero chill, just crushes her watch and tells the girl he has no plans to stick around the academy anyway. He's just going to kill her and bounce from the cube for good. Hearing those words, Yunha is filled with a rage so deep, it's almost terrifying, which of course this charming psycho finds incredibly entertaining. He decides to up the ante and call on Lilith, the demon he has a pact with. Hyun wants to watch that fury on her face twist into pure, unadulterated horror. Let's jump back to Hajin, who's still scratching his head, trying to figure out what Yoonha meant with that message. A million questions are racing through his mind when suddenly all the pieces click together. He realizes it wasn't just 9, it was the start of 911. Without a second's hesitation, he whips out the Tome of Truth and asks for Yoonha's current location. When the book spits out the answer, Hajin is floored to see she's in the second-year dorms. The camera then snaps back to Yoonha's grim situation. She's now hearing the voice of the demon Lilith, who's whispering to her, comforting the girl who's been so lonely her whole life. But even Hyun's psychic assault isn't enough to completely break her. Yoonha glares back at him, her eyes burning with anger, proving her will is just built different. She isn't ready to just roll over and lose her dignity. She fights his mind control, so he takes things a step further, creepily brushing her hair, while whispering that even the demon Lilith wants her to give in to the spell. The girl thrashes around as much as she can, fighting to break free from his psychic grip. All the while, the monster Hyun is just grinning, remarking that escaping Lilith's powerful magic is impossible, no matter how much she struggles. Then from out of freaking nowhere, Bruh gets absolutely domed by a shot that comes crashing through his brains practically hit the floor as he lets out a scream of agony. A voice calls out to Yoonha, taunting her a little for getting into this mess, just because she refused to believe what he said earlier. The wounded fiend screams out, demanding to know who the hell just shot him. Hajin coolly announces that the bullet he just used was a custom-made special. This thing can't be removed without some serious proper surgery, so there's no chance of him just healing it with magic. Hearing this, Hyun goes absolutely ballistic and unleashes his full demonic power. Losing his mind, the fiend demands Hajin show himself, while absolutely trashing the room, his rage-fueled attack even knocking Yeonha down. Hajin's just thinking what a pointless waste of energy this is, clowning on Hyun-woo, who still can't figure out where he is. Our MC is ready to fire again, taunting that he's super far away before letting 3 more shots fly. The bullets tear right through the fiend's body, sending him crashing to the ground. He finally spots Hajin's hiding spot way in the distance, realizing he was getting styled on by a calibrated sniper rifle. Gotta love long-range shots. They make for some seriously easy kills. He casually reminds Yeonha he's about to burn through all the bullets she gave him, then proceeds to put even more holes in Hyun-woo. Hajin's totally expecting Yeonha to cover the bill later, a move that has the fiend completely bugging out. The guy literally thinks Hajin is more unhinged than an actual demon right before another powerful shot drills him in the back. At this point, Hyun-woo is basically a walking piece of Swiss cheese. Satisfied, Hajin decides that's enough and checks if Yeonha's hurt. Thankfully, she's all right. He tells her to just play unconscious since a rescue team is on its way, and her consciousness starts to fade. As she passes out, she whispers her thanks to the person who just saved her, later waking up in a hospital. Suho is there peeling an apple for her and mentions that physically she's completely fine. So she should be good to go. She's the one who's a bit confused, asking why he's even there. Suho explains that their group has been taking shifts watching over her, and it just happens to be his turn. Yeonha doesn't understand why they're going to all this trouble for her. Suho admits they feel responsible for what happened. As members of the investigation team, they messed up by letting one of their own get hurt while they were focused somewhere else. He apologizes for the whole group, leaving Yeonha totally speechless and thinking Suho is a pretty stubborn. This whole thing has low-key given her a much better opinion of him, but the beef between her and Hajin is still on her mind. She tries to ask if a certain someone came by to see her, but Suho has no idea who she's talking about. Feeling too awkward to explain, Yeonha just drops it and looks out at the pretty sky instead. A bit later, Hajin gets a message from Yeonha, who wants to find a way to repay him for saving her. This whole ordeal ended up being a major win for Hajin. He racked up almost 500 story points, and his Deadeye skill even leveled up. It's now at grade 7, and Hajin notes it's the most story points he's ever gotten from a single event. He figures the reward makes sense since he basically just cleared a main story arc, even if he didn't have to go all out with his sniping skills. They were just good enough to get Yeonha out of the danger. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Hajin. It's the agent Soo-hyuk. The agent is thrilled that the young cadet is calling him out of the blue and immediately drops to his knees. He's literally begging Hajin not to back out of their contract, but Hajin thinks he's being extra since he never intended to do that. Instead, he slides a briefcase over to the agent, saying he's looking to invest some cash into SH Entertainment, a statement that leaves the agent floored. Let's break down Hajin's big brain play, that ginseng he found and sold online. It brought in a whopping 300 million this one. He first dropped 250 million from that pile into Packhorse Master stocks. Now he wants to sink the last 150 million into SH Entertainment because he knows the company is about to blow up. Hajin is no cap confident this investment will print money for him just like Packhorse Masters did. The agent is just too shook to even respond. He can't believe he's being trusted with such a massive investment. Hajin just tells him to take the money, because it's going to be a win-win for both of them. He adds another request to buy him a magic pouch and a high-end vehicle with some of the funds, after finding out the agent's age. Hajin tells him to drop the formal speech and just talk to him normally, but the agent can't bring himself to do it. I mean, this is his newest and biggest investor we're talking about. This makes Hajin jokingly wonder if he should just call the whole investment off. That threat immediately gets the agent to switch up his tone, and he quickly agrees to speak casually. They decide to hit up a convenience store. The agent is wondering why they're messing with lottery tickets all of a sudden. Hajin is just built different. He knows the rules. He can't claim lottery winnings without a legal guardian, so he's using this opportunity to put his luck stat to the ultimate test. And boom, Hajin hits the jackpot for 2 billion won. To put that in perspective for you, that's about 1.5 million US dollars. Hajin plans to invest this cash too and tells the agent to update the contract. The agent practically bows down, receiving the winning ticket. He clutches it for dear life, terrified someone's gonna run up on him and steal the massive prize. In some shady, forgotten warehouse, a spirit-like creature materializes to report to its master. It says that a group they're targeting, the Packhorse Masters, has finally started to make a move. The boss is only after one specific item, and couldn't care less about the rest of the loot. The spirit also mentions seeing something kinda weird. He's noticed someone is aggressively buying up all the stock for the Packhorse Masters Guild. This mystery person started with 3 million, then 10 million, and is now dropping a staggering 250 million. It's low-key suspicious for an unknown player to have that much cash. The leader doesn't give a damn though, telling him to ignore it and focus on the main mission. The spiritual creature also reports that a bunch of new forums have popped up online. There are sections for groups like the Relic Search Party and the Truth Agency. That last one, the Truth Agency, gives him an idea. He asks if maybe they should hire them to help find their target. But his boss immediately shoots him down, calling him Droon and telling him to quit messing around. Droon remembers that the midterm exams are set to kick off tomorrow, and the hot topic is all about Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. Droon can't help but wonder if his boss is planning to crash the party. Turns out she's definitely making a move. She's hoping to scout someone with major potential from the crowd. And the person she's unknowingly looking for is none other than our boy Kim Ha-jin. A little time passes, and the opening ceremony for the practical midterm exams is finally underway. A girl named Hazuki excitedly hugs her mom, who she hasn't seen since the practicals week started. The narrator explains that during this week, the Cube opens its doors to employment agencies like guilds and the association. On top of that, all the cadets' families show up, turning the whole event into a massive festival, and an announcement begins to play. It hypes up the Cube's reputation as the world's #1 hero academy for raising the next generation of talent. A top-tier hero, Lee Jun-ha, is giving the speech himself, but Ha-jin looks completely bored by the whole thing. He's just thinking about whether he should wait a bit longer. He got some drones from Suyuk and has them posted all over campus. He's running his own private investigation to spot any intruders. While he's preoccupied, he accidentally bumps into a woman and quickly apologizes. Bruh, this is the same woman from the secret warehouse, the one who's here to scout for talent. When Ha-jin sees her face, his expression completely shatters. No cap, he totally forgot he even wrote this character into the story for the practical exams. His shocked and panicky look is a dead giveaway that something's up. Ha-jin quickly looks away, realizing he's made things super weird. He tries to say something to fix the awkward vibe. My guy wants to apologize, but his brain short-circuits, and what comes out instead is a compliment about her looks. The woman just gives him this ice-cold, deadpan stare, basically confirming that this idiot just made the situation 100 times worse. She doesn't even say a word back, just turns and walks away like he's not even worth her breath. As the woman disappears into the sea of people, she contacts Droon and tells him to keep an eye on that guy. She's suspicious because that dude somehow managed to notice her, even though she was using a perception-blocking item. Since he is acting so weird, she wants Droon to dig up whatever he can on him. The author reflects that it's not just heroes here to see the cadets. There are shady groups in the crowd too. One of these groups is the notorious Chameleon Troop. They're inside the Cube with a single objective to scout either Suho or Jong-ho, since they're two of the top-ranked first years. But Suho really isn't a fan of their methods, so he ends up getting crossed off their potential recruit list. In the original novel, they then turn all their attention to Jong-hak, and that's how the story is supposed to go. The infiltration itself isn't what's bothering Ha-jin. What's really got him sweating is the potential for new plot changes to pop up because of his alterations. A different outcome could get the security heroes involved, turning a small incident into a full-blown disaster with a much higher body count. Speaking of the Chameleon Troop, Elsewhere, the on-duty heroes are getting annoyed that they can't find a single suspicious person. One hero complains that their reputation would be totally cooked if an intruder slipped past them during the big practicals week. By the way, these two are Junhyuk and Yangji, a couple of high rankers who are definitely built different when it comes to their skills. Looks like they're trying to take out a potential problem before it blows up during the practical week exam. Anyway, let's get back to this SUS leadership team. They're completely baffled that some kid managed to see through their siren necklace, which is supposed to have a top-tier perception blocking feature. Its whole purpose is to keep its target under wraps, and the dude is actually invested now because everyone around him is no cap, a total weakling. Droon, on the other hand, just can't get a read on this meathead, since the only thing on this guy's mind is fighting powerful opponents. And that's the exact vibe he wants to bring to Hajin. He's told to chill out and stay focused on the mission, though. They're totally in the dark about the kid's real skills, or if he's even a legit threat. Droon also gives him a heads up that the duels are about to pop off, any minute now. The second arena is absolutely buzzing, with a huge crowd all geared up to watch the first throwdown of the day. The first duel is announced, and it turns out a nomination ticket was used to set it up. As Kim Hajin heads over, Yoonha suddenly intercepts him, asking if he's on his way to the arena. He says yeah, because he's literally in the first match. A smirk crosses Yoonha's face as she decides to make good on her word, having her servant present him with 100 top-grade bullets just as she promised. He's not allowed to pop any of these during the test, of course, but outside of that, he's free to use them however he sees fit. She's even ready to hook him up with more later if he needs it. As Hajin takes the case, Yoonha makes one thing crystal clear. She's not doing this to square things between them just because he saved her hide. She wants him to see it as a straight-up gift from her. She also spills that a ton of people have been bugging her about the guy who bodied the demonic human, Hyun, during that whole mess. But since she knows his identity is a big deal to him, she's kept her mouth shut. Hajin is pretty relieved to hear it. He really hopes she keeps that same energy in the future. Things would get seriously messy for him if word got out that he was the one who took down the fiend Hyun. For some reason, Yeonha is feeling extra talkative today, and even says she understands why Hajin keeps his powers on the down low. Still, she thinks he has zero chance of passing the exam without unleashing his full potential. Hajin is kinda thrown off by her statement. She then asks him if he even knows who he's up against. And bruh, the completely shocked expression on his face says everything. He was totally clueless until right now. Over in the trainee waiting room, a seriously pissed off musclehead is busy pumping iron, dead set on absolutely crushing Kim Hajin in their upcoming match. We then cut back to Droon, who's digging up every last piece of info he can find on Kim Hajin's past. Turns out, there's not much to see. He was an orphan who got into the military academy, and he's also a low-rank student. No special talents are listed either. The only thing that stands out is a massive debt of 300 million won that he has to pay back. Thinking about what went down between them, the woman is still hung up on one question. How did he manage to break through her artifact's perception-blocking power? She has no idea how it happened. And Droon doesn't have a clue either. Just then, Young Yong, the jack dude who fought him before, decides to show up and meet with the leader of the chameleon troop. She's annoyed that he wandered off somewhere else before reporting to her. Young Yong tries to act all cool, but she's got zero time for his games and just asks what he found. He claims that he didn't spot anyone special, in the group saying they were all just a bunch of scrubs. Droon thinks that's pretty obvious, but he wants to know if there was one specific cadet who seemed a little built different from the others. Jong Yong claims nobody was noteworthy. Droon reminds him that this year's first years are rumored to be absolutely exceptional, so he wants Jong Yong to check them out instead. There's also the fact that Hajin's duel is about to start the same kid who somehow saw right through their captain's perception-blocking ability. Back at the arena, the high-rank heroes are just kicking back and snacking, being as careless as possible instead of doing their surveillance job. They're just chatting about old times and family when a random guy suddenly grabs their attention. It's Young Young, and he's just sitting there with a weird smile. For some reason, they start to wonder if he's some kind of hero fanboy, since he's just staring at them from a distance. In any case, the fight is about to kick off. Horak of the martial arts club is the first fighter to enter the ring. The person he's facing is ranked as one of the weakest students in the entire academy, Kim Hajin. The two fighters stand opposite each other. Since Hajin knows he's already gotten under Horak's skin before he decides to mess with him a little, he lands some heavy psychological blows. Horak's special move involves channeling the mana inside his body to create an invisible shield. They call it enhanced protection energy. This pretty much means the guy is bulletproof when it comes to training ammo. Not to mention he's a walking catastrophe for any poor soul who makes the mistake of challenging him. It's the first throwdown of the year, and both fighters are itching for a brawl as the ref signals the start. Horak is clearly the aggressor, immediately throwing hands, while Hajin just waits, calculating his move. He instantly pops his bullet time ability to get a read on him, and get this, he's buffed the duration from 3 seconds. It's now a full minute, which is just bonkers. This gives him all the time he needs to keep up with Horak's blitz-like speed. But even that doesn't save him from getting absolutely rocked when the dude starts punching holes in the arena, sending him flying. Even Hajin thinks this guy is a monster. Horak is relentless on offense, chasing Hajin down, while literally tearing chunks out of the stage. But then the cadet spots his opening. He finally whips out his pistol, and at last Hajin gets to make his move. He's totally baiting the overconfident Horak, making him think his opponent is clueless for even trying to shoot through his defensive energy. Horak thinks the incoming bullet is just a joke that he'll deflect without breaking a sweat. But that's exactly the trap Hajin laid. The bullet connects and sends an insane jolt of pain through him. It completely shreds his shoulder. A stunned Horak is just as confused as everyone else watching. A bullet, piercing right through enhanced protection energy. That's something no one has ever seen before. It's only now that Horak is starting to figure out who he's really fighting. There's just no way a normal bullet should have been able to punch through his ironclad shield. The confusion makes him panic, so he turtles up to try and block the next volley of bullets. Thing is, every single one that lands sends sharp throbbing pain right through him. Hajin Loki feels bad for his opponent, who thought he could just swat these bullets out of the air. The reality is, these aren't your average slugs. They've been specially juiced up with the mana from his stigma, and they also have anti-demon properties, making them hit different. Hajin keeps firing, putting Horak on the defensive, and pushing him back as the crowd goes absolutely nuts for the underdog. But Horak has had enough. In a massive rage quit moment, he smashes the arena floor to stop Hajin's onslaught, sending debris flying everywhere. This forces Hajin to change his position and dodge the incoming rubble. He then gives his opponent a quick warning before yeeting a knife straight for his face. Scared, Horak chooses to dodge instead of blocking it. He's probably afraid Hajin rigged the knife with some other crazy power, but it was just another mind game. Hajin was just playing him the whole time. The knife was a fake, and now that he has Horak completely exposed, he unloads on him again, riddling him with so many shots he can't even get back on his feet. Hajin slowly stalks toward the downed martial artist with his gun raised. Horak's body is trembling, and the crowd is dead silent, absolutely horrified by what the cadet is about to do. Hajin's finger is right on that trigger. He is 100% ready to end this fight. Hajin is poised to take the final shot, while Horak is completely defenseless. Then, in a massive plot twist, Kim Hajin runs out of bullets at the very last second. Horak might be exhausted, but he somehow manages to struggle back to his feet, still looking just as intense as before, and he uses this moment to his full advantage. This absolute madman literally throws in the towel, surrendering the fight and giving his opponent the most bitter taste of victory ever. His sudden surrender leaves even the pro heroes completely stunned. The match comes to a sudden end with Horak being named the winner, but this kind of pathetic victory doesn't sit right with the meathead who roars at Hajin to come back, but our boy has zero chill and doesn't give him the time of day. He just leaves the stage. After the fight, the medics are totally floored by how quickly Horak healed from his injuries, especially since he got shot with actual real-deal bullets. As for the top-tier heroes watching from the sidelines, Jun-hyuk asks Young-ji for her take on the fight. She admits that the cadet Hajin was surprisingly skilled, while his opponent, on the other hand, made a ton of rookie mistakes. She says if he had just been patient instead of going full berserker, he could have easily won. But despite that analysis, Young-ji is completely fixated on how Hajin performed. For one, his firing speed was not human, and his visual prowess was so cracked. He could perfectly track the martial artist's movements and keep him locked down. Then there was the fact that as Horak got weaker, Hajin seemed to perfectly match his pace, never overextending. Young-ji wonders if Hajin has a gift that lets him become the perfect counter to any opponent he faces. She's also really concerned about the bullets he used, the ones that were obviously infused with a ton of mana. But that whole idea sounds ridiculous to Jun-hyuk, who knows for a fact that even mana-infused bullets don't have enough juice to crack a shield like that. When it comes to the juiced-up protection shield, Young-ji admits they still don't fully understand all the gifts Hajin brings to the table. Plus, there's always the chance he's been leveling himself up on the down low. But after what Young-ji witnessed in the duel today, she's no cap convinced that Hajin has the potential to become the absolute GOAT of all heroes. She locks his name in her memory because his performance was just that fire. As for Young-yong, he is not feeling Hajin's vibe at all. For some reason, he just thinks the dude is way too weak and honestly super boring with that little pistol. It completely wrecks him that the captain ordered him to analyze Hajin's fight. Drune explains, that Hajin wields the power of demonic destruction, which should be a big enough deal. But Jungyang still isn't buying it and thinks it's a trash-tier power compared to raw strength. Drune calls him out for acting like a total baby just because Hajin turned out to be a ranged fighter. The warrior inside Jungyang is convinced that a real battle only counts when you're literally trying to murder your opponent. Drune just roasts him for it, telling this blowhard to go find some other cadets who are that thirsty for blood. He also asks if this clown even bothered to check on Suho and Jonghak, the actual people they're supposed to be watching. Jungyang says they're both fine. He watched Jonghak's spear work in combat and has to admit the guy's physical game is pretty commendable. And on top of that, his aggressive energy puts everyone else on the back foot, just from the sheer intimidation. Drune figures Jonghak must have a nasty personality for a guy like Jungyang to actually like him, and then asks about Suho. Jungyang thinks Suho is a weirdo. His fight was kinda interesting, especially his swordsmanship. The way he can just glide around with flawless strokes is insane. His movements are super sharp and clean. But something about the way he moved felt off to him. Suho ended up winning the match, but Jungyang low-key believes that Suho is probably hiding his true colors, like he's a completely different person underneath. Drune thinks this just proves Suho's fighting skills are as legendary as everyone says, but Jungyang isn't really hyped about either of them. Finally, he brings up Hajin, and just saying the name is enough to make this guy's blood boil. Drune points out that the captain is obviously interested in someone who has anti-magic skills. Jungyang still can't stand the guy though. But while he's busy ranting out loud, a guard spots him and reminds the citizen that outsiders are banned from the forest and he needs to bounce immediately. Annoyed at getting caught, Jungyang walks up to the guard and proceeds to delete him from the server. A single flick of his wrist pops the man's head and his body just collapses. Hearing the commotion, Drune asks if this idiot really just splattered someone's brains. Jungyang is happy to confirm that he did. Drune knows this is going to make the captain absolutely livid, since it just creates unnecessary problems for them. The scene then cuts back to the leader of the Chameleon troop, who's lost in some tragic memories from her past. It looks like she lost someone really important to her, and is planning to get her revenge one day. She tells Drune to keep a very close watch on all three of her top candidates. However, the one who's the absolute highest priority is Kim Hajin. His special magic could be the key to helping them shatter the mana impairment. Drune questions if this is really a smart move, since they know basically nothing about this kid. The leader, however, has 0 Fs to give and just wants him to get it done. After all, she's planning to meet Kim Hajin face-to-face tomorrow on the second day of midterms. The arena is just as packed and hyped as it was the day before. You've got a scout from the Knife's Edge Guild and even someone from the Holy Grace of God. All the big shots are showing up, just to find the most promising cadets coming out of these duels. According to the Cube's official ranking, Suho is scheduled to throw down with Yo-hee, the number 8 ranked student in the academy. Then you've got Rachel going up against Na-yoon, and their ranks are practically neck and neck. It's the best of the best facing off against each other. The first match on the docket is between the girls. Hajin is just chilling in the crowd watching the whole thing unfold. He already knows how this ends. Hajin explains that Rachel is about to absolutely body Na-yoon in this fight. It all comes down to Na-yoon being completely clueless, since she hasn't bothered to switch her weapon yet. The 8th duel for the first years is officially underway. Na-yoon thinks this is her golden opportunity to finally climb the ranks and surpass Rachel, since they're right next to each other. She fires a massive arrow into the sky, which then explodes into a shower of smaller projectiles. As a storm of arrows descends on her, Rachel just dodges every single one, but then an arrow comes flying straight for her head. So, instead of evading, she just decides to smack it away. Na-yoon is completely stunned by her opponent's insane defensive moves, especially since the melee fighter is closing the distance and getting right up in her face. The crowd is absolutely losing it over this insane fight. At the same time, the leader of the Chameleon troop decides to sit down with Kim Hajin. She plops down right next to him and just stares at him with a blank expression. Bruh is literally too stunned to speak. So, let's get into who this woman really is, because this chick is one of the most wanted criminals of all time. She's not only the captain of the masked syndicate, but she's also a major player in the criminal underworld. This woman has a massive reputation and rocks multiple different aliases. Nobody actually knows her real identity, and just as this mysterious woman is about to introduce herself to our boy, some dude spills a freezing cold drink all over her. It completely messes up her hair and totally ruins the mood. Even Hajin is flabbergasted. The guy apologizes, and because of the whole mess, they don't get to see the end of the match. Rachel ends up taking the W. This is exactly how Hajin wrote it in his novel. Anyway, he gives the woman his handkerchief so she can clean herself up, and she finally gets to the point. She tells him she saw his duel against Horak, and she was low-key impressed by his skills, so she hands him a business card to get in touch. She's also curious if the power he used was some kind of unique ability. The card she's giving him is just a cover, though. It's one of her many fake identities. The name on the card says Li Xiao Feng, but that's not her real name. Hajin, as the author, would know this, so he plays dumb. He asks if she's a guildmaster trying to recruit him. Hajin tries to grab the card, even though he knows scouting cadets this early is illegal. But as he pulls, she grips it tight and refuses to let it go. The woman says she can't prove her worth to him right now, but she promises she has a ton to offer him. She expects him to call her soon, and with that she gets up and bounces. Hajin is left scratching his head because he can't think of a single good reason why she would come and seek him out personally. It begs the question of what her real motive was. In other news, the match between Suho and Yohee finished. And the winner was obvious from the start. It was our protagonist, Suho. And that's all for the duels today. Everyone is hyping up Suho's incredible performance, but they're also talking about Nayoon's shocking loss to Rachel. Before now, nobody had ever seen a top Korean talent get absolutely demolished by an international student like that. Hajin grabs his drone. He's hoping he caught some juicy footage that could help him with his investigation. He's planning to go back to his room and analyze everything, but then he sees a girl crying her eyes out all by herself. It's Nayoon, and she is an absolute mess after suffering such a brutal defeat. Our boy remembers writing this exact scene in his novel. Nayoon's mental state is tanking, but Suho is supposed to show up and help her out. His job is to comfort Nayoon after her loss. This moment is what eventually helps Nayoon warm up to Suho's character, letting her feel close to someone for the very first time. As much as Hajin wants to cheer her up, he knows that empty words of encouragement aren't going to do anything for her right now. He truly thinks there are moments in life when people need to learn to just take the L, but that's not how Kim Suho operates. That dude is stubborn as hell and refuses to let things slide. Hajin starts to doubt if Suho can actually help Nayoon in this state. And that's when a brilliant idea hits him. He decides to text her completely out of the blue. He starts off by praising her performance in the fight, which just leaves Nayoon looking confused with a red face. Then Hajin starts teasing her in his texts, telling her she would have crushed it if she had used a sword instead. He thinks it would be better for her to switch weapons like he did, but his words just leave her feeling all sorts of confused. And speaking of Suho, he finally rolls up to play his part from the novel, but just as he's about to comfort her, he sees Nayoon's face is filled with the unholy rage of 1,000 suns. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, she is now laser-focused on hating the jerk who is dissing her right after her defeat. And with that, the first semester midterm exams officially came to a close. Hajin was chilling looking over his drone footage. That's when he stumbled upon something absolutely horrifying. It's Jung Yong literally popping someone's head off with a simple flick of his finger. The scene is a complete gore fest. This makes him question if this guy is also connected to that criminal organization. From his actions, Hajin can tell he's a certified psychopath. This dude has zero chill and doesn't hesitate for a second before killing someone. What makes it even worse is that he did it just for the fun of it. This novel is crawling with guys just like him. Even though the cities are super advanced and make life easy, a dark underbelly of monsters is always lurking people with absolutely zero moral compass. On the outside, they look totally human, but they're still set against the world's heroes packing power that makes regular criminals look like a joke. Hajin knows that these psychopathic maniacs are the story's main villains. But it's not enough to just be cautious around the known antagonists. He's stuck in a version of the story that's been altered. Thanks to that co-author, literally anyone could flip and become his enemy. With the first part of midterms over, everyone heads over to the monster testing site for the second practical exam. The cadets are greeted by Jin Jua, the mage who's going to be overseeing this whole competition. Jua wants to give them the lowdown before they get started. This massive stage is where the monster battles are going to go down. She'll be the one summoning the monsters, and it's up to the cadets to take them out. This exam is no cap the most dangerous training they've ever had to deal with so far. That's because the summoned monsters are going to be just as strong as the real deal, and they won't just vanish. Not even if Jua tries to unsummon them. The cadets are shook realizing they're putting their lives on the line for a single training exercise. Jua pretty much tells them that if they think they're going to lose, they better just tap out quick. Now, about how they're getting graded. Their performance score will be based entirely on how well they handle the monster. Jua tells everyone to get into position and give it their all. 4 people get called up at a time to kick off Group 1's exam. The lineup consists of Junho, Hazuki, Junjun, and Spencer. They're all told to stand by until the monsters are brought into the arena. The mage then tells the rest of the students to watch these fights carefully. The cadets on the sidelines get a chance to break down how their classmates are performing. They're actually the ones who will be scoring the fights based on what they see. They can even add their own notes, suggesting what strategies might have worked better. Jua is ready to start the exam, but first, she tells everyone they need to switch off their smartwatches. She also reminds them that their reports better be legit, since it'll impact their written exam grade. So, for once, not even the famously lazy Nayoon can half-ass her work. And with that, the monster battles finally kick off. The mage starts chanting a summoning spell to bring out one of the beasts. From her magic circle, the first monster materializes right in front of Hazuki, an evolved ghoul. This thing is strong and ridiculously fast, and it's immediately on top of her, giving her a hell of a time right from the start. The other cadets start filling out their reports, while the battles rage on. After Group 1's fights are all wrapped up, it's time for Group 2 to step into the ring. One of the cadets just straight up obliterates a snake monster. It's the class rep Younghan, who impressively clapped the creature, without even breaking a sweat. Suddenly, a beam of light blasts down from the sky, vaporizing another monster. That was Nayoon, who just used her cluster arrows to wreck a unicorn monster, clearing her test too. Then you've got Yeonha, who looks like she's just playing with her food, completely toying with the creature she's up against. A few more groups cycle through until it's finally Group 10's turn. Kim Hajin finds himself facing a pretty unique monster, the Chrome Wolf, just as he expected. Using his evasive moves, he starts peppering the beast with shots. After finding a good vantage point, Hajin thinks this fight is a total cakewalk and that he'll be done in a minute. But then out of nowhere, something goes terribly wrong, causing total chaos among the cadets. Hajin looks up, trying to figure out what's happening. Meanwhile, the hero Jun-hyuk gets a report telling him to get on duty, but he's also getting an earful for blowing off his responsibilities. Young-ji reminds him that a guard was literally murdered yesterday, so this is really not the time to be slacking off. An emergency alert just went out, but Jun-hyuk wants to know if she's figured out where it came from. Young-ji figures it probably originated from the seafloor near his position. As he's talking to her, a man emerges from the shadows behind him. Bruh, it's the villain Jung-young, and he looks thrilled to finally deal with the guy who's become their latest headache. Jun-hyuk warns him that he's trespassing in a restricted area, but Jung-young couldn't care less and gets ready to throw down. He tells Jun-hyuk that this is going to be a fight he'll seriously regret, but as they're getting into their stances, the shaking suddenly gets way more intense. Just as things are getting good, a massive twister suddenly forms, snatching everyone's attention from the sea. This crazy situation puts the exam on hold, and all the cadets are told to bail immediately and save themselves. The last group in the middle of their monster fight is ordered to evacuate right away, forget about finishing the battle. Hajin is low-key pissed about leaving things unfinished, and wonders what in the world is causing all this chaos. The entire building starts to shake as the monsters begin to run wild. Hajin ducks behind some cover, seriously scared for his life, because the monsters haven't been despawned yet. He screams for help, but it feels like he's completely alone. He starts to break down what's happening. It dawns on him that there's no way a simple accident could cause this much of a disaster. He starts thinking it has to be an inside job, like one of the mages is secretly a fiend pulling all the strings. Hajin starts running through his list of suspects. He immediately crosses Jinjua off the list because, for a fact, the system would have given him a heads up about her. It's obvious no one at the exam center showed any weird changes that would have set off his alarms. Then as Hajin's eyes dart around, a massive realization hits him like a truck. He figures out what's really behind this whole catastrophe, and on the other side of things, Rachel comes face to face with some mysterious warrior. Just his presence alone is giving her seriously bad vibes. As Hajin puts the pieces together, he thinks the story itself might be generating a brand new event he didn't plan for. It's a lot like how Kim Chun-dong came to exist, a character that was never even in the original author's script. Turns out this Sir Lancaster guy has some kind of history with Rachel, and is probably the one orchestrating this mess. He's been pulling the strings from the shadows this whole time. The plot just took another huge detour that Hajin knows absolutely nothing about, as Rachel confronts Alex Lancaster. This is a mage who supposedly vanished during the London incident ages ago, and Rachel demands answers. But instead of talking, the dude just flashes a wicked grin right at her. Rachel immediately understands what went down. No cap, this man traded his soul to demons just to get a power-up. She can't wrap her head around how the former captain of the Royal Guard could fall this far. But Lancaster isn't fazed by her words at all, and cockily corrects her, reminding Rachel that he's the one who got betrayed, even after he faithfully served his king and country. So all he really did was find a new boss to work for. Rachel tightens her grip on her sword. She now sees this man for the enemy he is and declares she's going to make him pay for his crimes. Moving with blinding speed, she goes in for the kill. The gifted student tries to cut him down, but is completely stunned when her sword passes right through his body. It's like he's not even solid, Lancaster says sorry, but the guy she's seeing is just a projection, an illusion that literally can't take any damage. The really messed up part for Rachel is that all the heroes are focused on the tornado outside. This leaves Rachel totally exposed since no one is coming to check on her. The other monsters are keeping them way too busy. Lancaster points out how different this place is, saying her country would have sent hundreds of knights just to protect a single royal. He recalls the awful pain of losing someone he cared about, which is likely what made him switch sides in the first place. And honestly, seeing this chaos makes him feel even more just. The mage tells her he doesn't have time to chat anymore, so he's just gonna dip. Rachel makes a move to grab him, but let's be real, there's nothing she can do to stop him. Lancaster's body dissolves into black smoke, but out of it emerges a creepy, faceless assassin with 2 blades. The assassin vanishes into thin air before landing a devastatingly powerful strike on Rachel. She's getting absolutely rocked and forced onto the defensive. The assassin just keeps hammering her with a relentless onslaught of attacks. It's so intense that Rachel is getting cut up all over. This is clearly an opponent she can't just face head on. She knows she can't win a straight-up brawl, so her plan is to hang back and look for the perfect opening to counter. But tough luck, because that plan goes right out the window when her weapon gets slapped out of her hands. And just like that, she's left wide open. The shadowy figure just looks down at its prey. She's now got nothing to rely on but her own body. But Rachel still has a few aces up her sleeve. She uses some telekinetic magic to summon her sword, and the weapon comes flying right back. It arrives just as the assassin is about to land the final blow, but then a massive explosion from outside changes everything. The blast distracts them both, and a lone man steps onto the pile of rubble. The second the assassin sees this new guy, it switches targets and lunges at him. Hajin, not missing a beat, changes his weapon's configuration again. This time he busts out the freedom-breathing style second variation shotgun mode. Hajin completely smokes the target without even breaking a sweat. My dude didn't even need more than a single shot. He's totally fine with spending 250 story points for this, since it was a massive win in the end. Over with Rachel, her mind is blown when she realizes her savior is actually one of her classmates. The guy offers her his hand and asks if she's good. Bruh completely forgot that she's bleeding out all over the place and starts using his own bandages to clean her up. But this is low-key super embarrassing for the princess, and she's fidgeting the whole time he's working on her. Thankfully, the wounds aren't as bad as they looked. While wiping away the blood, Hajin glances at the bandage and has a sudden realization. He's just snagged a sample from the top-ranked cadet in the academy, exactly the kind of thing he's been looking for. Rachel thanks him for saving her butt. Right on cue, the institution's mages finally rush onto the scene. They're asking around to see if either of them is injured. They come over to lend a hand, while Jin the mage instructor gets word that 2 other cadets have been seriously hurt. Jin is absolutely furious and is demanding to know who's responsible for this level of destruction. Now, let's jump back to our hero over by the shore. Jun Hyuk gets met by his friend who asks him about the whole monster situation. Unfortunately, the monster wasn't beaten. It was just scared off, and not even by Jun Hyuk. It was all because of some random intruder. Jun Hyuk is trying to figure out what could have possibly gotten the creature so worked up. And yet this intruder still managed to clap it with almost no problems. No cap based on his power level, the man seemed completely cracked. His friend is having trouble buying the story. And Jun Hyuk totally agrees because he's thinking the same thing. He's also convinced this terrifying dude was connected to the guard's death. With a high-level monster and this mysterious powerhouse both showing up out of nowhere, the Academy's midterms have been thrown into complete and utter chaos. A day goes by and yesterday's monster incident is now all over the news, making the entire world ask what the hell happened. This whole mess forces them to postpone the midterm exams. With most of the faculty pulled away to deal with explanations and reconstruction, the students' classes were ultimately just canceled. And that's how Hajin's class ended up celebrating, because they just got 10 full days off with nothing to worry about. Their instructor could not believe what he was seeing. They were throwing a party right after their own classmates nearly got wiped out. But I mean, I kinda get why they're hyped. Suddenly, Hajin's laptop pings with a new notification. He realizes another major deviation from the original story is about to happen. As if things weren't already a mess, Hajin now has to worry about a mage named Alex Lancaster, who's got his sights set on our girl Rachel. We find out that this dude lost someone important to him in some kind of incident. And because he's so enraged, there's a good chance he's gonna go after Rachel. Plus, the guy has some serious potential to become a top-tier villain as the story progresses. Luckily, Hajin totally remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters he created. In his original story, this dude was supposed to be a major antagonist. But showing up right now, that's way too early and completely unexpected. At this point, Hajin's low-key regretting not writing in more heroes for the good guys, because the villains in this world are getting seriously out of hand. Lost in thought, he's at least relieved he managed to get a sample of Rachel's blood without anyone getting suspicious. Suddenly, a girl smacks him on the head, and only Chai Na-yoon has that kind of zero chill. She's pissed at him, but honestly he kinda deserves it. Ha-jin keeps telling her to ditch archery and try something else entirely. He's only saying that because he knows a bow and arrow just doesn't vibe with her true potential. From a distance, Suho and the class rep are just watching this unfold. They see the academy's two biggest problem children are at it again, but Suho thinks they're actually getting along better than before. Na-yoon heads back to her dorm feeling pretty good about herself for getting under our boy's skin. Just as she's celebrating, Na-yoon gets a notification on her smartwatch. It's the feedback report from her last test. Super excited, Na-yoon decides to peek at what other people wrote, starting with Suho. To her total shock, Suho gave her a glowing review. He pointed out how scared and unsure she used to be, but then she found her confidence. And in the end, she proved she was a legit skilled cadet. He calls her persistence and talent some of her greatest strengths. And get this, he actually supported her choice to stick with the bow. Suho even notes that while some people might doubt her, the only thing she's really missing is a bit of self-belief. To wrap it up, he thinks Na-yoon has what it takes to become one of the most cracked heroes out there, as long as she keeps grinding and proving everyone wrong. After reading those words, Na-yoon is completely shaken and starts tearing up. But it only makes her more confident in her archery skills, and she totally brushes off Ha-jin's trolling. Na-yeon then checks the second report, which comes from some anonymous account, and this person for some reason wrote a whole freaking novel. She's more hyped than ever after Suho's review, so she dives right in. But after a moment, Na-yoon's whole body is trembling with rage. The words on the screen make her blood boil so much that Hazuki actually hears her screaming from inside her room. Full of fury, Na-yoon swears she'll prove this anonymous hater wrong, taking the sample she got from Rachel and putting it on the seed. Meanwhile, Sobai See, the seed of Evangel he snagged back at the garrison has a pretty unique power. If you feed it a decent amount of human blood, the seed is supposed to eventually bring back the witch Evangel herself. Ha-jin's actually low-key glad that it's taken on Rachel's traits now. This way, the seed won't grow into a complete monster he has to fight. Otherwise, he'd be stuck dealing with a legit supervillain. He impatiently pokes at the tiny seed, basically begging it to just sprout already. Suddenly, our author feels a searing pain shoot through his body. His face turns white as a sheet, because he knows what's about to go down, and he can't handle it. The second stigma mark has just appeared on his wrist, promising a world of hurt just like last time, and his screams fill the air as the night ends. The next day, our boy is totally zoned out. Even his agent can see how wrecked he looks and asks if he's doing all right. Ha-jin dodges the question and asks about how the agency's business is going. Luckily, they've finally gotten a proper vehicle for hunting, and their client list has gotten way bigger. It's a huge relief for the agent compared to the hell he had to deal with on the field, and he thanks Ha-jin for his non-stop support. Wanting to change the subject again, Ha-jin spots a crowd gathered nearby and asks what the big deal is. His first thought is that they might be from some guild. Then it's revealed that some VIP heroes from the Essence of the Straight Guild are making their entrance, causing a huge commotion. Ha-jin peeks over at Yoonha and wonders if she's also there with her team to investigate. And wouldn't you know it, she catches him looking. Yoonha walks over and asks if he's got business in this area. He coolly explains that he's just there for a quick payday and even introduces his agent. The agent is absolutely stunned that Ha-jin is just casually chummy with a top-tier member of the Essence of the Straight Guild. Ha-jin thinks for a sec, and realizes that Soo-hyuk being paired up with Yoonha is one of the worst combinations imaginable. Because they're complete opposites, and in the original plot, Soo-hyuk is supposed to become the main hero's agent. In the original story, that is. When Yoonha learns about his agency, she's the one who becomes the key to investing in Soo-hyuk's company. This is what causes the business to totally explode in growth. But now a massive problem has just popped up. It's not a sure thing whether the current Yoonha will decide Soo-hyuk's business is an investment worth making. If she doesn't, it could send Soo-hyuk's career into a total nosedive. Anyway, Yoonha then pulls a completely unexpected move. She decides to join them for the hunt. Ha-jin is completely blindsided with a million questions racing through his mind as the super tense car ride begins. The two of them are pretty cold and distant with one another. Ha-jin patiently waits, trying to figure out what Yoonha is playing at. The girl finally breaks the silence and asks him point blank if he has any plans for the future. Stunned, Ha-jin asks her to clarify what she means. Yoonha says she wants to know what he plans on doing after he graduates from the academy. Our author acts all casual, saying he hasn't given it much thought since it feels so far away. Yoonha explains that it's smart to start thinking about it, since in their third year they won't be at the academy very often. The third year is when cadets get classified as trainee heroes, making their lives a lot more complicated. and then she gets to her real point. Yoonha directly offers Hajin an invitation to join her guild. They're pissed about being stuck in second place on the top guild rankings. The Holy Grace of God Guild is currently holding the #1 spot. But the moment Yona takes the reins, she's gunning to make her guild the absolute best in Korea, promising him a blank check for support. We're talking everything from top-tier agents to the best weapons money can. Poor Suyu flinches, realizing his job might be on the chopping block if he can't deliver. Yona smugly reveals she's already made a massive offer to a certain somebody, a person who hasn't even scratched the surface of their heroic potential yet. The agent has to remind her she can't just break the rules whenever she feels like it. Trying to poach cadets this early in their training is a huge no-no for any guild. Seriously, it carries a fine of almost $350,000, but this girl's so loaded, she thinks it's just the cost of doing business. Suddenly, the car slams to a halt, sending Yona's face straight into the back of the seat and giving her a nasty nose bruise. She starts yelling at the driver for stopping out of nowhere, but a nervous Suyu chimes in. He points out that they have actually just arrived at their destination. This is the monster point designated for today's mission. Yona can't believe it and starts clowning on him, asking how a regular agent could possibly find a legit monster point. Suhuki explains that April is basically monster mating season, which causes heroes to swarm hunting grounds to grind them down. That's why most monster points are ridiculously overcrowded this time of year, but the place he chose is special. It's basically a custom-built playground for a shark. It gives him a massive environmental advantage on the battlefield. And to back up his agent's claim, Hajin confirms he's already double-checked all the intel himself. So yeah, there's absolutely nothing to sweat about. Hajin tells them he'll be back as soon as he's finished his hunting quest. With that, he leaves the two of them behind, but it looks like Yona has zero interest in making small talk with the agent either. She dips out real quick, saying her own guild members will be there any minute. A moment later, she taps on the car window. She completely surprises Suhyuk, who thought she was long gone. Turns out the agent's skills low-key impressed her, and she wants to work with him again down the line. 10 days fly by after the midterms got cut short and classes finally get back to normal. All the cadets are now back at the academy. Naturally, everyone's crowding around the results board. They're all dying to see where they ended up in the rankings. And you can see it clear as day, Kim Hajin is sitting at the very top of the list, which no cap is exactly what he was expecting, especially right after he completely bodied Horak in the practical exam. Those goons that Young Hawk sent after him have totally backed off, so his days have been surprisingly chill. It's a level of peace and quiet he hasn't experienced before. A total 180 from the chaos he walked into when he first enrolled. But, just as he's enjoying the moment, a fist flies right past his head and smashes into the wall. It's no surprise that the punch belongs to Nayoon, and bruh, she is absolutely fuming about some report. A report that Hajin supposedly wrote about her. Judging by his reaction though, our boy seems completely clueless about what she's talking about. But Nayoon has zero chill right now and tells him to cut the crap. She knows he's the only one who would write such a savage evaluation of her. Turns out Hajin really did write the report, but he genuinely did it because he thought it would help her. A furious Nayoon gets in his face, sick and tired of him constantly telling her that archery isn't her thing. All the cadets around them just watch as Nayoon throws down a challenge, proposing a bet right then and there. And to everyone's shock, Hajin accepts it without even hesitating. He says his conditions are super simple, so if she flubs this bet, she's gotta hang up her bow for good. The stakes are getting to her and she's absolutely fuming, dead set on proving him wrong. Hajin's just like, bet, I'll use a bow too. But to even the odds, he says he's gonna need some training. Nayeon is totally convinced that no amount of practice is gonna be enough to save him from this L. She strolls away fully confident she's got this stupid bet in the bag. Meanwhile, Hajin's thinking about how he's already hit level 7 proficiency with his sharpshooter skill. That means if he just grinds a little bit more, he's going to completely destroy her in this little contest. On top of that, his OP luck stat is basically a cheat code. The story makes it clear that Nayoon is just living in denial right now. She's telling herself her bow skills are on par with her sword skills, but no cap, they aren't even close. At the same time, Hajin knows that just gassing someone up won't actually make them any better. The only way to improve is to actually put in the work and get stronger at your craft. The scene then flips over to room 303 of Grace Hall, where the travel club's president Han Hyun is making a speech. This is all happening right after midterms finally wrapped up. Hajin is completely zoned out, remembering how the study club and the hunting club both got suspended. Turns out they were both tied up in some sketchy fiend-related incidents. The whole plot is also moving way slower and with less impact than it did in the original novel he wrote. This is actually a good thing, since Hajin now knows which storyline he needs to prep for. Han Hyun's announcement isn't over yet. He reveals the club's next big destination. They're heading to France, and this is the arc that involves a Parisian millionaire getting brutally murdered, which throws a huge wrench into the story. Hajin recalls that it all kicked off with a death threat sent by a dangerous crew of assassins. They literally told the guy the exact time and date he was scheduled to get smoked. The target was a dude named Vidal, who had a reputation for being a super kind guy who lived a simple, normal life. But that's exactly where the plot twist hits different. He wasn't the guy he pretended to be. Deep down, Vidal's real name is Vervet, and he's been living a secret life as a criminal. Known for being the absolute worst of the worst, this man built his fortune by scamming and manipulating people with his schemes. Total crypto bro behavior. Anyway, for a while, he managed to dodge all the consequences for his actions. But a guy like that can't stay hidden forever. Eventually, his entire shady past was exposed. He couldn't go to the cops for protection and was running out of time to hire a security team. After all, any bodyguards would need to be strong enough to take on a squad of elite assassins. The fear of death was creeping in, and just when it looked like it was game over for him, he found a loophole. Vidal gets his hands on a pretty unique solution that only becomes an option, because the Cube students are taking a trip to Paris. In the original story, the club president was struggling to find a place for all the cadets to stay. While they were figuring it out, Vidal saw his chance and slithered in, presenting himself as a kind benefactor. He offered to let all the cadets stay at his mansion, which was easily big enough to house every single one of them. And that's how it all went down. Really, it was just a master plan to use the students as human shields. The assassins would have to get through the cadets just to reach him. Back in the present, Hajin gets a message on his computer about a new job. He's pretty hyped to see a message from his first ever client. Our boy checks out the job details. The client wants him to hunt down a scammer who brought their entire family to ruin. They have also attached a file with all the necessary info for Hajin to track this person down. Hajin starts digging through the file, and what he finds leaves him completely stunned. The chapter ends there, but we get a quick look inside a warehouse where a few thugs are rewatching Horak's fight, the one he had against our boy. One of them is totally geeking out over the power of anti-demonic magic. Others are just impressed by this year's batch of freshmen, especially Hajin. They turn to their captain with a question, and the woman just asks mockingly. Some members are wondering why they're suddenly reviewing some rookie's fight. And while one of them is still on the fence about it, another member speaks up vouching for the kid's insane talent. They've also done a deep dive into his background and found out he's got 0 connections, so no one to answer to. They're convinced Hajin's whole deal is about money, so they plan on using their fat stacks of cash to get him on board. One of them gets down to business, reminding everyone their main goal is to hunt down the traitor in their ranks and eventually make them pay for what they did. He's pretty sure Kim Hajin is the perfect man for that job. But with the idea of recruiting him on the table, they hit a snag what color to assign him. The only color left is black, which not only represents the strongest member, but was also the color of the snake who betrayed them. One of the guys trying to act tough steps up to claim the color for himself. Bruh, it's the same psycho who absolutely wrecked that guard earlier. But the rest of the crew just rains insults down on him, saying he's way too much of a bonehead to ever earn a color like that. This whole mess forces them to put it to a vote, with the captain's call being the final word. The captain agrees and tells the group to raise their hands if they're down to bring Hajin into the fold, and officially make him a part of their organization. We see a count of 8 people totally for the idea, and only 2 against, so it's a landslide. The captain then casually tosses a VIP party invitation for Paris to her subordinate Jane, which no cap is where their next mission is going down. As the yellow member of this shady crew, Jane is all set for a heist mission to go and swipe a ring. Back with our cadets, the time for the France trip has finally arrived. Han Hyun, the president, confirms that all the cadets are present and accounted for, explaining that they are going to draw lots to form teams before they step through the portal. We see Yoon Ha being the first one to walk up to the box. Hajin is just thinking to himself about how he never got the chance to explore Europe in his past life. But in this world, anything feels possible now. If everything goes down just like he wrote in his original story, this girl should end up on Suho's team. But just as her hand goes for the box, the scene cuts away. And boom, we see the beautiful Eiffel Tower, which means the cadets have officially set foot in Paris. As for the teams, everyone probably saw at least one twist coming. And it's a big one. Na-yoon is stuck with our boy, and she is absolutely fuming about it, already harassing him, while French citizens just stare. These students are from a famous academy after all. Turns out Han Hyun actually has a girlfriend in France, and the 2 of them are making all the other single losers on the trip green with envy. It's low-key hilarious that this entire trip to France was probably just so the dude could go visit his girl. Han Hyun introduces his girlfriend, who will also be acting as the team doctor for their trip. Her name is Natasha, and she gives the group a friendly hello. With all that out of the way, it's finally time for the cadets to split off into their assigned groups. They're free to spend the day however they want, but they've got to be back for a party that night. With Nayoon and Hajin paired up, she asks him what places he wants to check out. Since he honestly has no clue, he just suggests they find some good restaurants. He also thinks it's kinda surprising that she's actually choosing to stick with him. Nayoon just thinks it's the obvious thing to do, since they're partners and all. Meanwhile, Hajin can't help but remember how his last partner, Yoon Ha's, basically just ditched him without a second thought. Anyway, our boy, being the super prepared guy he is, has already made a list for them to get around without getting lost. All he asks is for her to follow his lead, but she's quick to remind him she has a really picky palate and isn't about to be merciful. They pull up to this super bougie restaurant, and Nayoon is completely shook. Turns out Hajin already had the reservations locked in, and as they get to their table, the girl is just sitting there wondering how in the world he managed to score a table in the first place. The story doesn't reveal his secret, but low-key he just used the Book of Truth to finesse the menu. Hajin just tells her it's cool she can order anything she wants, which totally catches her off guard. Our boy already knows she's a picky eater, not to mention she comes from a super rich family. But then out of nowhere, he's so startled that he literally jumps up from his chair. Bruh, this dude was playing it so cool, and then he just bolts, leaving the girl hanging all by herself. He can feel the danger radiating from the situation. Hajin has to wonder if this is yet another major deviation from the original plot. He dashes over to a couple and tries to get them to notice him. The girl with the glasses is none other than Yoon Seong-ah. She's another main character who has absolutely no business being in Paris right now. Seong-ah is totally speechless, while Hajin had to go full throttle just to catch her. She pretends she doesn't know the guy, even though Hajin is begging her to drop the act. Just then, the system drops another story alert as Seong-ah's boyfriend steps up to defend her. Hajin decides to back off and pulls out his laptop. The system's hitting him with a story modification alert about Jane and Seong-ah. It's officially linking their destinies to Paris. While he's dealing with all this drama outside, Nayoon has no clue what this guy is doing. Hajin starts having a flashback. He remembers their first meeting was way back at the Holy Grace of God Guild headquarters. They both enlisted as fresh-faced recruits, tackled missions together, and even struggled through some seriously rough patches as a team. They were basically ride-or-die best friends who always had each other's six. But that whole picture of friendship completely shattered when Jane betrayed Seong-ah in a duel. Seong-ah was defeated and just begged to know why. Jane, the person she trusted like a sister, was actually a sadistic monster who just wanted to play with her emotions. No, Cap, her true identity was Valoran, the yellow member of the infamous Masked Syndicate. She's a top-tier villain, basically the queen of disguise and grand larceny. Right now, it looks like Seong-ah is deep undercover hunting for her. Her partner Joran notes how annoyed she seems. She tells him she's actually relieved because this is her one shot to finally move on from her past. Joran isn't buying it and says he doesn't trust the informant who told them Valoran would show up at the party. And while Seong-ah is also suspicious of the tip, she knows Jane's personality inside and out and is certain she'll come. After all, how could a master thief like her resist stealing the priceless ring of Homer? Valoran has all the intel on where it's kept, so she's definitely going to do whatever it takes to snatch it. And that's exactly when Seong-ah plans to make her move. Back at the restaurant, Nayoon ate until she was stuffed, and with that taken care of, Hajin asks if she's ready to split up now. He figures she has her own spots to visit, but the truth is he's just looking for an excuse to get some alone time. He's got to prep a strategy for the party. Since she's got no real reason to stick around, she starts to leave, but this exchange wouldn't be complete without Hajin dropping a cheeky comment on his way out. Nayeon snaps back at him like always, and the scene cuts to the ball, where Suho and Yeonha are stealing the show. The crowd around them is buzzing, wondering if these two are some kind of major celebrities. Yeonha is definitely feeling good about their decision to go incognito. Our main character, on the other hand, thinks this tight suit is a little too convenient for his own good. Yeonha offers her hand for a dance, figuring it'd be pretty sus if they just stood around doing nothing while this whole event is going down. As this happens, the camera pans out to find Hajin. He got here at 5:30 and has already clocked Seo Young's arrival. So far, nothing out of the ordinary has really grabbed his attention. The whole party is taking place at an old palace way out on the city's edge. Hajin's mission is to make sure the plot doesn't take any wild detours, and using his Deadeye ability, he's shocked to spot a magic portal. It just rips open out of thin air, which is something that absolutely isn't supposed to be happening right now, since only demonic humans can even open portals like these. What makes this even sketchier is that only the most powerful fiends can pull off a stunt like this. That means the threat they're up against isn't just some small-time villain. one of the guests in the hall is secretly the Fiend. They're the one keeping the portal open and right. Then Hajin gets a notification from the system. This time, it's a message from the co-author who's explaining his reasons for shaking things up. This mystery co-author figures that a legendary item like the Ring of Homer should have way more heat on it. Because of this, a nasty group of fiends known as the Fellowship of Evil Deeds has decided to get involved. They have now officially crashed the party. Once he learns this, Hajin remembers just how cracked this fiendish organization actually is. Their shot caller Kim Hak Pyo is a seriously dangerous dude. These guys get a kick out of starting wars and snatching priceless artifacts. They have their hands in pretty much every major conflict in the world. In other words, our boy now has to face an entire evil organization. And it's all because the co-author decided to throw a wrench in the works for him. Activating his ether spell, Hajin seems to have slapped on a mask and is dead set on stopping this disaster from unfolding. Scouting from a high vantage point, he starts looking for Valerian Jane. And speak of the devil, she's currently in a back room choking the life out of a waiter on the down low. While keeping her disguise active, she gets the authorization for the safe where the ring is stored. For her, the mission feels like it's in the bag with the artifact just inches away. But as Valerie tries to snatch the ring, a worried but very familiar voice calls her out from behind. It turns out Valerie is running around in Joran's body to do her dirty work. She's completely stunned to run into Sunga in a place like this, but a confident Sunga just says she's there to check up on her assistant. Playing the part of someone totally clueless, she steps closer and decides to give him a hug from the back. Valerian is totally freaking out, having no idea what is even going on. All of a sudden, Senga's grip gets way tighter. She reminds Valerian that she has no interest in being played for a fool a second time, after saying that this chick literally hits her with a suplex and drives her body straight into the ground. The insane explosion from their clash grabs the attention of everyone in the main hall. No cap, people actually thought a bomb had just exploded from the sheer force of their fight. Valerian bursts out of the smoke and transforms back into her original form. She's actually kind of impressed that Sunga managed to see right through her perfect disguise, but Sunga is in no mood for small talk. She immediately dashes in to attack her. She knows for a fact that Joran went missing the moment they arrived in Paris. She could also tell from the subtle differences in their speech patterns that Valerian had already made her move. Impressed by her sharp senses, Valerian thinks it's only fair that she's so cautious, especially after getting betrayed so badly the first time around. Before Senga can unleash her attack, a whip suddenly wraps around her arm. It's Yonha, and she wants them to stop wrecking the entire hall. Senga demands to know who they are since she doesn't recognize them as cube cadets. Johanna drops her disguise and tells her to lower her weapon so they can prevent any more chaos. But Senga has no intention of backing off. Her electrical energy surges and completely obliterates Johanna's whip, which sends a literal shockwave through her. Her weapon is just gone. Senga's attention snaps right back to her opponent, who's already blitzing toward her with a deadly piercing attack. Thankfully, she manages to dodge and immediately starts throwing down with her own sword strikes. The sheer force blasting from their blades is straight up blinding. Sunga is low-key, struggling to match Valerian's speed, but she finally spots an opening and uses her sword to send her flying. Banged up and broken, Valerian is now completely defenseless on the ground. A totally bloodlusted Sunga raises her sword ready to finish her for good. But right as she's about to bring the blade down on Valerian, Suho jumps in, blocking her attack with his own sword. Valerian is over there sweating buckets, realizing she was seconds away from getting deleted, while Sunga offers Suho a not-so-polite warning. She tells him to get lost unless he wants to end up on a t-shirt too. Our boy refuses to stand down, admitting he doesn't even know what their beef is about. But despite that, Suho's hero complex is dialed to 11, compelling him to stop the fight. His words mean nothing to the enraged Sunga, who just kicks him aside. But when she looks back for Valerian, she's already gone. That little distraction was all she needed to make a run for it. Sunga bolts after her, while Valerian is happily booking it out of there. Then out of nowhere, a massive wave of black darkness explodes between the two of them. Both girls are left completely stunned by the insane scene. It turns out a fiend has managed to swipe the ring for herself. The Ring of Homer is now in the hands of a demonic human who's rocking some wild mermaid-like powers. Yep, complete with tentacles. Watching this whole chaotic mess unfold from the outside is the author Hajin. But let's hit pause on this and see what Nayun is up to. Poor girl got lost just like our boy knew she would. She's been wrestling with a freaking map, but she just keeps looping back to the same spot. Nayon's getting pissed at her useless smartwatch, but then she has a galaxy brain moment and remembers her dad is the CEO of the company that actually makes them. She instantly takes back her insults and decides to phone Yonha for help. Unfortunately, she can't get a signal, which only makes Nayun even more frustrated. Back in the hall, Sunga, being a top-tier hero herself, immediately recognizes the demonic human by its powerful aura. Sunga demands that the creature hand over the ring right now. The arrogant fiend isn't having it though, claiming that she and her demon crew are way more deserving of the epic artifact. Hajin is still just chilling and watching the scene, waiting for things to pop off even more. He's putting the puzzle pieces together in his head, figuring out just how this group of fiends managed to get the ring. What's even worse is his realization that none of the heroes in the hall stand a chance of getting it back. Deciding it's time for Plan B, Hajin finally makes his move, launching a slime whip at full speed. It smashes through a window and crashes right into the middle of the hall. The fiend is totally startled and caught completely off guard. Hajin is able to safely yoink the ring from her grasp, while the demon looks around clueless about what just went down. With the fiend distracted, Sunga rushes in at top speed. The fight kicks off again, giving Hajin the perfect opportunity to escape. As he's slipping away unnoticed to check out the ring, Hajin gets ambushed out of nowhere. He barely manages to escape a massive explosion that leaves a huge crater as a man with an energy blade steps forward. This guy is here to stop any intruders from escaping with the precious ring. Hajin definitely wasn't expecting another fiend to show up. The man gives him a polite greeting and introduces himself as Sidious. He also casually mentions that he's with the Fellowship of Evil Deeds. Even though he's a talkative fiend, he's low-key impressed that Hajin managed to yoink the ring so smoothly. But he doesn't really care how quick or clever Hajin is. Sidious just wants his ring back, like right now. Our boy says nah. This of course makes things super annoying for the demon. So he moves on to Plan B, taking the ring by force. Sidious whips out his lightsaber and straight up lunges at him. He unleashes this insane wave of dark red magic that just carves a path through the landscape. Hajin barely manages to dodge it, almost getting turned into a pile of ash. No cap, this dude is built different. His power level is off the charts. Sidious starts monologuing, explaining his weapon is a magic sword, a super pricey artifact that set him back millions. He brags that if the user has enough magic power to feed it, the sword's potential is basically infinite, infinite. He offers Hajin a final chance, just give back the ring and avoid getting needlessly wrecked. But here's the thing about demonic humans. Once they forge a pact with a demon, their mana pools get a massive game-breaking upgrade. That means the weapon he's wielding is the perfect tool for a fiend like him. This makes them a total nightmare to fight, so Hajin's main focus is now that sword. He's trying to figure out how to shut down the weapon first, but Sidious confidently winds up for another swing, blasting out another energy wave. Hajin has to use all his defensive tricks to evade, but he quickly finds himself backed into a corner. He's starting to think it might be time for a little chat. So, Hajin does his best to try and negotiate a deal. Sidious isn't really feeling it since Hajin already shot down the idea of talking things out earlier. He even starts taunting our masked hero, thinking he's just trying to stall for time. Sidious claims he's already analyzed Hajin's skills and says he's way weaker than the actual heroes back in the hall. In his eyes, Hajin is just a guy with a gun and some decent dodging skills. The fiend is genuinely confused as to why a nobody like Hajin thinks he stands a chance against someone so powerful. With his little speech over, Sidious gets ready to launch one final attack, aiming to finish his opponent for good. But in a hilarious twist, the magic just fizzles out into nothing. This shocks both the fiend and our boy. Sidious has no idea what just happened to his weapon. Meanwhile, Hajin is just standing there completely speechless. Then he offers up an explanation. Turns out the magic sword is now totally useless for the rest of the day, a tiny detail that not even the fiend himself was aware of. What's absolutely bonkers is that this happened because Hajin's passive luck stat kicked in. Because of his insane luck, the super powerful magic sword straight up malfunctioned. Of course, Sidious just thinks Hajin is talking out of his ass, since he has no clue about our MC's unique powers. He's still cocky, boasting that he can easily crush this human even without a weapon. But Hajin isn't so sure about that, thinking the demon might be overestimating himself a little. Using his remaining stigma, our author channels light magic into his gun, switching up its mode. Sidious charges forward at full speed, planning to blow Hajin away with a single kick. But just before the attack can land, Hajin fires his shot, and just like that, the fight is over. The scene then cuts back to Nayun, who's decided to play video games instead of looking for the ball. She notices a bunch of police cars patrolling the area and wonders what's going on so late. It also hits different that nobody is even talking to her, making her feel completely isolated. Nayun is in a seriously foul mood and can't figure out why she's acting this way. All of a sudden, a guy comes and sits right next to her. It's Hajin appearing out of thin air. He's all banged up and can barely string a sentence together from his last fight, which totally freaks her out. The dude just faceplants right in front of her, and she's shook. Nayun frantically asks if he's even breathing, but the exhausted, battle-scarred Hajin is long gone. He's completely unconscious and can't respond at all. While he's out cold, Kim Ha-jin gets hit with a major flashback to an event from his past life. It was right after he totally bombed his big college entrance exam, and his parents actually came to see him. He couldn't believe they'd risk their own health just to come, but then their faces started to get all blurry. As the image got hazy, the kid just broke down sobbing about how badly he'd failed the test. His parents just tried to comfort him, completely understanding what he was going through. They wrapped him up in a big hug, showing him that even when he messes up, they've still got his back. Waking up from that heart-wrenching memory, Ha-jin is literally crying his eyes out. He's in a bed, but the big question is, where the hell is he? Just then, a worried Suho and Na-yoon pop in to see how he's holding up. Na-yeon is low-key salty, complaining that she had to drag his unconscious butt all the way over here. She also spots his tear-stained face and immediately starts roasting him for crying. She has zero chill. Suho tells her to take a hike, while an assistant brings Ha-jin some apples, showing him some actual support. She explains that his condition was obviously just a case of pure exhaustion. She just wants him to take it easy and get as much rest as he possibly can. Ha-jin has no clue why he's getting all this VIP treatment or where he even is. Turns out he's somehow landed in the manor, and that means they've already made contact with Videl. It's already late, but Ha-jin isn't hungry and straight up refuses to join the others for a meal. His mind is just racing, completely consumed with the assassination plot that's about to kick off any second now. Ha-jin is just glad he's actually awake to see it all go down in real time. The maid then asks Na-yoon to leave. She offers to escort her out for the night. This, of course, makes Na-yoon get all bent out of shape. Suho says his goodbyes and then starts peeling an apple for Ha-jin. He's not really sure it's a great idea for our boy to be moving around so soon. Our author quickly glances at his smartwatch to get the news report on what happened. Thankfully, the report confirms that no one was killed, and most people got away with only minor injuries. But here's the kicker. There's no mention of Valerian in the report, which means she got away scot-free. Ha-jin decides to chat with Suho, asking him what he knows about the Fiend. Suho pretty much explains that he doesn't have a clue what happened either. The monster bounced before the heroes could take her down. Ha-jin grabs an apple slice and starts munching as Suho continues to cut them for him. Ha-jin clocks Suho's own injuries and tells the hero he seriously needs to take better care of himself. Our author sarcastically points out that Suho's the main character of this story, so it would be a real issue if he got seriously hurt. Ha-jin can't stop thinking about how Suho confronted Sung-ho without a second of hesitation. She was fully prepared to end him for getting in her way, and it was only the Fiend's lucky timing that saved Suho's life. Otherwise, he would have been absolutely wrecked. And while Ha-jin totally gets the hero's intentions, and the whole righteous path he's supposed to walk, there's a huge glaring weakness in his strategy. Because the people who try to do good always have to make the toughest calls. While all this is happening, the author gets lost in his own thoughts. He misses his parents like crazy and just wants to find a way back to his own world, no cap. Suho says the word protagonist doesn't really mean anything here, and if it did, then from his point of view, Ha-jin is just as much of a protagonist as he is. In Suho's bright and shiny worldview, and speaking of which, Suho calls Ha-jin out about an anonymous report he wrote, noticing that he was being way too harsh on Na-yoon. Seriously, the dude had zero chill and seemed to be targeting her for no good reason. But Ha-jin totally disagrees, insisting that archery just isn't where her talent lies. That's the whole reason he made that bet with her in the first place. If she loses, she can never touch a bow again. Suho immediately calls him out on his methods. He thinks Ha-jin is just trying to bully her into quitting. Ha-jin claps back with a razor-sharp reply, asking if it's really better to just praise people who are going nowhere. After all, showering someone with compliments all the time doesn't actually make them better. It definitely doesn't make them any stronger. There's also a huge chance they'll just completely ignore your advice anyway. The whole process just ends up being a massive frustration. Ha-jin then puts Suho on the spot, asking if he'd be willing to take responsibility when that happens. Suho asks a pretty straightforward question. What's the basis for Ha-jin's trash talk about Na-yoon's archery skills? He wants to know if Ha-jin is prepared to accept the consequences if he's wrong, and she ends up on a bad path because of him. Ha-jin explains that he's researched her and watched her closer than anyone else, which makes sense since he literally wrote her as a character. He knows all her weak spots, which is why he can see things that are completely beyond Suho's perception. Suho has absolutely no clue what Ha-jin is even talking about. Just then a noise comes from outside, and using his special eye, Ha-jin realizes Na-yoon has been eavesdropping the whole time. She was using her concealment skill on their entire conversation. No cap, her stealth was so good they couldn't even sense her until that very moment. Na-yeon bolts straight into Yona's room, completely flustered and beet red with embarrassment. She can't even process what he was murmuring about. Yona wakes up asking what has her so worked up. Na-yeon tries to play it cool, telling her it's nothing to worry about. Yona just goes back to sleep, leaving Nayun all alone with her racing thoughts. She's trying her absolute best to calm down and keep it together, convinced that neither Suho nor Hajin could have possibly detected her. But his carefully chosen words kept replaying in her mind, and Nayun was getting super flustered, when suddenly, a loud scream jolts her back to reality as a super annoyed Yona wakes up from her sleep. For the second time, she demands that Nayun finally shut the heck up, but the poor girl tries to explain she didn't make a single sound. That's when it dawns on both of them, they just heard a legit scream coming from outside. The scene then shifts to Videl's maid, who is completely horrified to discover a man murdered in cold blood. The assassins did their job just like they said they would. Every last cadet bursts from their rooms to see what all the commotion is about. Suho, being built different, is the fastest of them all and descends the stairs alone. Hajin also came out with a gun in hand, and he's just as shocked that this guy literally jumped all the way from the 3rd floor. Suho moves at lightning speed and slams open the door. There his eyes widen at the absolutely gruesome sight of Videl's bloodied body. Videl's maid is frozen in horror and tries to explain what just happened. The other cadets are also terrified as they discover the horrifying reality of the situation. Because of the massive amount of blood he's lost, Videl's condition is critical, and it's obvious he's beyond saving. The butler is the first one to start pointing fingers directly at the cadets. He's convinced that they are the ones who murdered their beloved master. Of course, his anger is totally understandable, so the cadets just stand there and take it. The maid plans to call the police and an ambulance to get things sorted, asking the cadets to please head back to their rooms for the rest of the night. But right at that moment, Hajin casually flips on the light switch because low-key, he already knows exactly what went down. The rest of them are totally confused. They have no idea why he'd suddenly turn on the lights in a situation like this. Without giving an answer, he walks right up to Videl's body. Meanwhile, the assistant is screaming at him for contaminating what is now a crime scene. She tells him to get lost, but Hajin has absolutely zero chill and presses his Glock right against her throat. Suho and the crew are completely shook. Even Nayun is thinking this guy has finally lost the plot. That's when Hajin drops a bomb, calling the maid Natasha a straight-up liar. Hajin lays it all out, explaining that Videl isn't even dead, because in the original novel, the villain Verret didn't actually die here. His whole scheme was to fake his own death so he could go form a pact with some fiends. This would let him join up with a group that's way more sinister than anyone he's dealt with before. But his fate is now in the hands of the co-author. Since the story is being edited, Hajin has no clue what this dude is going to pull in the future. That's exactly why he's got to make sure this guy goes down for good right here and now. The entire room is dead silent, and Hajin totally gets it. He knows trying to persuade people in a tense situation like this is a long shot. Jumping in like this could totally cause major problems for him later on. But the real reason he's going so hard is because of Suho's influence on him. Deep down, Hajin really needs to believe he's a main character just as important as everyone else. Besides, he figures there's no use blaming himself for messing with the story when it's already been changed so many times. Hajin is dead set on his theory that Videl is alive, claiming this is all just an elaborate trick they're pulling. They've likely just put the guy into a state of suspended animation to fool everyone. In an attempt to counter his wild claims, Natasha pulls the "I'm a doctor" card to shut him up, but our boy is playing 4D chess and already has his receipts ready. The first thing he points out is the wound. There's no way it could have been inflicted from an attack up above. On top of that, the guy is leaking rivers of blood, which is straight up impossible. The human body just can't hold that much liquid. But the real kicker is when Hajin casually taps his smartwatch. It reveals that Videl's face is on the international wanted list, under the alias Swindler Vervet. He accuses Videl of being the same person, which is why they were going to such extreme lengths. Panicking, Natasha turns to the butler. She asks if the ambulance is on the way, and even after hearing it, she still tries to blow off Hajin's evidence. She'd much rather leave this whole mess for the experts to sort out. Just as she thinks the discussion is over, Hajin decides to take things to a whole other level and whips out his gun. He points it directly at the so-called corpse, leaving Natasha stunned as she stares at him in disbelief. She's demanding to know why he's aiming a weapon at a dead man, and even the other cadets think he's taking it way too far. At this point, they all agree that he needs to just stop. But this guy is ruthless and won't back down, announcing he'll pull the trigger on the count of 3. He says that'll be more than enough to prove whether the man is truly dead or not. Hajin starts his countdown, and Natasha begins to totally lose her mind. She screams for the other cadets to stop this psychopath from shooting at a corpse. But Hajin's countdown doesn't stop. He just presses the gun harder against the man's head, ready to take the shot. Natasha pleads, asking why he's so desperate when the authorities are already on their way, but he finally reaches the count of 3. By this point, Natasha is having a full-on mental breakdown because she can see in his eyes that Hajin is not messing around. No cap, he is actually going to chew. In a final act of desperation, she throws herself in front of Videl's body, shielding him and begging Hajin to stop. Finally, Natasha confesses that the man is her father, and she can't let anyone kill him, which pretty much blows her whole cover. Now everyone in the room knows what's really going on. Suddenly a gunshot startles the butler. Hajin declares they don't need the police right now, they need heroes because they just confirmed everything. They have successfully caught a wanted criminal right here in the manor. The authorities finally show up and arrest Natasha while taking her father's body into custody. The so-called murder was in reality just an elaborate scheme cooked up by the father and daughter. They knew people were hunting for him all over Europe because of his reputation as a swindler. Their grand plan was to fake his death so he could completely dodge all the investigations. They were also planning to use the testimony from the gullible Cube cadets to make sure their story was airtight and convincing. So the whole scheme was to hit him with a revival technique right after they faked his death using suspended animation. And fun fact, the drug needed to pull off the suspended animation trick isn't even that expensive. So, for Natasha, who used to work for the institution, snagging it was low-key, a piece of cake with zero issues. After that, everything else was easy peasy. She whipped up a fake chest wound using some illusion magic from a renegade mage she knew. To make it extra convincing, she even used a ton of transfusion blood packs to sell the gore. Now, any first responders rolling up to that scene wouldn't have a clue what was really going on. They'd just think the dude got taken out, and the same goes for the crooked cops who were secretly on their payroll. While they were recovering the body, they'd just swap it with a dummy and slip away from the whole investigation. Then the Cube cadets would give their testimonies based on what they were shown, which just made Videl's case even stronger. Let's be real, it's pretty damn hard to argue against the word of a Cube cadet. From there, Videl would be officially declared dead. This would let him dive back into his life of crime with a brand new secret identity. At least that's how the original story was supposed to go, but that timeline is officially cancelled. Peeking into the Book of Truth, our boy learns that Videl is actually getting cuffed by the Hero Association over in France. It's safe to say he's absolutely cooked and won't be coming back. Hajin just hums a happy tune, satisfied he gave the institution some good press for once. Yanha comes over totally blown away by his deduction skills and starts calling him Sherlock. She's so impressed she even jokes that he should open his own detective agency. But the real question nagging at her is how Hajin seems to know a little too much about the criminal underworld. To cover his tracks, he just blames it all on his family's shady history. And speaking of history, not even the author knows Kim Chun-dong's real backstory, since this is a character he literally never even wrote into his own novel. Let's jump over to the headquarters of the villain group, where Silicin is reporting that she failed to get the Ring of Homer. It was all because some mysterious masked warrior showed up and ruined everything. She's still shook that this guy was strong enough to take down Sidious. The leader of the villains needs to know if this mystery man was another fiend. But Silas is 100% certain he wasn't a fiend or a hero, and with those options off the table, the leader wants her to dig into mercenary and hunter groups to find this dude because he's clearly dangerous. He warns her not to go after him alone, and to make sure she reports back to him first. This leader of the Fellowship of Evil Deeds is also seriously pissed that Silas is out here openly telling everyone she's a fiend. It's like she's proud of it or something. She tries to play dumb, but he sees right through her act. He goes off on her for not keeping her identity a secret, and after getting yelled at, she apologizes and shapeshifts into a normal human form, which will finally let her blend in with the crowd. The leader tells her to investigate the masked warrior, and then asks what happened to the magic sword that Sidious lost. Silicin is definitely not excited to admit that they totally fumbled the bag and lost the magic sword. And that so-called lightsaber, it's sitting right in our author's hands. But he has no idea what he's supposed to do with it, since he has zero talent for magic. The only thing he can reliably use is his stigma magic, making this sword basically a high-tech paperweight. And yeah, selling it would bring in some serious cash, but that feels like a total waste of a legendary weapon. As he checks out the ridiculously rare Ring of Homer, Hajin remembers that to unlock the ring's true power, you're supposed to blast it with a massive amount of magic. But for him, that's not even a problem. He can just use a cheat code to get around that requirement. By dropping a bunch of his story points, he can just change the ring's settings and manually awaken its power. With the purchase confirmed, he's good to go. The artifact flashes brightly before shattering and reforming into a sleek silver ring. This thing's got a passive that boosts the user's IQ daily, and on top of that, it amplifies their magic to a pretty decent degree. Hajin's feeling pretty good about himself, knowing he can use this thing with zero drawbacks, and even sell it later if he's over it. He's actually kicking around the idea of passing it on to either Suho or Nayun, Let's be real, they could probably get way more out of its effects than he could. Plus there's the fact that Nayun is low-key a magic prodigy and doesn't even have a clue. So yeah, she might just be the better candidate of the two. Wanting to see his own progress, he pulls up his stats only to find out that basically nothing has changed. Besides a small bump in agility and sensitivity, it's starting to feel like Hajin's growth has hit a major wall. There's only so far he can go, but he's confident his hardcore grind will let him smash through that plateau eventually. He mulls over whether he could even take on that brat Nayun in his current state, which reminds him he needs to dig into Chundong's personal history. After all, he's dead certain the co-author must have left some Easter eggs for him, especially considering Chundong's weird situation. The dude ended up at this elite academy, despite being a side character, and he's still ranked as a top-tier cadet. Someone who's pretty much guaranteed to become a hero someday. No cap. There's zero chance his parents were just normal people. To get this investigation rolling, he decides to hire a guy named Eugene Hugh. This dude's an absolute legend when it comes to finding people and digging up their entire life story. Seriously, this guy is at the top of the food chain in his line of work, and his insane fees definitely reflect his god-tier skills. But since Hajin is fresh out of other options, he figures he has to hire the guy, until a lightning bolt of realization hits him. He completely drained his bank account by YOLOing all his money into stocks, leaving him broke AF all of a sudden. His gaze then falls upon that weird seed he's been growing. We watch him give it its daily meal, and that's the end of the scene. Next, we jump to Yeonha's perspective, who's calling up Jin Yuk. She's almost certainly hiring him to do a background check on Hajin. We cut to the frosty winter in Norway, and you're probably wondering why in the world we're here now. Before Hajin can get into the boring details, he gets absolutely rocked in the face with a snowball. It's that pain-in-the-neck Nayun again with her ridiculously good aim. Hajin sighs and starts recapping the situation. He explains how their club activities are back on track after the short break they took because of that whole Wild Sven incident. The hunting club figured the best way to get back together was to rent a cabin out in Norway for a little reunion event. One of the senior cadets starts to explain what the event is all about. They've scattered a bunch of numbered flags all through the forest, and whoever finds one gets a prize. And we're talking all sorts of super valuable stuff. Just the promise of these rewards has all the cadets totally hyped to start searching. As usual, it's time to draw lots to make teams, and like always, Nayun's luck is trash and she gets stuck with Kim Hajin. She is 100% convinced at this point that he's somehow rigging the results just to ruin her day. Completely ticked off, she orders him not to slow her down one bit. Hajin, meanwhile, just politely points out that she's about to step right into a boar trap. The poor girl gets caught in it, much to his amusement. Anyway, after that, Nayun seems a little surprised. She realizes Hajin isn't wearing a bunch of heavy coats to stay warm. The cadet just says his jacket is high-tech enough to deal with the freezing weather. What she has no idea about is that he's actually using a special relic, the Royal Coat Jacket. It's a piece of gear that allows the wearer to change its temperature whenever they want. This coat was actually a gift from Rachel to congratulate him for acing the midterms. She's seriously a sweet angel in his book. It makes him think that he really should have written more kind-hearted characters like her into his novel. A curious Nayun points out a flag she's spotted just a little ways ahead of them. Hajin uses his special eyes to confirm it's flag number 1, but he has no clue why it's been placed so ridiculously high up. Nayun doesn't care about climbing the normal way and just starts scrambling up the rocks like a straight-up spider monkey. Hajin, our MC, pulls out a blade that's hooked up to a whole mess of wires from his pocket. Nayun gives it a look, thinking it's nothing special, and she has no clue what he's about to do. But Hajin knows these aren't just any old wires. He's juiced them up with his stigma's magic. This basically makes them built different way, stronger than they look. He yeets the blade toward the flag, not really worried about where it first lands. 'Cause he can just puppet master the thing with his magic from a distance. The knife zips through the air and nails its target right at the base. This pops the flag loose, sending it falling from the top. Nayun is completely floored in total disbelief that his wild gamble actually worked. The flag lands right in front of Hajin, who grabs it to see what they won, just as a super-hyped Nayun comes sprinting over. Hajin glances at the note and realizes they've just snagged first place, no cap. Turns out the grand prize is Sung Ah's actual phone number, which to Nayun is like winning the lottery. Bruh is looking low-key devastated and just tells her she can have it. She starts rambling about being a vice guildmaster, but he doesn't care. And besides, Hajin doesn't need her number, because he already has it a fact that's an unintentional power move. This leaves her totally flustered, and she tries to give it back, insisting she didn't do anything to earn it. Hajin's cool with whatever, and just suggests they all head back to the cabin. Then the scene flips over to Yeonha. She's replaying her conversation with Hajin, and the strange answer he gave her. She has a completely puzzled expression, trying to figure out how a European criminal's name even popped into Heejin's head. He's a criminal from across the ocean, so there's zero chance they've ever met. Her next guess is that Hajin might have memorized the faces of wanted criminals from a list. But honestly, that idea feels like a total stretch too. Her main theory, the one she's leaning into, is that Hajin must have some dark, tragic past. And because of it, he's probably hunting down the person who's responsible for all his suffering. That's the only reason it would make sense for him to have a mental database of wanted criminals. Then you add in the fact that he's an orphan, which makes her wonder if his parents got taken out in some secret plot. If so, it would track that he'd memorize every criminal's face he could find. It would also explain why he keeps his true cracked-out powers completely under wraps. Yeonha is convinced his real mission is to lay low, hunt his target, and eventually serve them a final L. But for all her big-braining, it's still just a theory. His past remains a total black box. However, if her hunch is right on the money, then Yeonha thinks she can spin this into a golden opportunity to recruit him for her guild someday. All this heavy-duty scheming is kinda bumming her out though, since she secretly hates having to call Jin Hyuk. The scene jumps to Jin Hyuk's office where he picks up a call coming into his agency. But when he hears Yeonha on the line, he's thrown for a loop, wondering why his niece is calling him out of the blue. She gets straight to the point. She tells him she has a job for him to investigate Kim Ha-jin, a 17-year-old cadet at Cube. She wants him to dig up literally everything he can find on Ha-jin's past. She's putting all her faith in his legendary detective skills. Yeonha tells him he's the only person she trusts to get this job done right. Meanwhile, the other students are losing their minds over Ha-jin finding not only the #1 flag, but the 4th one as well. Coincidentally, the prize for the 4th flag is way more useful, since it's a VR headset, and not just some girl's phone number. Anyway, the whole crew is having a great time chilling at the cabin. The food is absolutely top-notch, and Ha-jin is even pitching in to help cook for everybody. With this move, he's low-key building a totally positive image for himself. It's a massive switch-up from the wild rumors everyone was spreading about him at the start. Ha-jin recalls that his aunt used to run her own barbecue spot, which is exactly why he's so cracked with a grill. All the students start getting anxious about the end of the semester. They're all saying you can't trust anyone when finals roll around because the exams are just that brutal. But even worse than the insane difficulty is how it just nukes friendships and causes all sorts of drama. I mean, finals week is what makes or breaks your grade, and a few of them bring up the remedial unit, which totally grabs Ha-jin's attention. This unit is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. It's a class crammed with cadets who completely failed and couldn't move on to the next level. And get this, there are a whopping 200 students stuck in that class. Out of those, 20 people have literally made deals with demons turning into actual fiends. And they did it all just so they could pass their classes. That's also the main reason this year's finals are shaping up to be a total disaster, not to mention the whole co-author situation. Someone is behind the scenes manipulating the entire plot of the story. This is causing the remedial unit to get even bigger than it was supposed to be. It's basically a giant flashing sign that the whole institution is in a state of crisis. One of the students starts gassing up Ha-jin, saying he's cooking the pork belly to absolute perfection. She even invites him to come eat with her group, but Ha-jin is perfectly content to eat by himself. He's also thinking it's kinda weird for her to be chatting him up just because he's good at grilling meat. It seriously makes him wonder if his cooking is really that legendary, but once the cadets wrap up their meals, it's time to chill out at the lodge. Nayeon's clique starts giving her a hard time, all because Ha-jin was messing with her, and after eating, he's just soaking in the good vibes. He realizes it's been way too long since he's actually laughed like that. Then out of nowhere, he gets a system notification. Turns out his client is on the hunt for a scammer named Jerome Miller. Ha-jin has a gut feeling this has something to do with the criminal Vervet. Just to be sure, he whips out the Book of Truth and starts spamming it with questions. The book literally downloads every single piece of information about Jerome Miller into his brain. And we're talking so much data that his head actually starts to hurt. That's just a typical Tuesday when you're using the Book of Truth. He quickly types up a report on his laptop and sends it off. For all that info he just shared, he scores a cool 5 million points. Talk about easy money. He snaps at the laptop shut, feeling satisfied. As he's taking in the sick view of the Aurora, Kim Ha-jin remembers he had a habit of smoking in his old life during moments like this. He recalls being hooked on smoking for almost 5 years straight, and yet, from the moment he jumped into this new world, he hasn't even thought about it. Nayeon is silently watching him from a distance, and is completely shook when she figures that detail out. Ha-jin gets startled when he sees her spying on him, but Nayeon just plays it cool, saying she just got there. She seems kinda disappointed he used to smoke, and even assumes he must have been a total delinquent in high school. Bruh is getting hit with all kinds of accusations. He immediately tries to shut those rumors down. Nayeon gets right up in his face and decides it's time to ask him something important. She demands to know if Hajin really thinks he can beat her, and he claps back, asking if she's really prepared to give up her bow forever. As part of their bet, Nayoon puts on a sad face and says there's no need to worry since she's obviously going to win. But her body language is screaming insecurity. She looks like she's about to burst into tears if she actually loses. Just like she did during the game earlier, she quickly changes the subject and brings up some recent news from France. Apparently, some guy is being called the Korean Sherlock Holmes because he solved the case of the wanted criminal Vervet. But instead of being impressed, she thinks it's a huge insult to compare a lame smoker to the legendary Sherlock Holmes. Hajin's pretty sure she's just messing with him now, and Nayoon, being her usual petty self, just bolts. But right before she dips, she stops to ask what cigarettes even taste like. We don't get to hear Hajin's response though, cause the scene cuts off. Aight, let's switch gears to the detective plotline. Jin Hyuk is deep in his investigation trying to dig up some dirt on Kim Hajin's past. He's using a concealment skill to stay off the radar, but is getting seriously antsy. All of a sudden, he spots a cloaked figure. This person is leaving a baby right outside an orphanage. Who this person is a total mystery, and before Jin Hyuk can even begin to connect the dots, the whole vision just dissolves into thin air. He's getting more and more confused about who Kim Hajin really is. Jin Hyuk heads back and walks up to his assistant's room. Bro is still completely clueless about the whole case. He's also got his priorities straight though. He's got to hit the bathroom before he spills any of the details. So, plot twist, Kim Hajin grew up in an orphanage. Thanks to the detective's powers, he was able to basically rewind time to the day Hajin was first brought there. He was trying to get a good look at the person who dropped him off, but it just looked like some random kid brought the baby out of nowhere. That was it. Jin Hyuk couldn't really make sense of it. That's because he felt some major interference blocking his perception. The only way he can dig any deeper is if he can keep his powers maxed out for an extended period. Also, my guy is literally on the toilet while he's trying to piece all of this together. He considers telling Yonha, but Loki feels ripped off doing all this work for free. Just then his smug assistant pops her head in, and she's got some serious tea to spill. Turns out another person requested a report on Hajin, and they can totally use the same intel for a massive cash grab. This new client is a user on the Violet Haze website, and they're ranked at the exact same level as Jin Hyuk. He glances at the request, and it's totally straightforward, no beating around the bush. They're offering 100 million points up front, and another 500 million once the job is finished. That is a crazy amount of money for info on one dude. With that much cash on the table, Jin Hyuk has a pretty good idea of who the client is. It's gotta be that criminal group, the Jin Syndicate. Jin Hyuk is starting to think this kid might actually be built different for someone to be investigating him this hard. We cut to Friday's class and the instructor drops a bomb. Final exams are in 1 month. A huge part of the exam is going to be a practical test that's way tougher than the midterms. This exam is going to test every single hero skill the cadets have been grinding on all semester. The midterms were what got the cadets all hyped up for most of the semester. But Hajin notes that for the finals, there won't be any spectators watching the fights. Plus, the test is scheduled to take place on some isolated island. An island that is absolutely swarming with dangerous monsters. On top of that, they'll have to survive there for a whole week. No cap, Hajin is certain the co-author is about to make his life a living hell with all his little story edits. But even without the edits, there's a ton of other problems that are about to surface. Hajin needs to stay on his toes if he wants to avoid getting wrecked. Back in the classroom, the instructor refuses to spill any more details about the test. But he does stress that this time the testing grounds won't have any interruptions from the outside world. A bunch of high-level heroes have apparently guaranteed it. So the only thing the cadets have to focus on is the exam itself. And with that, class is dismissed. Our boy is packing his stuff when Nayoon rolls up on him. She's there to remind him about their little wager. Hajin, who lives for getting under her skin, just smirks and tells her she's about to lose that precious bow of hers real soon. In return, she's ready to absolutely demolish him. Bruh, it's finally time for their one-on-one showdown. They make their way to the archery range where both cadets get ready to throw down. Hajin's kinda shook that she brought a whole audience just to watch the show. Jonghwa Suho and the class rep are totally hyped to see this fight go down. Yonghwa plays it cool, acting like there's no beef between him and Hajin despite all the drama they've had before. But Jonghwa has zero chill and straight up snatches Hajin by the hair, clearly pissed that Hajin told Nayoon she should quit using a bow. So now he's demanding that Hajin get expelled from the academy. Nayoon isn't a fan of the crowd, so she tells everyone to bounce so they can start their match. The game they're playing is called Target Shooting. A trap thrower is set up to launch a ton of targets into the air for them to pick off. Nayoon suggests they kick things off at 100 meters. Every time a target gets hit, the range will jump up by 50 meters. With the rules set, she's thinking he must be shaking in his boots. and totally intimidated by now. But Hajin is completely unfazed. No cap, he was actually hoping for a real challenge. Nayoon is dead set on shattering that confidence of his. Both archers take their positions. Nayoon fires up the trap thrower, sending target discs flying into the air. She lets her arrow loose, and it perfectly obliterates the target with insane accuracy. She's confident he can't top that. 100 meters is child's play for her, but she's also surprised he didn't even take a shot. Turns out the poor guy didn't realize the discs would shoot out that fast, so he never even let his arrow fly. Hearing this, Nayeon and the entire crowd are just speechless. Then they all just bust out laughing, thinking he's a total clown. Interestingly though, instead of clowning on him with them, she just gets annoyed by all their loud chatter. She also notices that Hajin's form is a complete mess. She's so sure he's gonna fail that she tells him to take a mulligan. So, Hajin gets back into position and draws his bowstring. And yeah, it's true, Nayoon's form is way cleaner than his. But textbook form isn't what's gonna win this competition. Hajin isn't the kind of guy who just plays by the book. He knows there's more to it than just the basics. What really separates the pros from the noobs are their unique abilities, and Hajin's powers are no joke. Finally, the trap thrower launches the discs. Hajin lets his arrow fly, and his marksman ability kicks in. It's a perfect shot, completely shattering the disc. Nayoon and all the haters are completely shook by Hajin's raw talent. Now that he is warmed up, he's ready for round 2. But first, let's get a little backstory on the girl. Sina Yoon was always admired by everyone back when she was a serious disciple. At one point, she made the wild request to switch to archery instead of continuing with her sword. It was super obvious this had something to do with her mom, but she tried to play it off, acting like she'd be fine, no matter what weapon she used. She gave back the magic sword and apologized to her master, which really set off the famous hero. He figured it was her call to make, but he had to ask one last time if this was what she really truly wanted. Because a choice like this could lead to some major regrets down the line. Back in the present, discs are getting obliterated left and right, as Hajin and Nayoon trade perfect shots. No cap, everyone watching is floored to see him actually keeping up with her. They have already pushed the distance to 400 meters, and one of the cadets points out that this dude isn't just surviving. He's actually playing mind games trying to get inside Nayoon's head. And thanks to Hajin's slick tactics, the pressure is seriously starting to build inside her head. At this point, no one can believe what's happening. The idea that Hajin might actually pull this off is just sinking in. You can tell from Jonghaek's salty expression that he's absolutely fuming. He really wants her to win this. But tough luck, Nayoon's latest shot isn't perfect and misses the bullseye. Hajin sees his opening and uses it to remind her that maybe, just maybe, archery ain't it for her. Nayeon is getting seriously annoyed and just tells him to take his own shot already. Watching her, the author realizes she's not the calm, cool, and collected type at all. She gets triggered way too easily. That kind of hot-headed personality is a huge red flag for anyone using ranged weapons, which makes you wonder why she ever became an archer in the first place. Hajin, with zero chill, just keeps poking at her insecurities. He straight up calls her scared, getting deep inside her head, and this time she is no cap pissed. She snaps back, telling him to shut his damn mouth, but Hajin isn't backing down. To him, this is the only way. In his mind, there's absolutely no reason to sugarcoat her bad decision. Everything she's been saying is just empty pride. She's built up for herself, and Nayoon's composure is cracking. Her hands are literally shaking as she holds her bow, telling him again to shut up, but Hajin goes for the kill. He tells her that being good isn't the same as being great, and that she'll never be strong enough to take down a fiend by herself or get revenge for her family. Bro, that was the final nail in the coffin. As Nayoon lets her arrow fly at the target, it completely misses everything. Everyone is shook, especially Jonghaek. Even she can't believe she whiffed a shot that badly. In the end, Nayoon got totally wrecked in a match that was supposed to be her easy win. After it's all over, Yoonha finds Nayoon just sitting alone and moping. As her friend, she wants to know what went down. But Nayoon can only fixate on one thing from their fight, the fact that he had the audacity to bring. He completely ignored how that would mess with her head and went straight for the jugular. She feels so betrayed because she actually started to trust him. Even though she knew he wasn't exactly Mr. Nice Guy, she thinks he's just a jerk who's obsessed with messing with her. Yoonha can't help but wonder what Hajin is really planning with all this drama. Knowing she wants to recruit both Hajin and Nayoon down the line, Yoonha feels a sudden need to play mediator. She has to help them fix their attitudes, so with a heavy heart, she decides against coddling Nayoon. Instead, she brings up Hajin's past and how he grew up as an orphan. She points out that he probably has a similar backstory to Nayoon, who lost her own mother. This piece of info just hits different for Nayoon. Yoonha speculates that maybe he sees her as someone important. Someone he wants to teach a brutal but necessary lesson to, so she can have a better, stronger life. As this new perspective sinks in, Na-yoon's eyes light up, and Yoonha decides it's best to give her some space. Left alone with her thoughts, the girl flashes back to when she was a kid, claiming swords were totally boring. Her brother was right there backing her up and telling her she could do anything she set her mind to. But he did ask her to make one small promise. He wanted her to seriously rethink her choice of weapon when she was older, which low-key means he also knew his sister wasn't built for the bow. He knew she was better suited for a sword. Remembering that promise gives Na-yoon a whole new sense of purpose. As for our author, his meddling has massively boosted his story points. By the end of the chapter, we see Na-yoon walking with a new confident swagger. Meanwhile, we check back in with the detective and find out Ha-jin's past is tangled up with some criminal activity. At least that's what he tells his niece. He asks if they should just drop the whole investigation, but Yoonha tells him to keep digging. She's absolutely dead set on getting Ha-jin for her guild, which makes her uncle light up with a huge smile. Jin-hyuk is now ready to put in double the work to make it happen. After that showdown with Na-yoon, things got a lot more complicated. Because so many people were watching, Ha-jin is now terrified of what's waiting for him. He's so anxious about walking into his classroom that he even thinks about ditching, but then he spots someone who got there unexpectedly early. We catch up with Na-yoon, who's rocking a new short haircut while training with her sword. She gets totally flustered when Ha-jin shows up and awkwardly tries to hide it. Not that it was going to fool anyone, though. Ha-jin casually asks if she's practicing, but his eyes definitely drift over to her new do. Na-yeon gets defensive and tells him to just spit out whatever he's thinking. With zero chill, Ha-jin teases her for going full Mulan just because he got on her nerves. She's fuming and makes up a lame excuse about doing it because of the summer heat. But then Ha-jin cracks a genuine smile, telling her it actually looks great, and asks if she feels better too, which she agrees. Ha-jin leaves her to it, deciding it's time to get his own training grind on. That's when it clicks for Na-yoon Kim. Ha-jin was supposed to be a sword prodigy when he first enrolled. The dude literally threw away a lifetime of training to bet it all on a completely different weapon exactly like she's doing right now. She can't help but wonder why he'd make a move like that. As if on cue, her magic sword erupts with power. She's blown away by her own range, and suddenly his comments hit different. They feel like actual advice. No cap, she's convinced Ha-jin knew what was best for her all along. He saw her potential from the jump. Speaking of our boy, he's in the middle of a massive shopping spree right before the final exams begin. A full-scale inspection is about to go down for all cadets to check their equipment and weapons. So, he's stocking up on all the essential camping gear for the island test. The seed suddenly interrupts Ha-jin demanding to be fed. He takes a look and realizes it's gotten way bigger. That means hatching is just around the corner, and it's supposed to pop out looking like a 4-year-old kid. He figures it'll be fine to hide her in his dorm, as long as she can change up her appearance. As he inspects the seed, it seems to enjoy his touch, and he's low-key, hoping it hatches soon. Now let's cut to the chameleon troops meeting. Valorant is absolutely shook that their leader is going to such extreme lengths to disguise herself as a cadet. All this just to personally spy on the finals. The boss needs Jane's help, but Jane thinks this whole thing is completely over the top. The captain explains her 2 goals: confirm someone's skills and retrieve a certain item from the exam area. Valorant's hands are tied, so she has no choice but to use her magic and transform her boss's appearance. The boss already has the fake documents for the cadet she's impersonating. The most important part is nailing the cadet's personality. To blend in perfectly, Valorant is actually worried for her, which is super out of character for someone so carefree. The boss just tells her not to sweat it, promising that nothing will go sideways. Back at the academy, the real Ijin is getting clowned on by her classmates. Her totally deadpan expression just doesn't vibe with the typical high schooler look. Following Valorant's advice, she tries to act all buddy-buddy with Ijin's friend group. Then out of nowhere, Kim Ha-jin crashes the scene. He walks in right when she's in the middle of her Oscar-worthy performance. The funniest part? This dude is internally screaming because his observation skill lets him see right through her disguise. Even the boss knows that he's figured her out. Bro tries to nope out of there and scrambles for his seat. He's completely wrecked and can't process what's happening. There's no logical reason for the captain of the chameleon troop to be here in his classroom. Anyway, the written exams finish up, meaning it's finally time for the practicals. The cadets are all getting transported to the exam location on a huge ship. Ha-jin is staring daggers at Ajin, watching her every move. He knows it's the boss in disguise. He really thought she wouldn't show, but she went and broke the original story's pattern. She just pulled up anyway. To make sure things don't get messy, he's keeping her on his radar. He tried talking to her earlier, but all he got was a drink shoved in his face. He starts thinking this might be connected to her investigation of Suho and Jonghak. An instructor suddenly yells for everyone's attention and starts laying out the rules for the exam. They've got to survive on an island for up to 5 days and stack up as many points as they can. Their objective is to either hunt monsters or just straight up gank points from other students. It's also possible to buy and sell points, which is wild. For anyone gunning for a top score, the academy is basically daring them to try and swipe a supervisor's name tag. Nabbing one gets you 200 points, which sounds like a bargain, but Hajin knows it's a total trap. You can't just go up against a pro hero. With their ship pulling up to the island, the exam is about to get real. The moment they land on the shore and the cadets flood out, Hajin immediately spots Rachel and asks if she'll partner with him for the final. She's totally caught off guard by him just coming up to her like that. But see, when it involves the characters he literally created, Hajin is pulling out all the stops to counteract any curveballs the co-author threw into the story. A super powerful villain mage is actively trying to hunt her, so in Hajin's mind, she's easily the biggest target in this entire exam. That's the real reason he's so determined to protect her, even if it seems random.